those rankings. So you know what? We're not even going to have to waste any time here, Retro. We're going to get straight into the matchup, and that's exactly what everybody wants. So let's jump into that first map, which is Mirage.
We're a bit all over the shot here. That's just simply because obviously Nexus played a BO3 last time out. They played, I think, like what? Was it an EDC? I didn't keep an eye on it, to be quite honest with you. They were certainly playing a different event, right? And they've only just come back to this one, see what they can do here. We were wondering, you know, how long of a break do they want? The answer is they didn't, so they were just straight into the action. Oh, they were playing European Pro League, but not like ESL Pro League. It's called European Pro League. There you go. Start this round, very slow, out of the gates here. Eyeballers, of course, fighting on that CT side. Very crucial to note that it isn't their map pick, this is Nexus's. And Anubis starting things off perfectly. Flasher gone, BTM will find Sapek as well. They're already down to 3. JW, he's going to give a bit of pushback. Didn't hear the jump out from B, and Shine has let him die. But he's played discipline. Plenty of bodies in front of him. Bomb plant, it's going to be going. Oh my god, no, Shine, no, not like this. Whiffed everything, and the pistol round goes Nexus's way. Spec will find the last, and that is the worst possible way they could have started this game. Nexus getting away with murder, not once but twice it feels like. Damn. That has got to sting. Second round eyeballers going for a force investment. Steagles on the CT side. Trying to do any damage. Those odds over at 1xbet looking quite healthy in favour of the eyeballers side.
Yeah.
Opening frag yet again. This Mac 10 is just going to be used as the info. These rifles just here to support.
Sorry about that, to abandon you, Retro. Just had to sort something out on my side, but I'm back and getting into the game now, as we do see Nexus trying to deal with the force buy. Good trade from Pep, so I like the setup there between himself and Flusher, but Smek is in position to ensure Nexus maintain full control of the round. We didn't get a chance to talk about this Nexus roster, and obviously they've gone through a bit of an overhaul themselves, right? You think about Modo and Smek coming into the roster, Adam S rejoining the team as well. So they're going to be going through a bit of a transition period, yeah.
Yeah, I think for Nexus as well, as you said, like, even though they've gone through all of this trouble in new players, they've actually done really well for themselves. Obviously, to get to the 2-on-1 stage, you know, Nexus, to me, they peaked when they had Zello in their roster.
Yes,
you know,
of course.
We all know Zello, unbelievable character. Obviously, saw him on Ecstatic as well. To me, I thought that's like the peak of Nexus. Like, there's no way with Zello in this roster. Like, now that he's gone, I don't see them ever recovering. And actually, they're doing really well for themselves in a tier 2 capacity.
Yeah, they absolutely are putting up very impressive results, and I think Modo is one of the core reasons for that. I actually got to cast the Nexus game with Pop, and you know, Pop, our colleague, he's from Romania as well, so he was able to give some really cool insights and information about the team and the changes as well. And he's held in high regard, man. And of course, they've got BTN and Raga there. They're part of the backbone, right? They're part of the identity and the fabric of the Nexus squad. So yeah, it's super interesting and going to be fun to watch the rebuild as it continues to take some shape. Map, in the early stages, not taking a huge amount of shape here. Of course, this is the pick of Nexus, and they've got a great win. They're in good form on the map, right? Winning 7 of their past 9 games. So, and some impressive victories there as well. Beat Anonymous, Falcons, Undefined, who's a team with Asilian and NATO Sapix. They beat Tricked. So, yeah, they're in good form on Mirage right now.
Oh yeah, look at this go, right? Super easy dismissal, Nexus. Quite obvious that they were going to make it a third. I don't think there was any denying that. As you can see, done relatively easily as well. And, well, now you obviously move into the full buy for Eyeballers, right? This is their chance. T-side is going to look pretty good.
Yeah.
Just wondering at this point in time, like, what's the shout now? You know, what is the go-to? What are they doing wrong so far? How are they going to get themselves back into this game?
Yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned after losing the first 3 rounds. First gun round upon them. Now, CT side of a map that they're comfortable on as well, right? Eyeballers don't pick Mirage a huge amount, not recently at least, but they've played it the most out in their map pool 23 times in the past 3 months. So they're very accustomed to Mirage. Don't have the AWP. So gonna have to get the job done with the rifles. Means Moto might have a bit of free reign right now, trying to find some contact, peeking around ramp.
Jump spotting, having a little look about. Perhaps all trying to gather some information towards a very quiet approach taken by Nexus in this round. I think they understand, obviously, the implications of this investment. Eyeballers, of course, they've got rifles. Nexus playing for a bit of a bonus. They've got stacks of cash behind them. Molly goes deep in towards window. One under as well, I think, cutting off. Underpass, yet again, Hayes, just super slow. Just very
methodical.
relaxed, very laid back.
Yeah, no contest from Eyeballers either. They're just going to sit back and wait. They have an incendiary, they have a smoke. 30 seconds left on the clock here. This is classic BTN. He loves taking his time in rounds on the T side, building into something, but it's going to have to be flawless on the execute here. They've left themselves absolutely no room for error. Sapik up close to connector right now. Should have the perfect timing. Smek has to go through the smoke. That's a good kill out of him. I don't even know how they would run it. Surely it's impossible. And Sapik does make sure that is indeed the case. Reign supreme. 3 kills coming through from him. Tapping away. He gets a 4th with the USP as well. And the Eyeballers are on the board.
Adam actually opted to save his gun, so he's actually restricted even more so financially. Obviously, we'll have enough to keep his gun and move into the next and what have you. But that is really impressive out of Eyeballers. The way they dismiss it, so much control early doors. Thought about, you know, playing a little more passive, bunkering Nexus down to the final few moments of the round, and then just get owned.
Yeah, not really inspiring, right? Not a huge amount to get excited about in that round coming through there from Nexus. JW gonna have his AWP here as well. Keen to watch him play against Modo in this game. You've got the old guard against the new. JW's been doing a good job of holding his own of late though. I mean, we've seen so many of those past pros dropping off now in the tier 2 and tier 3 space, but AW and Flusher actually continue to perform at a pretty high level, a pretty decent level. Flusher's also so much fun to watch, and just as I talk about him and hype him up, he gets himself a double kill coming through from Catwalk, just pretty much single-handedly shuts down the mid-aggression. The thing that makes Flusher so fun to watch, though, is just his game sense. It's just the positions that he finds himself in, the way that he reads the game, the calls that he makes, the initiative that he takes. Always keen to get aggressive when the opportunity presents itself. Absolutely one of my favorite players to watch.
I could agree. He's actually a really fun player to watch. A lot of people will hate on him, obviously, for being in this game for so long. Cool M4 skin.
Yeah.
By the way, the new one.
Absolutely.
Not that
Wouldn't catch me with it, though.
No, not that I'm a skins connoisseur at all. You know, I do have skins, but I'm not like, I'm not too eager on picking up the new stuff just because it costs like 10 times the value it will be next month. So, but yeah, I mean, look at this, right? Nice settle in 5v3. There's a full investment made by Nexus, and already it's been pulled apart like nothing. Eyeballers yet to really even get scraped, right? I think it's just Sapik that's taken a bit of initial damage.
Oh, Smek is able to get ahead of the incendiary. At least has a gunfight here with Flusher. That's a big kill there to try and unlock the speed. Bomb site Shine will fall to Smek as well. That's going to be creating space for the plancher. JW will molly it off, but it's going to be too late. So Anubis completes the plan. 2 versus 3 ensues. This is looking a lot more doable for Nexus than what it was a couple seconds ago. Smek is very low. He's got 1 point of health. And Sapik's on a big flank right now. So the 2 players in market, they're just going to bide their time. They're going to wait for Sapik to join the party.
Smoke. Kind of lobbed in, tossed out, and there's a second kill. Adam S finding damage, but look at this, really nicely done. Sapek's caught the flank. They know that the last player's on bench. There's kits between them. No kit between them, but there is enough time. Either way, there is enough time. I was wondering if a teammate had a kit, right? Like, why aren't we picking it up?
Oh my god, that got so
way
damn close.
Too close for comfort. Way too close. I mean, Pepsil's picked one up. Now Sapek's picked one up. Like, there's one under him. He could have just made that jump. But hey ho, right? Doesn't matter. What matters is that they got a second.
I mean, Counter-Strike would be such a different game if there wasn't that 10-second music cue, right? Can you imagine? You know,
oh man, like the amount of times that they would have time, but like wouldn't go for it.
Exactly.
Because they think it's too close.
Yeah, and times you would be forced to stick it just in like desperation, but it's impossible from the moment that you started. So I don't know. I feel like that would be kind of a fun way to spice up the game, but would be kind of brutal at the same time. Going to be a fast-paced round here from Nexus. We've seen a lot of slow, methodical approaches coming through from them in the past couple of rounds. Does look like they're going to try and brute force their way in towards the B-bomb site. HE Grenade going to do a chunk of damage. Incendio to follow. Shine just now trying to stay alive for as long as he can. That's his objective. That's his mission. Going to be able to get a kill as well. Now the rotations are coming through, so Shine actually has a bit of room to move now. Flex his muscles, but Anubis will cut him down.
Really nicely done. Flusher up close. That's the bomb. Quite a fragger so far. Pushing the C4. And the rest just falls into place. A massive, massive fault from the T side. Anubis, while he does stand his ground for an initial frag, that is the one and done scenario that he'll live in. Eyeballers now tie things up 3-all. And I just don't see why. What was the need? What was the necessary push there? I don't know.
I think that's one of the situations you don't realize you've actually picked up the bomb. You know, maybe the teammate who died next to him, the bomb just got dropped to him automatically. No call came through. He didn't realize it in the moment, and it's almost like the round is just over once he dies there to flush up. Very awkward. And with that, Nexus are going to be reduced to pistols. So Eyeballers with a chance to get themselves the lead.
Also over a 1x bet, starting to really show that Eyeballers, yeah, they do have leverage in this BO3. They do have a good understanding of what goes on. And obviously, if their CT side continues to be as powerful as what we've seen in the previous few haze, right? This, honestly, like, could be a very quick 2-0. Very, very quick 2-0.
I mean, the one thing I will say is that I think this is probably the best map pool Nexus could have hoped for. Mirage, Vertigo, and Inferno. Inferno and Mirage being their two best maps. So they've got their top two maps in the map pool. Vertigo, they're comfortable on in general. So I mean, if Nexus get sweep clean 2-0, I'd be quite surprised considering that they are comfortable on all the maps. But yeah, Eyeballers, as you infer, they're going to be feeling really good about their chances to win this as well, and it could be in that 2-0 fashion. They have picked Vertigo, though, and they've lost it the past 3 times they've played it, so persisting with the map.
Sometimes that's just like, you know, you have a bad day and it's a bad beat, right? Like, I can kind of get it. This round, certainly no bad beats. It's straight into the action. It's a 2-for-1, sure. Sapek does get taken down, but you're at a 2-man advantage at the start of this round. Like, Eyeballers are in such a comfy spot. JW don't quite know his game plan there as he sat in the smoke, but I guess whatever works for him. Maybe just trying to wait for some information or wait for some timing, expecting someone to push past. But either way, it's just dead slow, dead silent. Nexus just get owned in the early round, and now they have to wind things back from the 5v3. That's a good start from Motto, though. He's going to find the big man of Pepzor. But look at this, right? Initiative is something that we commend so much from Eyeballers. And sure, yeah, Pepzor falls from apartments. They still have all of this B control. Flusher in under Palace. Did spot the gun barrel of Smek. Pulls out the Deagle. Lands the first shot. Did try and prime the nade. Ready to go. Lands a second. But now he falls 2v3. Eyeballers should not be losing this round.
Yeah, Nexus. Because, yeah, they're in a great position. That HE grenade, though, going to do chip damage. But a chip damage, I was expecting more. I thought that might even get the kill. Shine not in a good position to go for the retake, so it's going to take him time to even get in contention. I don't even know if himself and JW want to go for this. Well, certainly not anymore. Moto just has the angle on lockdown.
Yeah. I'll say one thing to all of this, right? And that is that in this very position, Eyeballers, they had the B push in apartments, right? I think, it was Flusher that was so aggressive, or Shine that was so aggressive. But it was Flusher that actually rotated from mid to B. And in my eyes, right, if you give up short, that's understandable. But surely you should be playing one towards window holding short, if anything, so you can support... it must have been JW rotating towards B, because it was Flusher under Palace, right? So why have we left the A player with the MP9 out to dry when, you know, if we had someone towards window, you'd have solved the issue that you just encountered in that round, which is your MP9 has to take a long-range fight. I feel like that round could have been played a little better. Doesn't really matter, though. They've obviously conceded. They had to save, yada, yada, yada. It's still, for all, the start of the CT side's been decent.
I mean, the one vulnerability for Flush underneath Palace is if the push comes through from Connector or Jungle, right? He's pretty good if the fight comes from Palace or Ramp, so I agree with you. It's just a little bit unfortunate there in the circumstances. Look at Moto charging up onto Catwalk right now. He does have the shot, but he misses that, and then you're just guaranteed to die immediately afterwards as the AWP. That's the problem. High risk, high reward, and he will fall prey to Sapek. Oh, good damage to the smoke here from Pepsor as well. We did see Eyeballers get off to a strong start in the previous round, though, which they still went on to drop. So they need to make sure that they keep their shape here. Don't give any unnecessary fights away.
Certainly. A little jump spot. I like this from Pepsor yet again. You know, you've got your numbers game, but there's no need to not play for initiative. You see right now playing very intelligently, very passively. I think anyone really wants to give away a fight for Eyeballers. And for Nexus, I mean, look at this, right? They've beckoned all the troops back over towards spawn. Everyone's hungry to go towards B.
Problem is, they just don't have any control there, so they don't know how much info Eyeballers have. 40 seconds on the clock, they're going to have to move with pace up catwalk in towards that B bomb site, but Eyeballers are very well poised to deal with this. They've got Sapik who's going through lowers right now up the stairs. He's going to get the full free flank on BTN, and then 3 players up catwalk, flushes there along with Shine. There we go, Sapik snaps up the frag, and that just puts everybody else on Nexus in a very rough position as they now try to charge their way through. Flush has got the perfect cross being held. He does get a kill. Shine's been taken down in the meantime, but it doesn't matter. Flush is still going to be able to maintain full control.
Brilliant.
JW joins him with the AWP, and it's Eyeballers back in the lead.
So well played yet again from Eyeballers, right? You have the right read, the flanks are good, the setup's nice, and they just allow them to walk out, walk on in, and they find all the frags. Very important to note, right, is that that's the straw that breaks the camel's back financially for Nexus, right? Like, you're looking at their cash now. Sure, Motto's obviously bringing out a scout, but everyone surrounding it is going to be on Deagles, is going to be on Tech 9s, is going to be on P250s. It's not a great investment made by Nexus, and this is a real chance now for Eyeballers to stab at the issue and start getting money in their pockets and really starting to build up their financial empire, because Nexus, they know that they're a team that can take it away from them, and a fast play towards A. Pepsor, got to be sharp, very easy on the trigger to find the first. Smoke going to be in front of him, but Raga in good time will make space through it. Sapek with the AK finds a second, and we're quite scared that they're going to get overrun, but Eyeballers doing a brilliant job to create some distance.
Yeah, JW pushing through the smoke there, making sure he joins up his teammates to defend the A bomb site with great reason as well. It looked like Sapik was in a bit of trouble there at one point, but in the end, Eyeballers only going to lose a single player. So as you were mentioning, important for them to build up a bit of an economy, and that's exactly what they do. Keep an eye on Pepsor throughout this half. Not many rounds left in it, but he does like to get aggressive towards A ramp. You'll see him pushing Palace as well, pushing deep through ramp into T-spawn if there's no presence there. So he's not afraid to get into the faces and take that initiative we were referring to earlier.
Round 11, 6-4, Molly towards window, or from window, I should say. BTN has to drop a smoke. Don't peek it, mate. Come on. Simple counter-strike. You should know that JW had an AWP from last round. You should know he's your window player. You should know he's going to soar through the skies. Ragagon as well. And Modo, I mean, look at this in the first, what, like 20 seconds of the round? He's left in a 1v5.
Yeah, and he was just posting up on the same angle that he ran to from spawn, and he's just scoped in, and he's just hearing all these kills coming through and checking the kill feed, and he's just seeing all his teammates going down, and then eventually someone runs into a scope, he gets a kill, and he's like, oh, I'm alone? Alright, that sucks. Okay. And he will end up falling as well. We do have somebody who's disconnected from the server, so technical pause will come through, but Eyeballers are actually, they're in their groove right now, Retro. They went down 3-0 at the start of the map, but they've won 7 of the past 8 rounds since then.
Yeah.
And it's been in pretty dominant fashion as well. I mean, it hasn't just been outright victory type of thing every single round, but they've been fairly comfortable in the rounds they've been winning.
I don't know. I'm a little bit spun, to be quite honest with you. I think we've got to have a look at Eyeballers, as you said, like as of recent rounds. They've been unreal. Nexus just don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to attack these sites. They don't know how to hold on to any of control. I don't know. I think it's been a bit of a tough watch. And do you know what? This technical pause, I would say, is very much a blessing in disguise, because for me right now, if I'm Nexus, I know I've only got 4 players in the server, but we need to have a chat about what's going wrong right now, because Eyeballers are trampling on you effectively in the last few rounds. You talk about that stat line. They've won, what, 7 in the last 8? That's not a stroke of luck. That is them doing their job on the CT side.
Yeah, absolutely. on a map that they're very comfortable on as well. They've played this 23 times in the past 3 months. Eyeballers have been playing a huge amount of Counter-Strike recently. And they're climbing up the rankings while they're at it. So it's just indicative of what we've known, what we've seen in teams before, that when they do have the opportunity to play a lot of officials, it can actually really elevate their game and improve them as a team. Something that we spoke about on the podcast that recently that we did as well, that was with Regardie from Copenhagen Flames, and they were one of the teams that did play a huge amount of officials, and they got better and better. And I was sort of asking him, how do you find the balance between practicing and playing officials? Because surely if you're just playing so many officials, you don't have an opportunity or much time to practice. And he was talking about how they actually learn more from their officials. So when they're in the right space, they like to take on as many games as they can. If they start to struggle, then they start to turn down more games, turn down more events, and they focus more on practice. So yeah, just an interesting one.
I always find that insight is so like valuable even to us, right? Because for me, it's like, how do these teams conduct themselves in certain environments, right? Like, if you're playing a lot of officials, do you actually spend a lot of time outside of the game watching your own POVs? And I do find it very interesting. Even from a very basic level, all the way from like ESEA Open, people know fundamentally that like in an official, you're going to be playing against a team that's giving it their 100%. They're not trying stuff; they're applying their knowledge from previous. So. Yeah, it's always fun to watch, right? And especially as I say, for that, right? I think like the most obvious example is putting practice into effect is probably like G2, right? And what they've just done in Kato.
Yeah.
It's like how much they've worked since bombing out of the RMR and out of the major. Like how poetic that they've done their research, they've done their work, and they come back into it. It is very interesting, actually, very interesting.
Yeah, we've seen it in teams as well, like with Gambit youngsters. You think about how much Counter-Strike they played before they became Gambit. Skade with the crazy run and progression they made. Copenhagen Flames, Sinners, they're all just these teams out there. Anyway, it's a fun conversation. There we go, great example. Nexus don't have much money as we do get back into the game here, Retro. They've got enough to afford a little bit of utility, and we're going to have a big execute into towards the B site. Oh, Nade is a few seconds early. Either way, what can Shine do?
Yeah, got a lot on his plate. That's a good start. He doesn't know the damage he's done, but he knows that it's going to be plenty through the smoke. Smek will find the trade, and actually, flusha has to reverse a bit here, so they actually do give up the site and a bomb plant to go with it. JW needed to hit that shot. Orp now not collecting. flusha's like, dude, you need to switch with me. I'm low HP. You're healthy. Let me take the fight.
Oh, no.
AK down if you want it now, flusha, because I've just lost my life as well. Sapek, he's able to flush out Smek, but Orp shot misses from flusha. BTN finding Pepzor, and that's a round from Nexus that I don't think I'll ever see again on Mirage. How just insane is that B push?
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal coming through from them. Everything goes according to plan. I mean, it was a bit rough initially taking as much damage as they did from Shine, but they were still able to close the gap. And what was impressive was how much they forced eyeballers out of the site itself. So
yeah,
they were able to keep JW and flusha at bay on catwalk. And then JW turns around, drops the incendiary, and while he's pulling his gun out, that's when he turns around the corner. And so he's actually not ready to take the fight, and so that cost him his life. Nexus pick up an unlikely round. That's a reprieve for them.
JW. Oh, gone. Fires off twice, doesn't hit either. It's a difficult watch. Europa, he's now gone. flusha moves through the smoke and basically acting as a hoover right now, dropping his primary gun just to take the AWP.
I like that. Shine.
I respect it. And that's a good shot to be hitting. That's a really good shot to be hitting.
And a really important one as well, just because of the impact. That slows down a lot of aggression coming through, but Smek just stands in the smoke, and as it dissipates, so will Pepzor at the hands of the Romanian rifler. And with that, he's created so much space over towards the A site. He's going to get shot through the edge of the wall there, so not enough for Shine to get the kill, but that's going to be the A bomb sites in full control now for Nexus.
Sapek gets dropped by the rifleman. 2v4. I think they're going to realize now, hey, that's our time. That's our cue to get out. We're not happy with this one. It's done and dusted. flusha is going to be trying to get out with the AWP. Not to mention, Shine has actually kept an AWP of his own. So it's a double sniper setup heading into the next round. I'm not too sure if I'm a massive fan of it for Eyeballers, but I guess, you know, if you're encroaching at the end of the half and things aren't quite working out now, it's time to make a change.
What's weird is they didn't have the double AWP set up when they were winning all those rounds earlier on in the half. They had the 4 rifles and the 1 AWP, which gave them a little bit more maneuverability. Since they've had the double AWP, I don't think they've actually won a round, to be honest with you, which is a little bit concerning. And they don't have money coming to this next round either. So Nexus have actually been able to break their economy, and they're going to have a good opportunity to level up the scoreline here. Of course, there are going to be those 2 saved AWPs, so still some potential pitfalls in this next round here for Nexus. Excuse me, but they've actually clawed their way back nicely considering the position that they were in at one point here in this half. And this is all off the back of an eco round win. Sure, an eco where they were able to afford, you know, more upgraded pistols, utility Kevlar, but an eco round win nonetheless.
Flush up. Gonna get caught out. That was the AWP save. JW goes fetching. Adam S, I think he spotted that AWP being picked up, if I'm not mistaken, so he should know that someone's close towards Palace. A little bit of time as JW wants to relocate with the big green and he wants to get his hands dirty elsewhere. It's quite a narrow angle held towards ramp. Got to be careful because one big misstep and your life is over.
Yeah, thankfully for him, opponents heading towards the opposite side of the map. Nexus grouping up and edging in towards apartments. I have left Adam S in Palace, so he could try and turn himself into a bit of a fake role. Maybe just try to keep focus over towards A, keep the attention there. Raga going to be clearing out lowers. Nice snapshot coming through from him to take down Sapik, and that just continues to deprive Eyeballers of information. They don't know if Raga's now going to try go through middle and connect up. E-bomb site incredibly vulnerable. It's just Pepsor who's there with the Desert Eagle right now. He's going to have to pull off the highlight reel of his career if Eyeballers are going to stand a chance of winning this round.
Love the idea of it. Tapping away with the AK Adam S, his position compromised. I don't think he's going to give one though. It's more about making the bomb rotation happen. 20 seconds left. You talk about him. Could be a bomb denial. It very much could be, but it's just half a second too late. And as you said, now that they settle into a post plant, you kind of chalk this one up already, because had that kill have happened the other side, there's a chance that JW repeaks and kills the bomb carrier again, and you know, the round goes on. But now the round is over, despite it being a 3v3, just because you don't have the facilities and you don't have the utility and you don't have the chance to get this retake going.
Yeah, double AWP once again. At least they're going to save it. Not like they invested around them, but yeah, a bit of unfortunate there that JW isn't able to deny that plant a little bit sooner. Maybe then can create chaos and his teammates can make something happen. Shine not even going to be afforded the luxury of saving the AWP, and JW is going to have to fight his way into the next round. Okay, no, actually going to be all right at the end of the day. 7-all. Nexus have leveled up the scoreline and actually have a chance here to get their noses in front going into the second half as well. This is all born off the back of that eco round win. They were down, what, 7-4, I think it was. Then they won with the pistols. So some serious implications off the back of that round loss there for Eyeballers.
Yeah, and do you know what? As I said, the tech pause works beautifully for Nexus, right? Although, obviously, it's not going to be used tactically. And it was literally that they just couldn't play. They only had 4 people in the server. It's worked wonders, right? In killing all of that momentum from Eyeballers and all of the hope. No. Okay, we're okay. Oh, are we? Is that just me, or are you seeing that too?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay, it might just be me then, but I lagged out.
Okay, no, that's just you.
Okay, no worries. Like all of the players stopped and whatever. Maybe I did. Anyway, look at this round go though for Eyeballers. I was saying that there's lag. There's no chance of Nexus entering the B site. A bit of a weird one on my end, but hey ho, it's job done for Eyeballers. 8-7. They're up at the half. welcome back. You fine people. Second half underway now, Hayes, and Eyeballers only leading by a single round. A bit of a disappointing way to end that half, considering the heights they could have hit.
Yeah, true. They were definitely in the ascendancy at one point. Losing to the Eco did set them back a few paces. Big pistol round here for them to maintain position in the driver's seat if they lose this Nexus. Gonna be feel like, yeah, they're probably in a stronger position at that point. We do see some aggression coming through from the CT side towards the top of middle, but they've just been dismantled. Great kills coming through from Flusher and Pepsor. And with that Eyeball as well, the world is their oyster.
The issue with that for me is the one-by-one mentality, right? Is like one person faces towards top mid, then another person faces top mid. It's like, come on, guys. Like, if that's a little bit more of togetherness, like that round 100% could go your way. And now look at this, right? Eyeballers have killed off 4 players, make it all 5,
God. And
they've not lost a single soul. Like, that is crazy.
I really like the Eyeballers T side on this map as well, by the way. They actually, they're fun to watch because they don't just play like really passive defaults out. They like to go with contact. They like to go with contact plays. They like to go for numbers-based plays, 3, 4 players into mid. You'll almost every single round they have weapons go for mid control. That's such a stock standard for them. And then they're always looking for fights, whether it's connector, whether it's catwalk. They're not shy from taking fights in towards mid. So they're a fun team to watch on the T side of Mirage. Missed me with Na'Vi versus Outsiders on Overpass.
Man, that was like the most interestingly boring game of CS. Like, it was so boring, but I just loved it. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's because I just love Counter-Strike too much, but yeah, there was like saves galore, wasn't it, on that map?
Yeah, you could even just hear like it's in Sponge's voice. He was just like despondent. He was so over it, and yeah, understandably so, man. It was a rough one. I mean, it just comes down to the play styles and the way that the map is being played now as well, right? So, yeah, entertainment value few and far between on Overpass as things stand. Weird, because I used to really enjoy the map until people pointed out what made it boring, and now I just see the issues. It's kind of been like ruined for me a little bit now as well. So, I kind of get it. You know, I kind of get the frustrations with Overpass.
I do too, because I think that is the only map in the map pool actively that is like shift key simulator. You know, like. That's, for me at least, it's like the one map that's like, well, you know, you can't really let go of your shift key until you're hitting the site. Faster plays kind of can get cut out by a single molly of some sort. Nice shot out of BTN. But yeah, I actually love it, to be honest with you. I love Overpass. I think it's a weirdly interesting map to watch. Because I do agree, like, it is save simulator, and there is a lot wrong with it, but, you know, when it hits its peaks, it hits its peaks. Like, the Cadian 1v3 on Overpass during the Major, that was, like, so sick. And, like, Skade, I guess, like, the whole Bulgarian scene just knew how to play the map. That's why it was, like, so fun, to me, at least, because even at a local level, like, we were still watching teams absolutely thrive on it.
Yeah, I also love the fact that there's a lot of options for the CT side to get aggressive on the map. You know, there's a lot of room to play with. I think that's a really nice part of it. Not like a super static map in terms of the CT side. And there's a lot of tactical depth for the Ts as well, but it just feels like the rounds go super late almost every single round, especially at the higher level. I think at tier 2 and tier 3, we do see it get a little bit more grindy and a bit more grimy, and that actually makes it more fun to watch, like more fights in towards lowers almost every single round, and people going for flanks and pushes, because it's not like the, you know, tier 1 on stage at Katowice where you don't want to make any mistakes. There's more room for error, so that does actually create more entertainment value. I'd still rather watch Overpass over Vertigo.
Wow. Okay, hot take for you. Vertigo's in my top 3.
You're probably the only person who has that, man.
No. I reckon. Right, Twitch chat. We'll ask you, because obviously we know that Twitch chat is ultimately going to be correct in every way, right? Twitch chat. Give me a number, 1 to 7. Like, if you had to rank your maps, 1 being your most favorite, 7 being your least favorite, where are you putting Vertigo? I bet you, Mr. Hayes, I bet you.
Yeah.
Crisp high 5 when I see you. That's my bet to you. That the majority of people will say top 3.
Vertigo in the top 3.
Yeah.
I mean,
let me know right now. 1 to 7 in the Twitch chat. Thank you.
Mirage is definitely up there.
Oh,
Has to be.
no, number 7, man.
No, Mirage is top 3.
I'm so glad that we don't have to play Counter-Strike together. I feel like our
I'd
veto between us
say
is going to be absolutely horrendous.
Nuke is top 3.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And
Actually, that's a lie. Now Anubis is in. It's my
I
fault.
was gonna say Anubis. I think I was gonna add Anubis in there as well.
Anubis
By the
number
way-
1, Ancient number 2, Vertigo number 3. That's it for me.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm a fan of Ancients as well, so we've got some common ground there.
There you go.
Ryan. You know what they say, opposites attract, man. Who knows?
Yeah.
So, listen
Round
here.
19, mate.
Yeah, first full gun round of the second
Indeed.
half underway. Open play for Modo as well.
Blabbling on over the eco rounds, but this is really important, right? Future of Nexus's CT side rests in fate in this one, right? If Eyeballers win it out, then they're going to have trouble getting into this game. And while the A execute is good, there is a lurk that is being lurked upon. Flusher. Your flank up becomes the flanked. It's a nice push from Raga from apartments now. Of course, the bomb so deep in towards jungle, in towards stairs area. It's just JW left, and BTN dismisses of the last couple. Brilliantly done by Nexus. There's a lot of work more to be done, but that is very critical that they get that one underway.
Yeah, absolutely. And a clean round as well coming through from them. Good response there to deal with that A hit. Everybody rotated accordingly. Raga got aggressive through apartments, so Nexus had all the information that it was indeed the full A hit coming through. No shenanigans, no fakes, nothing else to be worried about. And once he gets that kill into Flusher, they can just focus all their resources on the site itself. They know that Flusher's the lurk as well. So when you get the kill on Flusher and he's all by himself, that gives you a whole lot of information in itself. Oh, that's unfortunate there. Modo runs into BTN smoke, so that's kind of given a bit of room here for the T side to play with. BTN's going to try to make something of the missed smoke. Playing on the fringe right now. Gunfight comes through with Shine head armor. Will keep him alive though. This is an eco round for Eyeballers, by the way.
Yeah, it's a scary one, but Nexus have done brilliantly well in dismissing it. Now it's a 2v5. Hayes, the results are in. To be honest, there's a lot more people saying numbers than I thought, lower than I thought, right? There's a few 7s, a few 6s. There's a couple of people saying like 1 and 2, which is nice to see.
Damn, so you owe me a crisp high 5 then.
Do you know
is that what you're
I'll,
saying?
I'll admit defeat, but I think
Yeah.
there's a lot more people on my side than you'd think. You know,
I
I'll
mean,
agree, but you know.
Yeah, but this is like landslide odds, Ryan.
No, come on, don't give me that. Don't give me that.
This is, you got maybe 3 or 4 people there advocating for your cause, but it's looking bleak, man.
No.
Okay.
There's more. They're just not chatting.
Sounds like a bit of copium to me, but either way, we won't go on too much about it. It's good. The people have spoken. Twitch chat knows what's up.
You paid them off. I know.
Thanks for helping. Yeah, exactly. Guys. Just, send the PayPal details after you follow me on Twitter, !Casters. So there we go.
Oh, the plug. Love that. Round 21, mate. Rounds invested yet again for Eyeballers. This time they desperately need a different outcome. This is one of those that you look at, right, and you know for Eyeballers to keep their lead, to keep themselves in front, this is a necessary round win. You're looking at Eyeballers' economy. They're going to be reset again if they lose out on this one. Not to mention for Nexus, their money's starting to build up by the thousands as well. So you've got to be careful. You've got to be very, very careful in your next steps for Eyeballers, because one misplay and it's going to cost you your lead and throws the idea of map 1 being yours into a questionable state of validity.
Oh man, big questions here are going to be asked by Raga on the off angle. Sapnik steps into a beautiful spray transfer there from Raga to take down 2 players though as he switches up for the utility. Pepsol gets the trade, maybe breathes a little bit of life back into the round here for Eyeballers. Shine looking to close the gap. JW does get a big frag, but that's elsewhere on the map. There's a big kill out of Shine as well, but problems continue to arise here for Eyeballers. The bomb's been dropped in apartments as well. Not a huge amount of time left, but Shine continues to thrive. Bright on the server.
Really well played. Bomb plant as well. The fact that this was, what, 4v3 at one point? Turned around right on its head. ETN having a little peek, having a little nosy from short. Did he just make a step? Yeah, it's got to be heard. Look at this. They all turn towards short. JW nails it. 12-9. Your lead no longer under threat. It's Nexus's pick. that's under serious gunfire right now. Vertigo picked by the Eyeballers. We know that they're a decent team on it. If you want to look bleakly at this BO3, Mirage was a must-win for the Romanian side.
Yeah, that's true. It does feel like that is a bit of a prospect. I mean, Vertigo still should be a contest, but we're backing Eyeballers with that being their pick. You know, sure, they've lost the past few times they've played on it, but they're persisting with it. They've got confidence, so they should get across the line there. Either way, good flash coming through from Modo to peek in towards the top of middle, and he is going to be doing a chunk of damage to Sapik. He takes a bit of chip damage in return. If Nexus loses this round, kind of feels like it's tickets on the map.
Smoke getting ready. Wonder where that one's going. I think Eyeballers just want to fake out a little bit of mid-presence. And see already smoke being burnt towards connector. Quite as a response, but I'll claim it as one. And you're just taking away that CT side utility. Very important to note. Well, look at this from Eyeballers, right? They're trying to make presence everywhere. I think Flusher's opting to now play the lurk rolls yet again. And this is going to be an A-plate. This is going to be the same as what we saw when Nexus brought out rifles for the first time. Bam.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my word, JW, what a shot.
Yeah, huge frag coming through from him. There's still quite a few kills that need to be found before they can even think about the bomb plant. You got BTN, who's not sure if he's underneath, balcony on top of it right now, and some support from Modo in towards ET. He gets a kill on Sapik. BTN taking so much damage from Pepsor, and Shine will finish him off. Two players have rotated in the meantime, though. You got numbers in towards CT. Adames might even be undetected for the time being, but Modo doesn't even need his support. Doing so much damage. He's been able to get himself 3 kills in the round, and with that, the man advantage here for Nexus.
Oh, man. This is scary stuff. Bomb plant as well from Pepsor. I mean, he is going to get spammed up quite heavily. Down to 38. Oh, my God, Pepsor. What a swing. Knows that there was one towards CT. Knows that Modo found a few from the edge site as well, so he should know that both players are here. Spots the head, but can't hit the shot in time. And now it's Flusher, but he's got an AWP. It's going to be quite the unexpected one. There are kits, and there is a smoke deployed. Nice shot from Flusher. Oh, Flusher with a 1v2. It's sick stuff to watch. Eyeballers up to 13, and they're 3 rounds away from taking Mirage.
Oh, man, I'm not sure if Adames didn't have enough time to respond there, or if he didn't realize exactly what was going on, but as soon as he realizes that Flusher has the AWP and he's in connector, his best option by far and wide is just to try and stick the diffuser in the smoke. It's obviously pretty difficult to get the kill on a player who's sticking the diffuser in the smoke when you only have an AWP, only have a few shots to hopefully connect. But because Adames decides to go for the fight instead, that's exactly what Flusher would have wanted. Gets both those kills, clutches out the 1 versus 2. Eyeballers, I mean, they were looking in turmoil throughout majority of that round there, right? They were chasing that round. Modo just continued to chip away at them. Beautiful kill out of Pepsor as he just steps into the scope of the jungle player as well. Can't discount that frag. Now Nexus are going to have to eco. Eyeballers continue to march on here on their opponent's map pick.
Very, very scary. 13-9 Nexus don't have much wiggle room now. It's an eco in this, it's a buy in the next, and that investment there is do or die, like to the entire first map. Eyeballers got to go on their A game. But Nexus, I mean, Eyeballers should know that they're in a weak spot, and that's a great shot from Flusher to open things up, or sorry, from JW to open things up. He was the man that saved the AWP. He chucks it over to his Swedish friend and hit him more shots.
Did you know JW and Flusher used to play in a team called Fnatic together? There's this other guy, Olaf Meister, as well. Most people wouldn't know him because he doesn't play anymore. No?
Sorry, what? I completely cut out. Sorry, man. I don't know what happened.
I thought you were
everything.
just ignoring me because the joke was just so bad. No, I just said, did you know that JW and Flusher used to play in a team called Fnatic? And there's a guy called Olaf Meister as well. Yeah, yeah. Just a bit of history for you.
Guy.
Yeah, no, I know they're pretty unknown Swedish prospects. They're up-and-coming players, this JW and Flusher. Yeah, yeah, maybe one day.
Yeah, send them play like a little bit, you know.
That Sapik guy though, he's the real
man. He's the real deal. Yeah. Same with that Pepsor dude.
Absolutely.
To be fair, I you know, as much as we're leaning into the memes, like the bleed between the old and the new, right? Like the experience and the young guns. I'm loving it. Like,
me too.
like, it's become so much more in tune. I'll have a little chat about it in the next, because right now this is a full buy and eyeballers. Already 5 versus 4, picking up so much pace on these rifles. Look at this control. Sapek double backs, and BTN will catch him out eventually, but it is a 4v4. Smoke in their way as well. Flash has gone pretty deep, but Flusher roots himself towards bottom stairs while JW is finding success and Anubis finding trades. They hold the A site hostage.
Yeah, a bit of a stalemate. Things just pause. They slow down ever so slightly. Flusher will be the one to upset the chaos once again, and Shine gets a kill off the back of that only BTN left remaining. Flusher not going to be the one to get the kill. In fact, the last 3 players all pick up 1 apiece, and that's going to be eyeballers getting themselves to map points on their opponent's map pick. And I couldn't agree more with the sentiments of the point that you were making in terms of the balance here between the old blood and the new. You think about how often teams were just recycling talent before, picking up known players, picking up guys who had just been around the scene and played at the highest level before, and never really giving the up-and-coming talent the shot. It's something that I think Flusher and JW even spoke about. Like, that was a mistake they made at the end of Fnatic, was they weren't actually bringing in new and up-and-coming players. They kept trying the guys who had already proven, that they'd done it before. And so it's awesome to see them now working with 3 of the future stars of Swedish Counter-Strike, Shine being one of them, gets a kill, and just all the frags running through for eyeballers.
So easy for eyeballers. Look at the control, look at the pace, look at everything they have on the T side. Sure, this round made a little bit messy by Adam S. And the bomb left in middle. It was only a finite amount of time until it is done. 16-9. And eyeballers take the first of the 3. The Nexus map pick backfiring. And Hayes now, they're in a world of hurt here at Nexus. Because if they don't win this next map, they're done. And just like Tricks, they're coming back tomorrow to try and play in the 2-2 stage to even have a chance of making playoffs.
I mean, at least they've got that one life that they can fall back on, that they can rely on. And something we haven't spoken about is that Nexus played a full best of 3 before this. I think all 3 maps went to double digits. So it was a slightly lengthy series, and they came straight into this match afterwards. So maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in. I guess they're going to enjoy the break coming up now, Ryan. We're going to take a few minutes. When we come back, it's going to be Vertigo, and we find out whether eyeballers progress through to the playoffs or whether Nexus have something to say.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Eyeballers, a map up to none, stealing away. I say stealing, convincingly beating Nexus on their own map pick of Mirage, meaning it's the 51 floors of Vertigo, which is the Eyeballers' favorite. See if they get things done. Those odds over a 1xbet, basically concluding that this game's going to be done in 2 Haze. And if they put up the same performance as what we saw in Mirage, I have no questions as to why it looks like that.
Oh, look at Modo, been able to make his way down the ladder, nearly catches one of the Eyeballers players off guard, but looks like they're just going to try and move in towards the B-bomb site with pace here. Flusher leading the charge, normally the lurker, now the point man, but not for much longer. And after he falls, it's actually going to be a pivot back towards A, because Zapik has taken control over on that side of the map.
Look at this. Surprise! What a shot from Zapik. Oh my god, Zapik. He's hitting shots galore right now. Eyeballers have put Nexus down to 3 single-handedly from the aid of Zapik. Pepzor's got another. And it's done. Eyeballers will take this pistol, and there's no second guessing as to why. That is a brilliant display from Zapik.
Without a... Oh, okay, wait. What's going on here? The USP is reigning supreme. JW tapping away. Eventually gets the shots onto BTN. This was a 2 versus 4 that very quickly snowballed out of control. I was having a sip of my water, nearly choked. Oh, Nexus gonna choke this one out here in the 2v1. They don't have a kit. JW so low on health. He's playing it so passively right now, and he's played it absolutely perfect in the 1v1. Just looking to stay alive, toying with his opponent, Adames. Now has no chance in the round. JW knows he's going to die to the bomb explosion, so he's just hoping to get a kill before that happens. And Eyeball as well, they'll win the pistol, but it gets way too close.
Yeah, but then again, right, if you want to consider the scenario that we were in, Nexus had ladder control, and they had a 5v4, and they still ended up losing, right? So I guess it depends on what side of the coin you look at it at, but I do agree, right? Like, from that post plant onwards, Eyeballers should have had that convincingly. Dead, though. It is made a little hard, but they do get it done. Now look at Nexus, right? You have to force, run Deagles. There's 1 M4 on Adames. He's hoping for an absolute dream of a round here. If it doesn't get done, Eyeballers will be up 3-0 before the next time Nexus even dip into their own money.
So Nexus can accomplish it with the Force Spy. Something that they love doing is contesting A ramp, and obviously that's a pretty stock standard approach on the CT side of Vertigo, but Nexus do it almost every single round. They will fight for A ramp control. BTN loves getting himself in the mix. He's actually not there right now, but you certainly will see him there at some point throughout the map. Force Spy, Scout, and M4A1S for Adam S. He's been very impressive on Vertigo in recent times as well, so let's keep eye on him with the rifle.
There you go. That's what we're expecting more of. Shine finding something. Adam S. Oh, Adam S. Oh my god. Yeah, no head Kevlar. Shine will teach that to you. Great shot. Problem is, you're in a 2 versus 3, and while you do have the better weapons, you've got to be careful because Nexus have the numbers. Bomb still needs to be picked up as well. Flusher checks towards Gap, and Smek, a massive overextension from a solo play. Molly does actually get put out to the smoke. And the jump is held. Shine,
wow.
Very, very nicely done from Shine. 4 in the round, but again, a solo man, like a one individual play is required to stop Nexus bouncing back on a Force Spy. That got way too choppy for my liking, especially after what happened on the pistol as well.
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, Shine just goes into absolute beast mode. Wonderful kills coming through from him to rescue the situation for Eyeballers.
True.
It's going to be a full eco now for Nexus, so this is where Eyeballers are going to be looking to just keep players alive. So, as I was going to say in the pistol round before, I was rudely interrupted by Nexus just going on a killing streak. I would actually say without a feather of doubt or any doubt in my mind that Zapik is the best aimer on the server and the best aimer in Eyeballers. I think Zapik, yeah, is pretty clear of everybody else actually. He's got insane aim.
All right. Well, I guess those dualies proved as to why. It is a pistol there though, so does eventually get neutralized, but at the cost of another. It is a very easy trade-off to make. 3-0. Bold statement. I don't quite know who I'd put above him, so
yeah,
maybe by like, you know, by process of elimination, really. I don't have many other choices.
Nexus not far off of it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Shine as well, like, he's had an unbelievable, like, every time I watch an Eyeballers game, it feels like Shine never misses. So, I don't know. And I've got to agree on somewhat that I think Nexus actually have some really good potential. I think Adam S as an individual is like, he was, I've been watching him for a little while now, and he's really starting to come into his own, which is always fun to see. Full buy here for them, though, in this one. The Romanians trying to get their hands dirty, trying to throw up some hate, and, well, for now, I guess, their control of ramp neutered. Eyeballers, I guess, kind of hit the brakes, just want to wait and see if there's any movement from the CT side. It's not a bad tactic, it's just there's still so much time in the round for them to work with. That's a good start from BTN, but Shine is actually going to get the first say in this equation, but he's quickly pumped out by BTN, and actually, JW finding another 3 versus 3. All got a little too hectic for my liking out on ramp there.
Yeah, I mean, BTN was always going to die towards sandbags, so the fact that he gets a kill before he goes down is actually pretty impressive. Certainly the most he could have hoped for. Realistically, at least, as we do see 2 players on the A bomb side. Ragga still over on the opposite side of the map, making sure that Eyeballers don't consider a rotate. But it is going to be the A bomb sides of choice here for the T side. They still have a lot of utility as well as they look to try and make their way forward, but Moto gets a kill on JW. Man, advantage now for the CTs until Adam S gets taken down in the smoke, and the HE grenade from Flusher going to be enough to finish off the kill on Moto. He's the one who did the damage to Moto earlier on, so he essentially finishes off his own frag, and now down to the 1v1. Ragga's got a big flank right now. He doesn't have a kit. I'm sure there's one on the side somewhere, but Flusher has so many different angles to worry about right now.
Oh my god, Flusher. Oh, this is perfect. Ragga hasn't made a step though. Flusher looking from ramp, doesn't expect the gap push to be in. A smoke that gives the whole game away. And of course, Flusher will do it. The big man steps up for Eyeballers where it matters. A sick 1v2. The nade that finishes the job into the post plant. And I wonder, had he have not pulled the smoke out there, Ragga? Had he have just stuck with his gun out? If I'm honest, he probably wins that round.
The question is, does he actually check that corner or not? Just with I
think, really though, if he's playing, as long as he's not playing 4-3, he should have seen the gun, because obviously Flusher was looking towards ramp, not towards gap, so the gun barrel would have stuck around the corner. That's my guess. The protruding gun could have been the savior, but you're right, you know, the logo of butts amazing. That's just a heartbreak for Nexus.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing to keep in mind is that Nexus are far more compelling on the CT, rather on the T side of this map than they are on the CT side. They sport a 67.8% win rate on their T side of Vertigo and a 34% win rate on their CT side. So there's actually a vast gap between their T and CT side. So certainly something we should keep in mind, that we don't want to make too many drastic judgments based or what we expect out of Nexus until we see them on the T side as well. As the cleanup will come through there, I was expecting it from Eyeballers. I did get to cast Nexus versus iNation on this very map, and iNation went up 12-3 on their T side. The map finished 16-14 for iNation, so Nexus have fallen behind heavily in the first half and then fought back on the T side before.
I love that. That's like, they just run through smokes. Don't give a damn. Just send it in. But Hayes, I want to be a bit of a realist right now. I want to be that guy, because sometimes it has to happen.
Someone does.
I'm looking at the scoreline, right? I'm looking at the BO3 context. I'm looking at the money and how Nexus have been playing the game. They're already running out of chances. They are in a situation now where actually you don't win, I would say, one of the next two gun buys. Honestly, I'd say Eyeballers are going to make this a unwinnable scenario for Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, I would almost always agree with you on that. It's just that Nexus on the T side of this map are really impressive. So
yeah,
if they can get themselves 5 rounds even, I'd say that they're maybe in with some sort of shout, but I'm putting 5 as like the rock bottom bare minimum. And even that is going to be looking like it's going to be a bit of a challenge for them. Pepsaw wrapping around middle through CT. BTN gets caught off guard. Ragga left on an island all by his lonesome on the B-bomb site. And isolated and taken down. Nexus, no chance here. They just have to save their guns, really. That's the only option available. Or is there a chance for the retake?
Yeah, definitely are posing that threat. Problem is, Shine, while trying to aid Flusher, has actually turned his attention away. He's just about peeking, right place, right time. Gets the info, but can't convert the spray. Now it's about locating where Flusher is. He's made steps. He knows that the AWPer is, though, and he lands the first shot. Goes to put a new mag in, but he understands that maybe now Spec isn't on it. That's so well played from Flusher. Another clutch from the big man. Another 1v2, this time towards B. He's unstoppable. And as you said, you can't blame Nexus for going for a retake here, but that's another one that's punished and penalized.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well worked by Flusher in the clutch there as well. I mean, you can't fault Smek. I love the way that he taps the defuse and he keeps himself tucked in behind the box as though he is sticking the defuse. He wants to draw Flusher out into the open, but Flusher just patiently waits 2 or 3 seconds before he commits to the fight. He gets the composure. Smek's then forced to step out a little bit, and the gunfight's that much easier for the veteran. Nexus now on an eco. Those 1x bet odds. Yeah. They couldn't be more one-sided, really.
Yeah, that's
at 6-0 on the second map as well. It's not like it's like 12-1 or something.
It's like the game. Basically, they're saying the game's over before it's actually like even remotely close to being done.
Yeah, exactly. All 5 of the individuals for Eyeballers have also pitched up here, right? We've seen them all have monumental contributions when they've had to. There's going to be some aggression from Nexus in towards ramp, though. Shine might be in some trouble. Yes, the push from Gap will take him down. There's 4 players here for Nexus. If they could get at least 1 more kill, that might make the round interesting, but there is a good response out of Eyeballers. In the meantime, Pepsaw's taking control of middle, and they're getting into the B sites as well.
Molly in towards jump up as well. That's going to cut off a lot of peaks for a few seconds. That's important as well, because obviously Nexus are trying to earn their way back into this round. Pepsaw just knows the lineup, mate. He just knows what he's doing. Crosshair in the right place at the right times. Flusher pulling the trigger. Will find himself another, and it's just a safe call again from Nexus, right? Like, you got an AK. Adam S might have a look in the late round just for an exit or so, but that's it. That is it. Done. It's over, right? It's over. You can't help that. Nexus are going to concede a 7th, and these odds just stacking against and against and against this CT side. The FAMAS doesn't even get saved. He doesn't find exits, and they might even walk away with all the kills here because Pepsaw knows the location of the rifleman. Sapek goes charging him down, and they get away with nothing. Eyeballers want blood, and they've been delivered it in first class.
That's the thing about this Eyeballers team, Retro. When they're on, they're actually so damn impressive. There's no weak links
Yeah.
from an individual capacity. They're a lot of fun to watch. They feel super well oiled. Shine, Sapik, and Pepsor have just... They've completely complied and committed to JW and Flusher. They've learned so much about the game, but they still have their individual qualities that are shining through, and it's just looking like a beautiful balance they have going on right now. Pepsor, I mean, actually was always going to die there. So the fact that he gets a kill before he does is impressive.
That's exactly it, right? Like, you're looking at the fight, you're looking at the angles. There's two of them stacked on the angle. There's no way you're favoring Pepsor to win it out, but the fact that he gets away with one is impressive. In this round, though, Nexus is starting to stand their ground, right? They're trying to get intuitive towards A. They're looking aggressively towards B. The double stack towards middle. They're starting to move these pieces around, and they are starting to penalize Eyeballers here. Can't say the round's over just yet, because we know that JW Sapek magic could be worked again in this round. The AWP, having missed, though, does minimize a lot of that chance and opportunity. BTN, although a smoke separate, they've very nice shot, not to mention Sapek trying to work around the smoke. Surely not like this, my friend. Surely not. Sapek wanders even deeper, sits into the vexed angle. JW firing off with the AWP again and again, just trying to apply some pressure. And the bomb plant, it gets stuck.
Yeah, that's a really big plant coming through there. I thought he was going to have to go for the fake, but now pressure's actually put onto the CT side. Sapik goes undetected, at least initially. They're going to be bypassing him. He sees them both, but no! Tapping away, he doesn't get the kill on the first, and it means JW's left against two. Good clean shot coming through from him, and he snaps up the second immediately afterwards as well.
Mate, that's so
Sapik
scary.
saved of his blushes.
Yes, I was going to say one thing though, right? You've got to understand, Sapek whiffs. He had the round in the palm of his hand. The fact that JW wins that is impressive. But Nexus to begin with, 4 versus 2. Should never have been won. Should never have been won. And look at it, right? It all goes in favor of Eyeballers. And listen, man, I think everyone knows Nexus's position right now. I think everyone knows how they're going to be feeling. I mean, hell, I was in this position yesterday. You know, you just get owned hard. And
Yeah.
it's like, well, you know, what can you do?
Sad. It's so sad because they've got such a good T side on the map. They just need to work on the CT side. They just need to have, because they keep getting brutalized on the CT side and then having to fight back on their T side. If they could just make something of the CT side, then Vertigo could become a real powerhouse of a map for this Nexus team. Smek, powerhouse in the round, man advantage all of a sudden in play here for the team who've essentially got an eco at their disposal. Just leveled out their economy. Sapik, the next man on point here, gonna get the kill into Smek for free. I'm not sure what he's thinking, to be honest, in the 3v2 in that position.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's just
And
brilliant.
is there miscommunication going on
Yeah,
here?
I don't quite know what was called there. Sometimes it happens though, right? Because you know it's just natural. You think, well, maybe he's like pushed ramp and he's caught like good timing on me or something like, or maybe you just don't expect them to accelerate off the back of that kill. So yeah, it's not a. You know, it's not the worst thing in the world. And to be fair, it's just a half buy for Nexus. This is another round that they had a chance to win. Another round that they kind of have to push aside and forget. But being 9-0, being this position, Eyeballers already a map up to none. You know, we're running accelerated schedules here. I feel like my day could end very early here, Hayes, if Eyeballers convert this last.
Well, you have to go and say something about it, didn't you? Just put
Well,
the monkey on
do you
the
know
back.
what, though? I would like to see a close game between these guys. Because I think you're right. If Nexus do actually have a formidable CT side, you know, if they are able to put the pieces together, you know, if their strategy works out a little better on the CT side, we know they're a competent team when it comes to the T side, you know, when it goes to the attack, and they've got this map red hook, line, and sinker, but it's just such a deficit to work back from at this point that you really do just believe less and less.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's still not completely over. It's not like, yeah, this game's a mere formality from here. There is still a world in which Nexus are able to make something of this. There's still 6 rounds left in the half here, including this one. And right now, they've got the man advantage in play. Peps are going to try and get that man back in to level out the numbers. Not going to happen. At least Shine does bring it back into a one-man game. Where do Eyeballers go from here is the question. They don't have any obvious options available.
Difficult. It has just been synonymous with this Eyeballers side, though, that even when they've been winning rounds, it has been from deficits like this. This might just be a bit too far. I know we saw the 2v4 with JW and Sapek in the previous investment. 35 seconds. This round's a lot more constricting, and that is unfortunate timing. Flusher's making all the noise in the world towards B, and that's going to beckon all the troops, and the bomb's making its way towards A. Oh, this is so smart from Eyeballers. Look at the space that Shine's just been offered.
And they're going to hear the smoke. They're going to realize their transgressions. Bomb plant comes through here. There's no kit, by the way, as well, Retro. No kit. Means time is absolutely of the essence. Surely not another 2 versus 4. That would just be devastating. That would probably be the final nail in the coffin here for Nexus.
Yeah.
Shine and Flusher taking up their positions. Nexus taking a lot of time. They have a flash. Shine's just on an off angle in the open right now.
Oh,
look at how much damage has been done. It's the wallbang from Flusher. That's what takes the bait. Shine is able to get a kill for free. Ragged does step into the plate, but it's the jaws of death that he steps into. And Modo is just backpedaling, desperately trying to save his sniper. Eyeballers have done it again.
The sequence that round occurs, right? Flusher goes aggressive B, makes the noise, gets the frag, falls back, Shine walks up A, gets a bomb plant. And the fact that Flusher just spams through the yellow wall, just connecting everything. It's so much damage. As you say, it falls for bait. Shine, it's an easy kill, served on a silver platter. And from there, you're playing 2v2. The bomb's already halfway ticked. You have no kit. There's just not enough time to justify everything to work for Nexus. It's 10-0. We're yet to see a pause. We're yet to see anything to try and stop this momentum. They just know at this point, Eyeballers have got them done in every single round. No matter the route, they just know how to win.
I don't know how they come back from that. Look at the mishmash of an investment here as well. I mean, Modo has his AWP. A couple players are fully invested in the round here. Retro, and you know when that happens, that's normally the sign of a team tapping out. You got 3 players with no money in the bank, 2 players who have ecoed for the next. Completely disjointed here from Nexus. Might be the white flag being waved in the distance as Eyeballers march 1 step closer. 11-0. And it's understandable why losing that 10th round would be enough to break their mental, considering how this game's gone so far.
Yeah, it's sad to see that Nexus's CT side fall so stagnant, especially after what we saw on Mirage, right? Like, it wasn't exactly a great performance, but it wasn't as bad as this one.
No. There was certainly some competition.
Bad is a harsh word, but 11-0, I don't think there's any other word you can use to summarize this half from Nexus. They just don't know how to break Eyeballers up, right? Like, they go aggressive ramp that round. The rhythm is perfect, by the way, from Eyeballers. Like, the double swing from Yellow and from close sandbag. Like, the trades are always going to be imminent. And from there, right, they just wander out towards site. The path of least resistance is just to get the bomb down, play for the post plant. All the kills just kind of, like, flurry on in, just here and there. 11-0. The best they can do is 4 on the CT side for Nexus. Painful. Real painful.
Yeah, it is painful to watch, man. It's pretty brutal. I mean, at least it's not going to be costing them the opportunity, the chance entirely to get into the playoffs. They will have another chance to come back and fight tomorrow.
Very true.
So at least it's not completely devastating for their campaign, but they certainly would have hoped to have put up more of a fight. Either way, 11-0. Eyeballers in complete control. If you're just joining us, they're leading the series 1-0 here as well after winning on Mirage, 16-11 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I think it doesn't matter the scoreline, right? It's the fact that Nexus in map 1, sure, it was their pick. They look very competent, very sort of self-sufficient, right? Like, that's the whole thing that was going for them, right? Is like, okay, sure, this is the Eyeballers pick, but they start on the CT side. They're pretty decent on Vertigo, sort of in terms of game history. This, I don't know, it just feels like Eyeballers have found a way to flip the off switch, and Nexus don't know quite how to activate themselves. It's pretty disappointing stuff. This round has ended in a 3v3, but yet again, there's a caveat. It's Pepzor in middle, and he's got great timing and the perfect movement to counter this AWP. And he's just going to be able to drop into B. He waits for the smoke to fade. He'll be sailing to his team. Guys,
no.
I can flank A. This is free. I've shot your AWPer out. You guys can commit wherever. I'm just going to lurk about and make sure these kills come in.
Okay, wait, Raga, Spidey senses tingle, and he does turn back in towards the B bomb side. JW's gone down over towards A. There could be a chance here. If Raga gets this kill into Flusher, that would be absolutely everything they do. Cross paths, Flusher going to be able to come up with the kill. That is absolutely massive. Now he can come through and find the bomb plant. Pepzor now finds himself on the front lines once again. Smek going to be coming in with a bit of contact, spotted out there, and Pepzor wasn't actually seen, so he knows he's got a good idea of what's going on. Smek doesn't have a kit, so he's looking to just try and charge his way forward right now.
Going to be over. It's going to be number 12. No two ways about it. Pepzor waiting patiently, hearing all those steps. The FAMAS dancing between the left and the right. Pepzor, a man of discipline, and he'll allow Flusher to take first contact. He was ready and primed to swing if he was needed, but not a necessity to find Eyeballers their 12th. And as you can see, right, the numbers, everything, it's just, it's savage. There's no other description. I said it as a bad CT half from Nexus, but as much as I can sit here and flame Nexus for not showing up, you've got to give it to Eyeballers, man. It's towards ramp, towards mid, towards B. It doesn't matter where you put them. They're winning gunfights, they're hitting shots, and the cohesion is so on point. Nexus don't know how to get into this game.
Yeah, they haven't been able to set a foot in it. I mean, they had 2 versus 4s in their favor. Haven't been able to win either of those, and outside of those rounds, it's just been completely one-way traffic. And look at the numbers in terms of the kill distribution for Eyeballers as well, by the way. Everybody between 10 and 14 kills, so very even spread. All of them, all 5 players on Eyeballers are out-fragging the top fragger on the side of Nexus, so that also says a lot.
Yeah. I think that's just because of the nature of the scoreline, right? Like, it's just literally both go hand in hand. One happens because of the other. You're losing the game hard, that's because you're not fragging, and you're not fragging because you're losing the game hard. That vicious circle. Nexus needed to find a way to break it, and if I'm honest, I'm not too sure what's the shout right now. You know, if we've got a coach in the server today or not. I think 6 rounds ago, if Nexus were losing 6-0, you've got to be calling for a pause, man. You've got to be breaking that momentum because Eyeballers have just been able to chain it all together, right? Round after a round, they haven't been stopped. Nexus haven't given themselves 30 seconds to think. They've just been schooled every single time.
Big kill there to open up space in towards middle. Eyeballers have actually not really... I mean, it's not like they've got the opening pick in every single one of these rounds they've been winning either, by the way. They've actually done really well in terms of winning rounds that they haven't had the opening frag as well, which there's been quite a few of. And this is another one of them. They've got the kill in middle, but there's a lot of response here from Nexus. In fact, they've kind of swarmed mid with 3 players of their own. JW with AWP is pushing through. Beautiful crossfire set up. Bait taken by Smek, and Adames thrives as a result. JW desperately trying to get himself into the round, but he knows that best option is to save the AWP. Money doesn't look phenomenal for Eyeballers, and Nexus are finally able to break the deadlock and get themselves around on the board. So here's my question then, man. Why aren't Nexus choosing to start on the T side of Vertigo if this is Eyeballers map pick and they had that choice?
Okay, so my thought process always is, I think Anubis is the only map that I would even remotely consider starting on the T side, and that is simply because when you're defending, it's it's Eyeballers that have to strategize first, right? It's on them to keep the communication up. It's on them to make sure that all of their knowledge and everything is sequential and in check. And technically, while Nexus T side is better, it's still a CT sided map, right? So while their win distribution is better on the T side, that doesn't mean they're having bad CT halves. It just naturally means they're better when they're attacking. So for me, that would be my assumption, my whole 2 cents on this one. You are right, like Nexus are a good T-sided team, but that shouldn't deter them from starting on the CT side because, they are a good team on this map in general, but clearly not good enough as Flusher just wanders on out and finds a double.
Yeah, so this round dead in the water. Just to really talk about how diabolical their CT side has been recently. In their most recent games they played, they played before this against iNation, they were down. They lost the half 12-3, so they got 3 rounds on their CT side.
Okay.
In their game against Into the Breach, they managed to get a 10-5 half starting on the T side, and then they lost the second half 11-1. They got 1 round on their CT side after it's 10-5 half on their T side. Against Falcons, they start CT side, they go down 13-2 on the half. So, and these are some of their most recent results. I'm not just cherry picking like games that happened in November last year or something. But yeah, exactly. So, I mean, they've had diabolical CT sides as of late on the map. And, I mean, they're just not going to win. Doesn't matter how good their T side is. They're just not going to be able to win and capitalize on that good T side if they can't figure out the CT side.
What can you do from this spot, right? You're 13-1 down, as you said. The T sides have been a lot better than the CTs, but when you're giving yourself such little wiggle room and, not really giving yourself the whole lot to work with, it's pretty hard. Like, I'm even struggling to formulate words as to, Like, how can you reason with Nexus being in this position and winning the game? Statistically, by the way, it has never been done before on Vertigo for someone to win from 13-1 down. Never, ever on HLTV. And that's not just Tier 1 CS, that's not just Tier 1 and Tier 2. That is every single game from every region ever on Vertigo. 13-1 has never been done.
Never come back from a 13-1 deficit. Wow.
Yeah.
Is that on the T side or either half?
It doesn't matter. From whatever position.
Okay, that's insane.
So you're gonna have to go.
I can't believe that. That's incredible.
You're gonna have to go record breaking if you wanna say hello to a map 3 for Nexus.
And it's against the individuals who are looking as good as they are right now for Eyeballers. I just don't see a world in which that's gonna happen. Modo playing with fire right now as he looks to just try and get back to the safety of the A-bomb side, but Pepsor will chase him down just as he thinks he's gotten to a position of safety. BTN again playing around the edge of the smoke, and again the same result. JW gets that frag on him. And I think that position just become too telegraphed. It's just become super popular, Retro. Everybody's using that one way, then they creep up and they sit on the edge of the smoke. Now the T's are pretty much ready for that fight every time. Raga jumping around, jumps to his death, falls off the building. Flusher finishes it on 14-1. It's going to be a formality in the second half, guys, but don't go anywhere after the short break.
A record-breaking, a game-defying comeback required out of Nexus on their T side if they want to see this through. You know, I raised the point from the position that they're in. It hasn't been done before. It's never been taken to overtime before, never mind that. So you really are going to need something well out of the ordinary to be able to deliver a third map here for us. Eyeballers now on the CT side, basically a pistol round win away from securing this series. Flusher will find the first. Glocks go running in, trying to hunt out. That's a great nade from Flusher, and a sick shot from the US key. He's blind, not that it matters. Modo and Smek will both find frags, and hold on! The Glocks have done damage. It's just Pepsor left 1 versus 2. Modo flanks upon, and the spam is good, but Smek's in for a trade, and a pistol round. The start to the recovery is gathered by Nexus.
I mean, what a way for them to fight back, almost giving Eyeballers a bit of a taste of their own medicine. 2v4, 2v5, either way. Great fight back there from Modo and Smek, just holding down the line. Kills coming in quick succession. I thought that Nexus had kind of fumbled the round with how aggressive they had gotten, trying to push deep into the bomb side. I thought they should have just settled with the plants and fallen back into some post-plant positions, but they kept aggressing, and that cost them a lot of lives. But then Eyeballers weren't actually able to finish the round off, so now they have to full eco. And it's a chance for Nexus to make this a 14-3 scoreline, but man, still just such an absolutely massive mountain to be climbed here.
Yeah, Ollie in towards the default angle. BTN doesn't even check the angle. Shine's just upgraded to a Mac 10. Not that it matters, as Modo will have his way with him. Second SMG frag to come in as well as Anubis. I'll take care of Flusher. 4v3. This is going to be a very, very easy conversion for Nexus, but of course this was an eco for Eyeballers. We're expecting rifles in the next. We're expecting them to be able to bring out something special. I mean, well, I say they bring out something special if you know, Eyeballers need something special on the CT side. Nexus needs something stratospheric to put us back in the game and you know, at least give us signs of maybe seeing an Inferno, which would have been cool between these two teams, but likelihood of the matter is never happening.
Do you have the sample size of how many maps are considered? You know, you were mentioning that no team's ever come back from 13-1. Do you have the actual number of how many maps are analyzed in that?
13-1, that is only 75 times it's happened. all time, all matches. All
Yeah, but how
rankings.
many matches is it actually analyzing? Like,
Oh,
you
every
know,
single one. I don't
yeah,
have
but
the.
oh, it doesn't have the number. I was wondering, like, is it like in the thousands or, you know?
I'll have a
Look
look
at,
for you.
as we do see Sapik just reigning supreme towards the top of A ramp right now, asserting his dominance, and it doesn't look like he wants to back off after those first 2 kills either. He needs to make sure he doesn't bite off more than he can chew, and he actually does hang around, and overstay is welcome. With that, he falls, as does JW. So still somewhat doable here for Nexus, despite the low HP on Adam S. 2v3.
All right. It's considered on 5,518
Wow.
times. So the sample size is
that's...
pretty mega.
that's what I was looking for. Okay, that's insane.
Yeah, it's not like it was, you know, only taken in from the start of 2020. It literally all time. And that's even on like old renditions of Vertigo. That's even on like the first version of Vertigo ever played. If there's ever been a show match on Vertigo that was on HLTV, it'd also be included. Like, you know, even the most troll of troll games
Yeah.
included. Like, it's never happened.
Insane.
"30 seconds. Unfortunate timing for Flusher. He'll know about it now. Unfortunately, the hard way. That is a smoke that can manage to look around. He's more scared of what's up close than what's ahead of him. BTN will find one. Shine does trade. Flusher, of course, now being towards CT. He'll drop the molly, forcing your low HP player of Adam S towards quad. This round. Oh, okay. I don't like that Flusher's gone in solo, but fortunately for Shine, being low HP, doesn't really matter. He's able to pick up the frag. There's an AK included as well in the package. He'll pick up a kit and a smoke, everything. Maybe even go running.
No.
Oh, dude,
There's no ways. The BM is
disrespect to do
insane.
that.
Oh,
You know-
I really wish he clipped the edge of the wall there, man. That would have been the best.
The funniest thing about that is the last time I watched Eyeballers, Flusher did exactly that, and he fell off the map, and it cost him the game.
So do you think? Oh, it cost them the game?
Well, to be fair, it was like I think it was like 14-10, 14-9.
Wow,
And,
that's
like,
so much
Eyeballers
more
were
ballsy to
losing.
do it at that scoreline.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't like in that exact position where the game was over, but it was like 2v2 retake. His teammate kills the first, and then he falls off the map because he tried to do the jump to like
Okay.
surprise the player. So it wasn't
But
like
it wasn't
the
like
same
a
context.
for
but it
fun
was-
type of thing.
No,
Yeah. I see. That's different for sure. And maybe that's even what Shine was just, you know,
Yeah, he's
having a
laughing
bit of
like,
fun
yo,
with.
Flusher, this is how you do it,
Yeah,
man.
exactly. That is going to be Moto finding the opening kill. Sapik does get a frag back, doubles down
man.
onto BT, and I thought that this would be the round for Nexus, but no, Sapik says enough is enough. He's done with Nexus, done playing with this toy. Wants to move on to the next, and the next set of toys is going to be coming in the playoffs. There'll be a lot more bite in those teams, that's for sure. Pepsor and Flusher, a chance to finish off the map, and with that, the series, but they do have a deficiency in terms of the weaponry. Pepsor with the aerial vision spots out the ghost of Adam S.
Yeah, now it's just Moto. 1 versus 2. Still got a minute to work with. Deagle in his pockets as well as the AWP, so it's not terrible. At least he's got the one-shot headshot to work with. Trying to isolate these fights. He did make a step over the metal grating, so that's something that Eyeballers will pick up and pay good care to.
Yeah.
As obviously approaches towards B, both players have rotated in. To be fair, it is an MP9 in the hands of Flusher and only a FAMAS in the hands of Pepsor.
Double nade.
Moto. Yeah, I was going to say, you've got to be careful what you wish for here, fella. If you plant in the wrong place, you are going to be torched by these HEs. Flusher did spot him. Information goes both ways. MP9 soars on in, tries to find the shot, but it's not meant to be. 16-3, Eyeballers will have their way. 2-0, convincing fashion on their map pick, and you can't argue they didn't deserve it. In the first 10 rounds or so, we really saw them show up, and that's how it's going to be. Eyeballers send Nexus to a deciding game to the 2-2, and as for Eyeballers, as you said, they're in playoffs.
Yeah, complete and utter domination coming through there from Eyeballers on Vertigo. That was a phenomenal performance from them. And just reminding everybody what they're capable of on the map as well, because before that map, they lost it 3 consecutive times. So good to see them with some, you know, strong form on the map, reminding everybody what they're capable of. That was a really solid T-side coming through from them. All the individuals on really good form, on point across the board. So that was good to see as well. And yeah, Eyeballers in the playoffs. And as for their opponents, well, they're going to have to come back again tomorrow and fight Will Nexus in that 2-2 bracket to try and get themselves into the playoffs.
Yeah, difficult times, of course, but for Eyeballers, it's celebrations today. They, of course, make top 16. They get some more points in the CCT circuit, and they can continue to progress through this tournament, of course. West Europe Group Stage Series 1, still not done just yet. We have one more best of 3, but it's new faces. Me and Hayes Or Hayes, you here for the
I
final
am,
game? Or?
yeah,
Oh,
myself
there you
and
go.
Papa got that one.
One new face. I'm gone. I'm done with my day. You know, I'm gonna go and enjoy it. And listen, man, there's more CS to enjoy. RMRs are going on later as well. Hayes, like today is mega, right? So if you got a day off, you're in a good place because there's gonna be a lot of streaming, a lot of action, and a lot more to come here on CCT. But from me, that's it. Hayes, enjoy the next game, brother. And to you guys at home, have a great day, and we'll see you in just a minute for the last BO3.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One expect.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
God damn, we're moving through the schedule quickly today. 2 back-to-back best of 3s moving breezily, Pop, as we do shift into the third and final game of the day. We replace the beautiful Ryan with the beautiful Pop coming in to join me here in the hot seat. Alongside on the microphone, man. I mean, we've been casting quite a lot together lately, and, well, you missed your Romanian compatriots in the previous match, but we got Coalesce versus Illuminar here as the last game of the day.
Maybe I'm their lucky charm, because certainly their game was... not that great, but I guess everyone is trying to get to the qualifiers, right? To the open qualifiers later on today. So maybe that's why everyone is just breezing through the best of 3s. But now Coalesce taking on Illuminar, I feel like this is a very interesting one, right? Because Coalesce, they got their first win by winning against Endpoint, which was a really important point to make, right? They also won against BLUEJAYS, but they lost to iNation. And to be honest, iNation, they just 3-0'd the group. They're looking really good, but they still got a map off of that, off of them. Now, Illuminar, they're coming in at the 2-1 score. And would you have expected Illuminar to be here at the 2-1? Only at the 2-1, especially after winning against basically evil geniuses.
Yeah, I think 3-0 probably would have been where most people expected them, and it means that they certainly expected to go through here 3-1, right? They're the big favorites over Coalesce, but Coalesce have done really well to get themselves in the 2-1 bracket. It's a very different sort of lens that you look at them through when you see them in the same bracket as Illuminar, as we do see the Polish roster on our screens. Now, these guys have been in the ascendancy lately. They've been in some phenomenal form. Masked on the AWP continues to impress. Morel's on the rifle also great himself. Beanox and Zan proving to be a very proficient trio in terms of the rifles on this Polish squad. And then Tao, the leader of the team, he's no slouch when it comes to the fragging either. And this Illuminar, it feels like this Illuminar team is just turning heads at the moment. They're getting a lot of people's attention, and with good reason as well.
And well, now looking on to Coalesce, they are a very interesting team, right? Because I think they've been together for just almost a month now. At least that's what HLTV tells us about the lineup there. But maybe they've been together before as well. Maybe they played as I'm pretty sure they played as a mix, right? They were one pin, and they are an up-and-coming team. They beat technically the best UK team, if you can call Endpoint a UK team, or an UK org, right? Because they do have 2 UK players, and usually they do use Thomas if they need to play in if they need a 3-man roster from the UK 3-man core, I should say. Now, looking onto Coalesce, they are looking very interesting. Again, they won against Endpoint, won against BLUEJAYS, but lost to iNation, and I wouldn't really beat them about that. Like iNation, they're playing really well. They did take Ancient off of iNation, and it was in overtime, but the other 2 maps were basically pretty one-sided. Overpass was 16-5, Inferno was a 16-6. But I still feel like they can surprise here. Azuo, he was the one that Freddy was highlighting usually as a really good individual player. And if I'm not mistaken, he's the best rated player at the moment of the team. Really close to Morel, who's Illuminar's best rated player. And just by being a new team and also a very young team, the average age is 20.9. You can say 21, yeah? So being an average team, having an average of 21 years old, right? And also just now coming into the scene, I feel like this is a very interesting team to follow their progress in.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how they develop as a team and the heights that they're able to reach as well. They've got a very tough task on their hands. They're playing against Illuminar because, yes, they did beat BLUEJAYS to get into the 2-1 bracket, but it's not a massively impressive victory considering the turmoil BLUEJAYS are in right now. Casanito didn't even play in that game, so that tells you all you need to know. Anyway, shifting the conversation from the teams into the veto. Inferno picked by Coalesce, Anubis picked by Illuminar. I love that. I can't wait to see the map. It's a map that they have a 100% win rate on the past 7 times they've played it. They haven't lost on the map yet on an official, and Overpass will be the decider. I mean, Illuminar really didn't matter which way this veto went. They were always going to have a comfortable time in it.
Yeah, and I just feel like I don't know what the Anubis of Coalesce will bring, right? Because they only played against Viperio and a team called Dripman when they were still 1P. That was in December.
Last year.
And it was a win and a loss. Now, Illuminar, they have a really strong Anubis. Their best win is tied. Well, they played Nexus in the CCT West Europe series and they won 16-3. That is not usually a map that Nexus plays. I think that was their first game on Anubis, so that wasn't the great showing. They did beat Ikla on this map as well, and we know Ikla is a very strong team. They're very strong individuals, and also they complete each other really well on that team. Now Anubis was the first time that Ikla played it, and for the first time still getting 12 rounds against a team like Illuminar is still looking pretty great. But I do feel like Inferno is a very important map to win for Coalesce, because I'm not gonna say that Illuminar are 100% gonna win Anubis, but the chances are pretty high, right? They're on 100% win rate in the past 7 maps, and they don't really want to mess that up. They want to keep that 100% short.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are on a hot streak on Anubis. That is, that is no second guessing that one, especially as you mentioned with the names of the teams that they've beaten as well. It is a legit streak that they're on, and not just stomping low tier opposition. So I agree with you. Inferno feels like a must-win affair here for Coalesce if they are going to stand a chance of competing in the series. If it does go to Overpass, it's a map they've played a few times, but still very comfortable for Illuminar. So it's going to be so difficult. It's going to be a big upset here if the UK boys are able to come out on top in this match. It kind of feels like Illuminar are actually now trying to prove that they're kind of capable of performing at the top level of tier 2. You kind of look at them a bit differently to how you used to. It's no more a question of, okay, like these guys can pull up an upset every now and again. You know, it's not so much about what their potential is. We're actually seeing them realizing that potential. The additions of Zan and Beanox have completely unlocked this Illuminar roster.
I feel like they are sometimes a little bit of a hit and miss, because they were in a very good winning streak, and they also beat Evil Geniuses and Forze. I think that was the North Europe playoffs, indeed. So they lost to Aurora, which is not surprising. Aurora, they only lost to Astralis, and I think that's the only loss that they have in
it is.
a very long time. They also lost to Nexus, which is weird for Illuminati, just judging by how they were getting through so far. They did win against Ingentium, but also then lost against Ikla. I did say Ikla is a very good team, and the players are very good individually, but I still feel like Illuminar would have been stronger than them. So by them being hit or miss, this is not a chance, it should be a chance for Coalesce as well. But I don't know if Coalesce are really up to the task. I guess it is up to them to show us if they are actually up to the task. They are in a 2-1 bracket, so they did get here with very impressive wins, at least the one against Endpoint, because yes, against BLUEJAYS, they are struggling a little bit, but I still feel like BLUEJAYS individually, they might be better players than the ones on Coalesce, but they still won that game. They lost against iNation, but again, iNation, they have a really good season so far, I guess I could call it, and it all remains to be seen on the map, and we are getting ready. We are very close to starting off this best of 3. Inferno will be the map to start us off, and I'll give it to Coalesce. They have more experience on this map in the previous 3 months. 58% out of 12 maps. Illuminar 50 out of 8 maps. But it could be a very fought out map, and we do see Illuminar starting on the CT side, Coalesce, they're on the T side.
Yeah, of course, Illuminar have the choice of sides coming into the map here. They've had some pretty rough form on Inferno as of late, as you sort of infer there. And let's see if they can turn that around. Coalesce, as we dressed up in the pregame, must win here on Inferno going into Anubis. They need to have that buffer behind them. And I don't see... I'm going to just stick my neck out at the beginning here. I think that Coalesce is just going to... I think that they're probably going to get stomped. I wouldn't... Okay, maybe not. Maybe that's a bit of a reach, but I think that it's going to be a really difficult game for them. And I don't see a world in which Coalesce should win this, to be completely honest with you. I think these two teams are in a different league right now. They're a different class. Illuminar breaking into the high levels of tier 2, while Coalesce is still just trying to prove themselves as a roster, at this level in the first place. So completely different positions either way. Let's see, maybe Coalesce can prove me completely wrong. Grouped up in apartments, they're going to look to try and break in towards A.
And the push comes in. Zan is the first one to go down. But look at the answer from Morels and Mast. No one's getting into pit while the 2 poles are there, and Docs, he's the last one standing. All of a sudden going down to Mast. Wonderful defense there. 4 players on that A site, and just by having Zan there, they didn't even think that it could still be a couple of players left in pit. Wonderful defense by Illuminar, and nothing nothing could be said about that defense. It was just perfect. The situation was just perfect.
Yeah, it absolutely was. Beautiful kills coming through there to just immediately shut it down. And you look at this Illuminar roster, all 5 of these players are okay. I mean, outside of Tao, all of these players are incredibly good. They're incredibly talented. I'm not saying he isn't, but he is the weaker fragger on the roster. But he does take a lot of initiative. He takes a lot of space. He takes a lot of the rougher roles. But it's not like he's completely incapable in the fragging department. You know, he does have a 0.99 rating in the past few months, as we see an easy cleanup from Illuminar here. This was an eco from Coalesce. We didn't expect too much out of them. But my point is that there's no one to exploit here for Coalesce. There's no easy fights. There's no easy players. They're going to have to be at their top level if they're going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Illuminar squad.
Now, Coalesce, they will be able to buy up here. It's going to be their first buy, and this is their first chance to make a statement against Illuminar, because so far we were talking how this should be a very good map for Coalesce. They have more experience, but even with that, we did see the wonderful defense that Illuminar are putting up here against the UK-based team, or mainly UK team, right? Shine is from Norway, and KRSN, he's from Bulgaria, but we do have a UK core. Now, Zan is getting the nade ready to just deal some damage there onto Shine. Not a lot, which is not really a problem for Coalesce, as they are holding down most of the angles. Banana is in their control, and Illuminar are not really fighting for it. There's only 2 players towards the B side, and you're going to risk a lot if you try and get that done. But towards A, Mass could be surprised, because he also has that MP9. The AK, of course, is a little bit stronger, but in the close duels, oh, exactly what you were saying. He's taking initiative. He's taking the peaks. He's trying to get that info that Illuminar are lacking for now.
Yeah, he knows there's a player tucked in towards the logs as well. Dox will just absolutely destroy Zan, though. And Tao knows he's in a very important position. He does have some support from Beanox. Oh my god. Kills just continue to roll through. Coalesce with the first frag in the round, but after that, it's just a sea of blue in the kill feed. Finally, Christian going to be able to get a kill back, but 1v3, not a huge amount of time left. And look where the bomb is. It's towards the bottom of T-ramp. The CTs don't actually know this, and Morels and Beanox are fairly low right now, so maybe there's a world Christian can make something happen. No. Beanox will finish it off. 3-0, Illuminar win the first gun round. So just want to chat about this one, Pop. I've never cast the Bulgarian player Christian before, so I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce his name. I think it's... I know his first name is Christian, so I'm assuming it's some sort of a play on that. So I don't know if it's just like the 7 is a T and it's pronounced Kristen, or if it is indeed like the English CH pronunciation, so the Christian. So I don't know if you have any info on that.
Well, I the first time I casted him, it was with Freddy, and Freddy called him KRSN, so I guess that's...
KRSN? Okay,
yeah, I guess
that's I would definitely trust Freddy for sure. You'd assume he would know, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That
but
little
I expected Christian at first as well. Now, as we talk about him, Beanox will take down Azuo, so that is the good start for Illuminar. But we'll see what if Christian or KRSN. Well, let's just focus on KRSN, because he gets the headshot on Zan, so he gets something done.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the name is; it's what you get done in the server. Is an eco round of sorts here for Coalesce, of course. Max round loss bonus behind them, so they've got a few upgraded pistols, a little bit of utility as well. KRSN able to have a lot of impact. That's the second kill coming through from him to level it back into the 3 versus 3A bomb site, feeling the pressure. Beanox has rotated across, but he doesn't have much health right now, so with KRSN on the tear he's on, might be able to find himself another victim. He does. Cuts the map down the middle. All kills in the round coming through from one man.
Oh, tough situation here for Mast. Is he up to the task so far? 4 frags for him. Gets the some tags on the first player, but gets rid of the second and the third. KRSN now in a 1-on-2. Needs the ace to get the round in his team's favor. Mast, oh, he's gonna know. He's gonna know, or he reacts. KRSN, he had a chance there to make it a 1-on-1, but Mast is here to play 7-1. And his reactions and timings are just wonderful. I mean, catching the 2 other players as he was playing in the off angle, not trying to give his position away. Very well done there by Mast.
Yeah, he could not have played that situation better. There's nothing he could have done there. The angle that he holds initially, the off angle, so he sees the player crossing into the side, he does a lot of damage, and he just swings out and lines up the next two, sprays them both down. I mean, it wasn't eco for Coalesce, so the fact they get as much damage done as they do is certainly going to be regarded as a success. Beanox wants to inflict some damage early of his own, but Zuru will shut him down. Tau is the next man to step up to the plate, though. The aggression continues to come through from the CT side in waves.
Oh, wow. He did spot a player there. That was Zoo. The molly was extinguished, and Zoo nails the headshot onto 12. Now Morels is trying to get a little bit more aggressive, but he's alone towards this B site. The rotation is slowly coming in, but Morels is not up to the task. Leaf takes him down. That is actually his first kill in this one, in this map so far. Zan in the smoke in CT, can't really see anything. He's gonna peek, I guess, as soon as he hears the bomb plant. He's gonna walk out, gets a frag, but there's a couple of players looking towards him. So Mast is in a 1-on-3, trying to save this M4, and
yeah,
it would be the best decision, right? Because his teammates all have money, so just save the weapon rather than AK, which is not that bad, and they're gonna buy into the next one. But Coalesce, they're gonna get their first round on the board.
They didn't have to do a huge amount in that round either. They just had to punish the aggression that was thrown at them by the CT side. Zoo does a really good job to move amongst the chaos and continue to have impact there in Banana as well. Just good composure out of him, I would say. That's something you're gonna get out of this Illuminar team when you play against them on Inferno as well. They're gonna constantly be aggressing in Banana. Even when it seems like they're at a disadvantage, they're still keen to keep up with it. They really go all in. And they've got the players that like to play that type of style as well. That's where Tau feels the most comfortable. But when it doesn't work out, it can look quite ugly, and that's an example of it.
Now Coalesce, they're going to use this opportunity to try and get a lot more done, but we do see Illuminar straight away going for a tactical pause, and I like that. I mean, their defense was broken through by Coalesce, and they need to solve that problem as fast as they can, right? They are on the enemy's map pick, so they don't want to get them or let them take control, the reins of the match here. So we do see a couple of MP9s. I feel like that could be the chance for Coalesce to push through. But one of those MP9s is on Toao, and as we've seen so far, and as you pointed out earlier, he's the one getting up close and personal. And with any weapon that you can have, the MP9, you want to get up close and personal with. You want to get that close quarter combat started with the T side. And well, we'll see if they actually manage to go towards that B side, because Toao is, of course, the one defending there. They do have a third player towards B, so maybe they can try and be aggressive. I do see Beanox as well with the M4. I was thinking maybe Toao and Morels, they want to go together with those two MP9s, but no, a lot of mollies used, and they get a lot of control already. They have full control of Banana, but it can be retaken by Coalesce.
This is by design, right? Look at how much utility Coalesce have just held onto at the start of the round, so they're happy to allow Illuminar to play their games, and then they're going to have their say afterwards. And actually, Beanox forfeits that forward position, so Tarkin rotates across towards the A bomb site. Might not be the worst decision. I don't think Coalesce are going to be entirely committing to A here. I think that this is just about making sure that Illuminar don't have any info in towards mid. Still need to double back and make sure that they force any forward or potentially forward players back in towards that B bomb site. They can't allow Illuminar to have all that information. They'll certainly be aware of that.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Toao, he is expecting a push through Arch, as there's a smoke towards Library, but there's no push coming in just yet. The fake could rotate Toao off. As I say that, Toao gets a quick peek into mid. Oh, Christian will find Morels. And now they're going to push into A. And for now, Zan, he's all alone. They keep on rotating towards that B side. The fake works perfectly for Coalesce. Only one player here caught out by Docs, and that is basically round done. A 5-on-3. Basically, no reason for Illuminar to risk trying to retake this one. Of course, they have the player disadvantage, so they just want to save those 3 weapons. And the fake, and I feel like all of the things that happened all of the things that Coalesce did just sold the fake perfectly, right? Because they
Yes.
weren't peeking into mid. There was a fake going on towards that B site. At the same time, they get a kill in A apartment, so they spot only one player. So they're thinking, well, this is the lurker, so they're going towards B. But it was all a fake, and it was perfectly executed by Coalesce. Illuminar had no idea what was going on, and Zan, well, he had no chance.
Yeah, really good mid-round decisions coming through there from Coalesce, just reading the situation very nicely as to what the best approach was, considering the kills they had gotten, considering the map control that they had. That fake towards the B-bomb site worked out perfectly, drew 2 players across immediately. The kill in apartments meant that they had the great opportunity to go towards A, and they seized it immediately. Illuminar are now going to have to eco around these 3 guns that they saved. They will be able to afford a buy in the next, so at least they're still going to have a little bit of, at least they're still going to have a little bit of bite coming into this round here. It's not a hard eco with just USPs. But they're still going to have to approach this one with caution.
Well, now, having only Tuao towards that B site, and oh, the nade, dealing some good amount of damage to Tuao. Shoulder by Docs. Getting some info through, but at the same time, Mast, he was going towards CT spawn. The rotation towards B, for now, not being called, but again, they are split up here, Coalesce, and the plans so far have been very interesting on the side of Coalesce. We'll see if Illuminar this time. I don't think they're gonna be fooled that easy next time, right? Because they did fall for it once, and next time they're gonna be paying more attention. Big boost behind the smoke in long. Again, not spotting anyone. Coalesce playing really, really well inside apartments, and just getting a lot of control, and also putting a lot of pressure onto Illuminar. As now they're trying to get some info in mid. They're getting close. Oh, Doc spotted. Mast missing the chance, but they can just jump out of apartments because Morels is in short by himself.
Literally the best option to get in towards the A bomb site was to go through apps. No resistance at all in the site itself. Mask gets a kill through the smoke, but the only hope was if Morels could make something happen from quad. He gets found out by a Zoo, and with that Coalesce pretty much lock in their 3rd round here. Nice kill from Mask being boosted up. They can't afford to go for this. Wait, what? And that's an insane kill coming through from Mask.
Wow.
Just a couple of reaction shots there through the smoke. He gets the kill, continues to make his way forward. Mask is just a one-man army at this point. Nobody can stop him, and he's going to be able to get the ace as well. Mask is a man on a mission, and he will find the 5th for Illuminar.
Wow, what a play from Mast. I mean, that shot on Azul was just nasty. And after that, the reactions was just perfect. Mast, he's having an amazing game so far. He's 12-1. An ace to put Illuminar on 5. And wow, that's gonna hurt for Coalesce. Because they basically did nothing wrong. It wasn't basically a throw. It was just Mast playing out of his mind with that AK. And he swaps to the op, interestingly enough. Now, even though he's doing really well with the weapon, of course, you're gonna need the long-range weapon, the big green as they call it, to take on Shine. But wow, I'm just so impressed by that play from Mast. It's just an insane retake there. Because you usually just save, right? You usually just save because you have even they had an USP in the mix, and also you had the player disadvantage. Usually just go for the safer play. No, this time they do try to go for it, and they do get it.
Yeah, insane skill on display coming through there from Masked. I mean, he had great impact in pit earlier on in the half. Multi-kill coming through from him there. And now he gets an ace to win another round for his team. Can they complement that with another round win here in the 8th? Oh, good damage. Beanox and Tao with a 1-2 punch there in towards Banana get 2 kills, and they both make it out alive as well. That's going to be forcing Coalesce's hand over towards the A bomb side, where there actually is a little bit of potential. There's a bit of space right now. Zan trying to cover both apps and short. Docs could find the timing. He actually finds the kill onto Mask, and Zan's gonna get forced out since the opening up by the molly. Eventually does deploy the smoke to give himself some cover. Can't get the kill on KRSN as he jumps out of apps. The flash is perfect. Into the 3v3 we go. Coalesce fight back in the round.
They do have control of the site, and they will get the bomb planted. Couple of flashes for Illuminar that they can use. Tuao is tagged up. That is a problem for them, and they also are going up against the op of Shine, and he gets the frag onto Tuao. That's the second smoke towards long, and that should be the save. I mean, if Beanox doesn't get the frag early here, even though he has the defuse kit, it's just going to be too late, and we do see them slowly backing away. So that is a good reaction from Coalesce. They will get themselves the third one on the board. And to be honest, very good reaction, considering how Illuminar just won an insane round, and Coalesce not being impacted by that is very important, especially, nice headshot there by Shine, especially being those young players, because we were talking about their median age. It is 21, and at that age, just not being phased by a lost round where you basically did nothing wrong, it is very impressive, and that's a very good asset to have.
Yeah, even the response in that round was really impressive as well. After they lost the first 2 picks in Banana, they went down into the 5 versus 3. They just immediately pivot their focus towards A. There was some miscommunication clearly between Masked and Morels, because Masked is left completely exposed to the apartments player, doesn't realize it. Once he goes down, Morels just has way too much work to do to try and maintain control of the site from pit. So Coalesce do a great job with the mid-round decision making once again. 5-3. Whoever wins this round gains the upper hand in the economic battle. In fact, more so for Coalesce than Illuminar, because the T side will be able to invest in the next round even if they lose. But you can't say the same about the CT side.
Now, a double up setup. I've heard recently that you go for a double up setup usually when you absolutely need to win the round. And when it is an important round ahead and you have to win it. I don't know if that applies to every situation, but I do understand the logic behind it, right? Because you want to invest the most when it is very important to win. Now, this round, it is fairly important, but Coalesce, they should be still able to buy into the next one, so it's not really like they're forcing them on eco. The problem is Illuminar are low on money, so for them, that means that it is a round that they have to win. So this time, he's the one playing the second op. He's not going to be up close and personal, but he's going to be ready to take the duels against the folks of Coalesce. Waiting for a quick peek, waiting for the execution to start, because there are 4 players towards that B site, and the smokes are coming through, the mollies as well. They're going to start pushing through, but that's a good nade. Some good damage. Leaf lower than half HP. Wow, peeking through the smoke. This is very daring. Beanox stays covering by himself so far, missing a chance on a kill. He's being held by the upper. How is Beanox still alive here? Gets one more.
Oh no, problem is Master's found out by KRSN on the opposite side of the map, and they know exactly where Zan is as well, so there should be no chance for him to make anything happen here in this situation. Walls are closing in on him. Best he could hope for is trying to fight to save his gun. Looks like he's going to rather just try and fight his way into the bomb site, but near flawless execute there from Coalesce. Util usage was perfect. That's why, even though there were 3 players on that B bomb site for Illuminar, it almost felt like they only had 1 player there, because none of them were able to support each other. Nobody was able to assist each other. 3 disjointed players all getting picked off one by one. Coalesce assume full control. Make it a 5-4 scoreline.
Now Zan, he's been doing good dodging the enemy players here, but the swap will be heard. KRSN is just going to push through. Zan running away. Will he be able to stay alive? Oh, yes, he will. There's not enough time for the pick from KRSN, so they will save the op. But the problem is, as I said, they are forced on an eco, so the op will be the only big threat to Coalesce in this 10th round. And so far, I mean, just judging by how Illuminar have started off this map, Coalesce, they came back into it wonderfully, not being concerned about anything that has happened so far, even though we did have an insane round again, won by Illuminar, that ace of mast. And now he's the one peeking in with the op towards mid, but didn't have the right timing. Oh, goes down to Shine, but the op can be picked up by the remaining players, and it's still a threat. That's the problem. They do take down the opper, but the op itself can just be used by another player.
Yeah, at least Coalesce are able to thin up the defense a little bit before they commit to an execute. As for Illuminar, they have a decent read in terms of where the round's going to finish here for Coalesce. more just a question about whether they'll be able to do anything about it or not, because it's 3 USBs and an AWP. Morel's going to have to go absolutely insane here if he's going to be able to make anything happen. Smoke does block off his vision, obscuring him slightly, but he does reposition. Holding the gap, holding the edge right now, completely blinded up. Doesn't hit the timing shot, and with that goes any chance of them winning the round. Very keen execute coming through from Coalesce, and Morels, he's going to just try and get out of dodge. He wants to save that AWP. Leaf is waiting to push through. That's a bad miss from Morels. Master's watching. He's got his head in his hands right now because he knows that AWP is not going to make it into the next round. And because of that, he won't have one to play with.
Oh yeah, that's very important. I take down the upper. Now, technically, Beanox can drop one, but I think that sacrifices his armor. And that's just too important to invest to. So they won't go for an op here, for a risky op. Illuminar. Coalesce, they do manage to tie it up. And now Illuminar, they're looking to fight back. They're looking to prevent Coalesce from getting the lead, but I can only feel like that's going to be very hard because Coalesce, they're playing really, really well on this T side. Again, maybe after this round, maybe a tactical timeout from Illuminar. The peak came in, but Leaf didn't land a headshot. So we could see a tactical timeout, but not necessarily. Wow, he's very ready for the peaks here, waiting for the flash. And will the flash come through? No, they're just peeking in, but oh, this is a problem. They lost 2 players already, and they're hesitating.
Yeah, Tau gonna extinguish the flames as well. Takes a lot of damage to the nade. Beanox gets absolutely destroyed. They know that Tau has to be there as well. I mean, he has to go down here. Surely there's no way he's gonna be able to get a kill before he does. If he does, that would just be completely criminal. Playing around the fringe of the smoke. He does step out, but Dox is there. Gets the kill. At least Masters arrived on the scene just in time. Deploys another smoke. That's what separates him and Coalesce. And he resides in the smoke, but KRSN spots him out. That's not going to be enough for him to commit straight through into the site, and with good reason. Morels is there as well, but Coalesce continues to take steps closer and closer.
Oh, Morels speaking out, getting the first one. Re-peek, and KRSN takes care of him. Zan now coming through from Banana. He's going to be held by the Opper. And it should be really hard for Zan to get anything done here. Maybe if he goes up on top of the boxes. No, Shine. He has the angle down. And that is the round 1 by Coalesce. But I can only feel like that push with the MP9 up close in the smoke was way too risky. And that was a free kill given away by Illuminar. Especially in that 3-on-3 situation, which wasn't all that bad, right? They had equal numbers. So you're not really forced to peek or to try and be aggressive, to try and equalize things or get some more info, because you have info from the players that have gone down. They got 2 frags and then they see another player, so at least you know someone's there. There's some presence towards Banana, and as we've seen, they were trying to push into that B site. Even the safer play would have been a better reality for Illuminar. Now playing the pistols, not gonna get easier. Not at all. They do have a couple of P250s, actually 3 P250s that can shine when they're spammed through when the enemy is up close. A deagle towards long. And Coalesce, they are looking very interested in this A site.
Good kill there from Morel's. Gonna have to be a lot more where that came from, though. Masked in apartments, P250, gonna get cleared here. Great crosshair placement from KRSN. Does he expect Zan to be coming through, though? Oh, Zan goes very slowly into the angle, so doesn't matter. Easy adjustment for the Bulgarian. And it's going to be an easy transition in towards the A-bomb side here. This T side continues to get better and better as the half goes on for Coalesce. I must say, impressed by what I've seen out of them so far. And some well-drilled, well-oiled Counter-Strike. No crazy risky stuff either. You know, pretty well calculated. Not overly aggressive. Sustainable approaches in terms of how they're going about these rounds as well. What I mean by that is that it's calculated. It's not like it's just one player popping off, finding 3 kills, and then somebody else going off on their own mission, winning around for the team. It's a good, solid team effort. The fundamentals are looking good. But they've also got that element of flair. We've seen it from KRSN in particular, but Azu too. They're able to get into the faces of Illuminar and take those head-to-head gunfights, and they've looked good doing it.
Well, now 7-5. Coalesce, they keep on racking up rounds. Also, we see someone's racking up some chickens as well. Shine has some friends there in T-spawn. Now, the thing is, I would have expected the tactical timeout to come in from Illuminar by now, right? Coalesce, they've been on a good streak here, and I think it was their 5th round in a row. And so far, Illuminar are not really finding the right answers. Some of those rounds has started well, and oh, that starts very well with those nades dealing a lot of damage. Coming back to that round where they were on a 3-on-3, it was Tuao and Beanox getting the frags there, getting the first 2 frags and keeping the skills in favor of Illuminar. But so far things have slowed down for them, and they picked up for Coalesce. Or else he's ready for a flash, ready to turn around and see who's gonna peek in, who's gonna be the one to take his head, or actually Morales to take the head of the enemy off. Oh, Mast. Low peak, but he works against Shine, and that's the upper gone. Azul will be happy to pick up that op, but he needs to peek in, and he gets the frag. Morales fails to take down Dogs, so that leaves as a 3-on-3, but they are pretty low here on Coalesce. This is a good chance for Illuminar.
Yeah, it is, and they have to win this round as well. If Illuminar lose this round, I start to feel the worst for them here in the half, and maybe even Inferno in the grand scheme of things. Fresh smoke towards the top of Banana deployed by Tawi has another smoke where that came from as well, and it looks like it's enough to force Coalesce back in towards middle. Beanox wants to peek out for information though, doesn't even get the kill on the low HP player. That's a disaster. Zan has it all to do. He's going to hear all the footsteps coming through right now. 20 seconds on the clock on the off angle. Does spot Dox on the cross. That's the low player though. They actually use Dox as a recon mission. He's trying to get information as to where the player is located. Tao wants to edge through the smoke, waiting for his opportunity to pounce. He does drive by through, and he's going to get the kill onto the planter, but Leaf is in position to trade, and Illuminar have again dropped the ball in a massive way. Can't afford to lose that round, man. That is just too poor coming through from them. Not sure what Beanox is thinking with that peek down mid.
Yeah, again, I feel like they need some kind of cooldown period. Again, a tactical timeout at some point, because they used a tactical timeout but really early on, and they haven't used one since. Clearly something is not working. Maybe this aggression. Well, Morels caught out by Leaf, so that is not the answer either. Zan, I really like this from Coalesce. They're, as you said, calculated peaks, calculated plays. They're not rushing into things. They're taking the duels as they should, as they have the advantage. This is wonderful to see from Coalesce, and it is not good at all to see from Illuminar, because again, we were seeing Illuminar as the favorite team in this best of 3. They are ranked 48th in the world. Coalesce, they're 89th, but I mean, I actually don't think the rankings updated yet. I think they will later on today, so we might see an even bigger jump for Coalesce if they actually win this one, because for now, Coalesce, they're looking like a really solid team, and Illuminar, they are struggling a little bit. Don't get me wrong, Mass did get that ace, so it was some nice plays from Illuminar as well. But so far, by the way it's looking, Coalesce, they're dictating everything on this map.
Mask was 12-1, by the way.
Yeah.
So he has struggled a lot since that lightning started the map. Everybody's struggling here for Illuminar, certainly not just Masked. Coalesce got 9-5. This is the first time I'm actually getting to cast the Coalesce team, and I'm really impressed by what I've seen out of them so far. ARSN doing some fantastic work with the rifle, and the zoo as well has impressed me a lot.
Yeah, think about it like this. We've seen them against Endpoint, right? Freddy was talking about him. I didn't really know who Coalesce were, and I was really impressed then, and I'm even more impressed now. They're looking like a really solid team. Usually, you know, has how the UK scene was seen as a little bit of a meme from time to time. Of course, I guess that's not the case anymore, because we've seen more and more UK players do really, really well, and we see what Endpoint can do. But Coalesce, they might be the next big thing. Now, Mast missing a huge opportunity there to take down a player, and with that, that's going to be a lot of info on Coalesce's side, because who's going to play the op if not Masked? And he's usually the A side player.
I'm actually pretty sure Masked has only got 1 kill with the AWP in this entire half so far, Pop, which is really problematic for the sniper rifle on the CT side of the map. So Tao is going to try to peek down Banana, but it cost him his life. Shine just holds the angle. There's 4 players in Banana right now for the team side. Azu destroys Masked. He won't be adding to the tally of his AWP kills here in this half. Just 1 to his name throughout the whole half. Sure, a lot of rifle kills, but they needed that impact out their sniper as well. Coalesce march onto the B bomb site, and they've got full control.
Docs can afford to lose that duel, and he won't. Good spray to take down Beanox. Now behind the molly, it is still Morales, but that's a 4-on-2. And look at KRSN. He's so far away, but he has a lot of info. He could call for a rotation of Azu. But now, as they have 2 players on site, there's no reason to rotate off. Oh, Shine missing the chance there. 3 HP. Azu will be pushed, but KRSN is in with the flank. And it is all down to Morales. 2 really low HP players on site, but one of them is the Opper, and look at that. Oh, the peak was not the best timing. Docs a little bit baited there by Shine, but it all ends well as KRSN completes the flank. 10-5, double digits for Coalesce. We didn't really expect this, but we'll see what happens in the second half right after this small break.
Second half underway. Coalesce are certainly in the ascendancy. They've got momentum behind them, confidence as well. How do they go about their business in the second pistol round is the question. They can start to put a nail in the coffin if they win the CT side pistol round. As for Illuminar, they are on the charge, looking to try and wrap their way in towards the A bomb site. There's going to be a smoke in towards Moto. It's going to be blocking Masked off. They're going to be getting through it just in time. A flash there to bind up Azu as well. Shine gets a kill, but he is just completely surrounded right now. And Illuminar blow the defense wide open on the stay bomb site, and with that they will win the vital second pistol round. It should just be a matter of time at this point. Great way for them to open up their accounts in the second half. Yeah, I mean, they were in a really good position at one point in the first half. They were certainly dominating the start of their AT side. They were up 5-2. They were up 4-0 at one point as well, but they lost the half 10-5. So it all started to go awry towards the end of that first half, and Coalesce, well, it is on their map pick, and Pop and I did mention in the pre-game that it's a must-win affair for them here on Inferno going into Anubis next. And it is going to be Illuminar who pick up their 6th round. Docs and Leaf settling for saving their utility, their kits as well. Sure, we'll see a force buy in the next round coming through from them.
Well, as it was 10-5, it's not a bad start for Luminar, considering how their first half was not really their strongest, if I can say so. And they're looking to take it back here on the T side, looking to try and get as close as they can as Coalesce force up. So this is a good chance for Illuminar to take it even closer to the guys on Coalesce's side. Now, at least percentage-wise for Illuminar, and also for Coalesce, their T sides are better. But the percentages are a little bit more in favor of Coalesce, as it is their map pick, and they're also their most played map. But we'll see if they can hang on to the round here, or get a round on the board, I should say, Coalesce, with this force buy. Interestingly enough, we do see another UMP. Kind of rare, or I should say less rare these days, because we were used to not seeing it at all. But we do have Docs here on the UMP. Usually Ariel is the one using the UMP, so we do have some players that do enjoy the all SMG.
Big kill there from Zan. That's going to be creating some space now for the teammates to start to make their way up middle, despite the fact that Coalesce had 4 players stacked towards the top mid. The Illuminar are going to be able to dismiss them with ease. They get all 4 kills, only costs them a single player. So, yeah, actually really well worked there from Illuminar, even though they're pushed into a stack. And they make that round look easy. And that's just because they had the extra man coming through apartments, which alleviated a lot of the pressure. Miss me with the UMP pop. I'm an MP9 man every single day of the week. Give me the Mac 10 on the T side.
Oh,
but the UMP, no chance. I mean, the MP9 is just unequivocally better right now. It's actually overpowered. So I don't know what's up with this little bit of a resurgence coming through here from the UMP.
I wanted to quickly check. Maybe their skill rewards, the money reward is better. Well, I highly doubt it.
$600 on both.
Oh yeah, so it's well, I think the UMP might have a little bit better armor pen. Maybe I need to check those stats as well. But yeah, the only one that gets you less than 600 is the P90. Oh, he's getting a frag there, so it'll be staying alive. Has some fighting power there in F57. But yeah, the P90 gets you 300. The rest of them get you 600. So you can even use the PP Bison if that's your choice of an SMG. I don't know why anyone would use it, because
no,
the damage is pretty low. But hey, you have 64 bullets. So you can just spam away.
I mean, the Bison is... There's just no two ways about it. It is absolutely the worst SMG in existence. I've never seen the gun used in a non-troll way in a game of Counter-Strike I've cast. So that should tell you all you need to know about the gun. Either way, Coalesce on the full eco, going to throw numbers in towards the top of Banana right now to see if they can maybe find a bit of damage. And they've been able to get the kill onto Bnox. That's an AK drop. Mask is trying to maintain control of that AK. Doesn't have any support right now. Just drop that smoke in front of it, although actually that smoke is going to be allowing the players to grab, I think. Yeah, there we go. They've recovered the AK. And Masked, he dropped his AK to go and try and pick it up. That means it's a second AK up for grabs. Now Coalesce into the 3v3. Sure, there's no armor, but they've got a smoke in the kit. And KRSN, does he go undetected with the P250 in towards apartments right now? Great awareness from Tao.
China and Azul, they will be very happy with those two AKs, and they will slowly back away. Saving those two weapons. And conceding another round to Illuminar. Now, Coalesce, I'm really curious to see how their buy round will look, right? Because we've seen their force buy, we've seen their pistol. It was not really all that great. But again, maybe their weapons are going to do them. Are going to get them to an even better result. I'm curious to see what they did against Endpoint. That is a pretty good indicator. Oh, wow. Okay, Coalesce, they got most of the rounds against Endpoint on the T side. That was a 12-3 half they had against Endpoint.
Wow.
And against BLUEJAYS, they did win on the T side. It was a 9-6 in their favor. Now, with a 10-5, that's even better. But Illuminar, they're not going to go down without a fight, I'm sure. I do know that their T side is nothing to laugh at, so we'll see exactly what their plan is. Because so far, it was going good, right? But they had a piss around, and then they were against a force by an eco. Let's see now with the weapons, with the op in the hands of Shine, if they can get even more done. Although for now, the highlight for Coalesce is KRS and also Azul with those wonderful frags you were mentioning. For Illuminar, sure, Mass did get a race, but everyone is performing. Zan is behind a little bit, but I'm sure that he's a very good asset to the team nonetheless. Mast tagged down to 27, so that's already some damage being dealt by Coalesce. They do get control of Banana. Very, very important here for Coalesce to take some map control early on, to get some info out there and try and guess what the play of Illuminar is going to be.
Yeah, with Leaf's position, I actually have a pretty good idea of what's going on right now. In fact, they've been rotated an extra player across towards that A side. Dox is kind of in limbo right now. Illuminar will continue to pressure middle, and that will send Dox back in towards the A side. Bnox does throw some presence or some info or some utility in towards B, but Coalesce don't actually have a great idea of what's going on right now, and that's just because of how proactive Illuminar have been in this round. Morales could get 8 kills. That would be absolutely huge boost up from a zoo above the smoke, and be able to get the kill for free. And now Coalesce realize what's going on.
Push towards B to all want to be leading the charge with that Mac 10. And Dox peeks out, takes out Beanox, and he's still alive. Well, he wasn't even tagged up at all. Toao almost taking down Leaf. The bomb will be planted. Never mind. They're going to deny the bomb plan and also take down Mast. And Toao, he was the one to lead the charge. But now with only a Galil, he's going to go down. Gets the bomb plant at least. They get a little extra money. But Coalesce on the retake, they were just perfect. I mean, how is Dox allowed to push through the CT smoke, get a frag, and get away unscathed? He was still on full HP.
Yeah,
I mean, how is that allowed?
No idea. No idea. I mean, getting the kill, sure, one thing, but I expected him to be traded out immediately afterwards. Absolute smooth criminal, able to get out of dodge. Coalesce win the first gun round. That sets them instead here, Pop. They kept 5 players alive in that round as well, and they recovered 3 AKs. And if Illuminar win this round, then economically they're going to be in a pretty rough position. So a lot hinging on this one. Coalesce continue to impress. Shine with the AWP. How deep does he go? For the time being, it looks like it's Battle of Banana.
And seems like it's easy just to take back control. Illuminar there. Well, it's not really fighting for it, especially as they have only 2 players defending here. Maybe the third was there as well. They would have fought for full control of that part of the map. Oh, the smoke is bad. Dox, he just peeked behind it. Or Leaf can actually peek from Arch. Not the Arch, but Coffins. That's the word I'm looking for. My bad. Although Dox gets a double kill, and that is an easy defense for Coalesce on that B side. I was saying how they only had 2 players to defend the site, but in the end, it was more than enough. Just pushing through the smoke, even into 2 players. Not really getting the best results, and especially with that bad smoke in CT where Dox could have just peeked behind it. Well, that's good defense, and that forces Illuminar into an eco.
Yeah, they're getting themselves into some dire territory right now, and oh my god, the HE grenades do so much damage in towards Banana. Illuminar continues true to the campaign, true to the cause, charging their way forward. Dox flying to the spray for 1. Leaf continues to inflict further damage, but will fall. So at least it's a 3 versus 3. What was an eco for Illuminar, they've got into an even numbers game. Bomb plant will come through as well. Big fight from Azu as Tau goes aerial, but that costs him his life. HE grenade comes through, does more damage to Beanox. So much utility damage here in this round right now. Coalesce inch closer and closer. Great patience there from KRSN. And it's all on Zan. He's got no health and only a Tech 9. There's no way for him to win this round out here for his team. Surely this is absolutely impossible, and Shine will indeed ensure that's the case. KRSN with a kit will complete the defuse, and Coalesce go up to 13.
And they do get the bomb down, so that's going to be some extra money for Illuminar. But as they started off really well, they did get the first 3. That's the most they got so far. And the problem is, Coalesce, they're not that far away from that map point, basically. They're more or less this round win away. Well, not necessarily. I guess Illuminar, we could see some buys from them as well, especially if they do get to plant the bomb. But Coalesce, they found the right answer against Illuminar here. And I was saying how I feel like Coalesce, they need to win this one, because the second one, Anubis, is a very good map for Illuminar. But so far, Coalesce, they've impressed me, and I wouldn't put it past them to just take down Illuminar altogether. Now, they do trade 1-for-1 here at the start of the round. Leaf next to the wall here. No op to wall bank him, which is very important, but the boost could surprise him, so he expects that. Quick spray through the smoke. He's going to back away. He is by himself, and he has only a flash to stop a push from Illuminar. Flash comes through, but no one's going to peek into. Oh, knows that. Smoke for CT comes in, and he has to back away. He has to play it safe to wait for his teammates.
Zan in towards underpass as well. Just going to appear, get the kill into a Zoo. This is looking really rough right now for the CT side. Leaf is going to have to go mega here towards the back of the bomb side. Finds his peak to perfection. Not at all detected. Not accounted for. Leaf gets himself a kill. They're in hot pursuit right now, though. He's just dancing around the pillar, somehow able to get a second. And that breathes life back into the round. Coalesce stand a chance. 2 versus 2 HE grenade from KRSN would be enough to get the kill. Zan creeps forward and absolutely demolishes KRSN. It's all on Shine to touch Tech9 out, low HP players on the opposite side, but Zan comes to life at the perfect time for Illuminar.
And that flash from Shine just kept Leaf alive, and getting one more frag there is just so important, even though it didn't really go their way. And Zan, getting aggressive there was the right play. He did surprise the player of Coalesce, and that was a wonderful headshot to hit. But I like how Coalesce are using their tactical pauses, and I was talking about how Illuminar, they needed to use them more. I know that Illuminar, for now at least, it seems like they don't have a coach, but still, it can just help to calm you down. Coalesce, they don't have a coach either, but they just call for a tactical pause. Let's just regroup. Let's talk about what happened, what's going to happen, and how we can make it to that 15 and also to that 16 so we can win this first map, our map pick. Now, both teams, I feel like, are playing really well. But Coalesce, if they do find the form again as Illuminar, they're on 1900. Look at how much money they have in this one. They did win a round, but with a big cost. So this is a very important round for both of those teams, because if they win this one, Coalesce, they can get to 15, as you would expect Illuminar to eco. And if Illuminar win this one, they could force Coalesce into an eco, considering they don't save the weapons. But it is a higher chance that Coalesce will save some of those weapons, and get a buy into the next one as well. Illuminar, they're just trying to rack up rounds to just get closer to Coalesce, but Coalesce, they're just trying to get to the map point, and that's not really all that hard if they win this one.
Oh, absolutely not. Especially if there's no bomb plant for Illuminar, then it's almost a free 15th coming through for Coalesce. Going to be the bulk burst here for the T side. Utility over the top from middle. KRSN able to avoid it, but then he does fall immediately afterwards. Leaf looking to try work with the Zoo to try and lock down the defense on the A bomb site. And they will be able to get 3 kills between them. They do lose 3 in the process, so it's an even numbers game as Illuminar assume control of the bomb site. Plant will come through, and it's going to have to be a retake here from the CT side. Beanox and Masked with the must-win round. At least they get the plant to lock in a bit of extra money going into the next round, regardless of what happens. Nade dunks down onto Masked. That's going to get the kill. Couldn't have been more perfectly placed. Beanox now alone on the site, wants to force the fight. Does take damage, but gets the kill. Shine charging with the AWP, trying to locate Beanox, who's playing behind the site itself, and he will pounce at the perfect moment.
Good cluster from Beanox. A very important situation that they had to win, and they do get themselves to double digits, and Coalesce didn't manage to save any weapon, so that's going to be an eco out of them. That's even better for Illuminar. Maybe that's somehow better that they took down a mass with the op, because they had prompted the push from both of the players. So now as they get to 10, they'll be looking to try and get a quick one here against the pistols, but they need to be careful against those pistols. Sometimes they are very deadly, especially the 5.7s, and they also have an MP9 onto a Zoo. That MP9 is not the word speed. That's where Beanox is slowly clearing all of those angles, and I think they chose right, because that was the USP of Leaf. That's the P250 of Docs, and that's all the defense of that B site.
Yeah, round over it immediately, avoiding any potential slip up, as you say. Had to be a bit careful with some of the upgraded pistols in play, but Beanox just single-handedly ensures that it is going to be Illuminar marching on to their 11. Just making sure they keep their numbers alive here, because they don't have any spare money in the bank. So building up a bit of a buffer is so damn important when you're fighting for the comeback.
Zuo is still on that A site, but he might be found quickly here by Illuminar as he takes a quick peek down mid. Spots no one, but Morels is very close by. Zuo, good headshot into Morels, but now they know where he is. That is the problem. Now his position has been revealed. They don't need to check all of those angles because they know he was somewhere towards that mid part of the map. Mass taken out by Zuo as well. That could very well be that op that he wanted to save. Yeah, he's going to save the op. That is not bad at all, considering he started off the save with an MP9. He upgraded. Well, he got upgraded to an op, so they will buy into this one, but they won't need to worry about the op buy because they still have one, courtesy of Zuo.
Coalesce have been in the driver's seat for a while here, Pop. I mean, you think back to the fact that Illuminar were winning 5-2 at one point. Coalesce then won the half 10-5. Illuminar have just been fighting to chase the game since then and sort of keep Coalesce within arm's reach. But if Coalesce win this, just a couple steps away from closing out the map. That has been the case for a while, though. Illuminar, they're clawing their way back. They're showing that they certainly have what it takes to be competitive on the T side as well. And if they win this round, they take a big leap closer in actually potentially stealing their opponent's pick away. So I feel like this is actually a bit of a swing round, if you will. A lot hinging on this one.
Into flash into short, and that's Zan peeking in. Not spawning anyone. Coalesce, they are forced to be a little bit more defensive as they have only 2 players on this site. And they do get some info on Banana, and they will rotate 2 players over. Oh, but Shine tries to get aggressive, and that bites him. Zan will get the frag. The other 5-on-4. Now, there's some help on this A side, but Illuminar, they could choose to go back still. They're actually going to smoke up B and gamble on this A side. The gamble should be right, but can they still defend against Illuminar, who still have a couple of smokes and flashes to be used? Zan gets Garrison down to 26, but with the nade, that's enough to take down Beanox. Equal footing once again. Zan also down to 12 HP.
No time.
Oh yeah, this is a very big problem because they're hesitating for a second here, and by hesitating, time is just in favor of Coalesce. Still having 2 players on site, and the spam is very good by Leaf all the way from library. KRSN takes down 1, but the Zoo comes in now, and Morels, he has no more time. Oh, Leaf, don't peek, because Morels is not happy about that. They will win the round. They will make it to 14. And that's a kind of a bad situation for Illuminar. Their money's not that good. Coalesce, they still find themselves in a good position. Although, saying Illuminar, they're not really on good money. Coalesce, they're struggling a little bit, even though they won the round. They are struggling with money as well. So, they're going to call a tactical pause.
Yeah.
I don't think they will eco here. I think they will buy, but they just want to get the right play in just to stop Illuminar from getting one more and actually get themselves to that map point.
The problem for Illuminar is they just left themselves way too much work to do there on the A-bomb side with barely any time on the clock. And if you notice, they even would have been able to make that situation work if there were just 2 or 3 extra seconds, because Morels managed to get himself onto the site after all the trades were completed. And the last player, Leaf, was in library, so he wouldn't have been able to do anything about the bomb plant itself. So Illuminar just needed to leave themselves a few more seconds on the execute. I mean, still really well worked considering that they pushed into essentially 4 players on that A-bomb side. And they were able to get all the kills necessary, but couldn't get the bomb plant in time. And with that, Coalesce go to their 14th. If they win this round, they pretty much win the map if they win this round, because there won't be any money in the bank of the T side. There's no money in the bank for the CTs either. So huge economic implications whoever goes on to lose this round.
And you could very well say that is the make or break round, because Illuminar could get very close if they force Coalesce into an eco here. The advantage that Coalesce have is that they can save, and Dox already takes down Mask. Beanox is down to 12. Good start to the round here for the UK organization. Zuu looking into mid. The smoke will be well timed, but he does lose his teammate. He takes down Zan, and Morels, he was tagged down to 52, but now what is the right play here for Illuminar? They have 1 minute on the clock. They have a player who's really low HP, a player who's half HP. Pretty good util, as they do still have 3 smokes, but wow, he was the full HP player, and Dox finds the headshot. Another one from Dox onto Morels, and Beanox. Now he's the last one standing to prevent Coalesce from getting that 15, and with only 12 HP and no nades, it's going to be very hard.
Yeah, he was the one brought down low at the start of the round there from the HE grenades in towards Banana, and Dox will finish him off as well. That is a very impressive round coming through there from Dox. A quad kill out of him. Coalesce get themselves up to 15, and now they have 4 map points on their map pick. Illuminar with no choice but to just upgrade a few pistols. Obviously going to be investing all the money, but there isn't much money to be invested here, Pop. And this is going to be Coalesce's best chance to close out the map.
Yeah, very good point that this is their best chance. They do have 4 chances in total, right? But this is their best one because they're against pistols and some, well, not some, a lot of nades. But we'll see. Those pistols, those Tech 9s, they can surprise. We'll see if Coalesce will be surprised by those. Now, they're going to be playing it really safely here, not peeking at all. There's not really a reason to try and be aggressive, especially against those pistols. But as I say that, we do see Docs there playing in front of the smoke. It is a fair amount of info, a good amount of info that no one is close by to that car position, but they haven't really seen anyone or heard anything so far. The smoke and the molly towards that A side is the only info that they get so far.
Docs goes to recover a little bit more utility. He's going to have a big job to do over on that B side of the map. Illuminar have been able to gain banana control, and they're also showing some presence towards top mid. Going to be a nade in towards Coffins. Not going to be anyone to play catch on the opposite side there with Enox. I don't think Illuminar are going to commit to A here. I think that they're going to fake out A and go back towards B. We'll have to wait and see. They could even just try to use it as a bit of a fake A, then fake B, and then hit A. Plenty options available for them. What will they choose is the question. Looks like it's just going to be the fake A, hit B. 4 players heading in that direction of Docs right now. He has deployed the molly to try and buy some time, but they actually bypass the molly without taking much damage. Docs with the AK looks for the fight. Damage at range. Eventually gets the kill. Looking to get out of dodge. Not going to happen. Azu at least gets a kill onto Tao. So that gains the man advantage. KRSN with the quick flank will get the kill up Banana, but his head's ripped right off and Illuminar continues to fight.
3-on-2, and Morels is in a very good position, prime position there to get the Tech 9 headshots. Leaf hesitating on the peak. It's a 2-on-2. This is a very tough situation, but Shine takes down Zan, and now they know where the last player is. Leaf will tap the bomb. The Opper does turn around and Morels goes down. Coalesce, they managed to win the first map. Their own map pick, 16-11. And that was just a wonderful performance from Coalesce. Illuminar, I feel like they started off the map very strong, but towards the mid part of the map and towards the end, they were struggling a little bit. The situations were not really going in their favor, and the confidence was not there anymore, I feel, for Illuminar. Now, Coalesce, by winning their first map, they do secure at least that they're going to see 2 more, because the problem is, Anubis, that's a 100% win rate for Illuminar.
Yeah, exactly that. We're looking to Illuminar here to fight back on their map pick. They couldn't have a more comfortable map going into this as well. Remember, this is playoffs on the line, right? These teams are fighting, for their position in the playoffs in the 2-1 bracket here in the Swiss stage. So, Coalesce get across the line on their map pick. Can they get the job done on Anubis to seal the series 2-0? Seems unlikely, but with a great performance on map 1, you certainly shouldn't discount it for map 2. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, it's time for Illuminar's pick.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win the prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Interesting start, to say the least, to the best of 3. And with Coalesce winning that first map, it just gets really interesting in this best of 3, right, Hayes? Because now we're getting onto Illuminar's map pick. Anubis, 100% win rate out of, if I remember correctly, it was 7 maps. Seven maps played. Coalesce, they played only 2. Both of them against UK teams. One of them was a win. One of them was a loss. But by the way they have been looking in this first map, I feel like they're going to be kind of strong on this one. Because they were looking confident. You were saying they were really calculated in their plays. They're not really giving anything away, anything more than they need to. So Illuminar, they were looking a little bit shaky towards that end of Inferno. I guess they can reset mentally and go into this Anubis fresh. But still, Coalesce, they're looking very good. And I would be a little bit scared if I'm Illuminar.
Yeah, I mean, listen, based off the history that they've had, if there was a map that feel comfortable going into being down 0-1, it would be Anubis. So let's see if they can fight their way back. Coalesce have the choice of sides, and they've chosen to start on the T side. Pop. This is indicative, as everybody knows, that Anubis, excuse me, is proving to be more and more T side as the map becomes discovered.
I make that conclusion as well. They both start with an A.
Yeah, that's true.
Now let's see who's gonna get an A for the pistol. Morales.
For away.
Oh, well, let's see if they can get the defense going. Not really. So always running away with very little amount of HP, but the play is not going towards A. They're going towards B. Oh, this is very interesting from Coalesce. Very nice play, although Beanox takes down 2, so that doesn't really help the case. But Zan, he was tagged, and KRSN gets the frag. 3-on-1 with Tuao on 14. This was a very interesting strategy that Coalesce employed, and Tuao is in a very bad spot. And now they're going back to A with the bomb.
Yeah, there's so many change-ups coming through here. Wow, how on earth does Tower get that kill with no health? One shot would have been enough to get the kill. Tower does have the kit, but this is just such an impossible retake because of how low he is. Dox and KRSN tasked with finishing off the round here. It has been chaotic scenes in the pistol, but Coalesce have been able to maintain composure. And they're just 1 bullet away from winning the pistol. And Doc should be able to do exactly that, goes undetected. and Tau never going to be accounting for him in this position. And with that, it's an easy kill.
It's all being a little bit scary there as he gets the headshot on that B site. But again, I want to really point out that the strategy from Coalesce was, personally, I don't think I've seen anything like that. Just them going through, where I've seen players go through Temple, right? But I haven't really seen an aggressive play towards mid that goes straight away towards that B side. Usually you see the smoke that's smokes up Temple, and you just see a split towards that A side. But no, this time Coalesce, they were going for something new, and well, it worked pretty well. Now, this time they're going to be split across the map because they're going to be against a full buy, or a force buy rather, from Illuminar. So they need to be careful of those angles. But I really like this double player aggression towards A main. The flash comes in as well. Tau has to back away, and that gives some space for Illuminar to try and get some info in mid and also towards water, because they know there's at least 3 players grouped up towards A main, right? There were 2 players speaking in and a flash being thrown by the third. So that's a lot of info only off of that play alone. But Illuminar, they can't really be that risky. MOUZ takes down Azuo though, so that is a good start for Illuminar, but he needs some more, and the head only a dink onto KRSN is not enough. Morel's missing the opportunity there, and the play will come in towards that A side. MOUZ has to cover with only the scout.
I mean, some damage has been done, yes. This isn't completely impossible for Illuminar to recover, but Leaf's lurk is going to prove to be profitable. Backstab onto Mask, that should be the kill to lock in the round, unless Beanox and Zan can make something crazy happen, but it looks like they've already accepted their fate in the round. They're going to be focusing on the next. So what was impressive about that round from Coalesce, Pop, is that they didn't have anything going for them. There was nothing offered up to them early on. They had to craft their way into that round with basically nothing to work with, and they're able to make it work as they head in the direction of that A bomb site. Even though they lost the first frag to Mask, they were still able to get the kill and get the frag onto Morels in the corner was really the instrumental frag there to unlock the round for Coalesce.
Yeah, the 5-7 not getting any results, especially in that situation, was very important for mainly UK squad, right? Because they do have a Norwegian and a Bulgarian team as well. But that gets them the second round on the board. Illuminar, they will be saving the MP9 and the Galil. They're gonna be having some fighting power into this one as well. And I do expect some upgraded pistols to come in here and there. But Coalesce, so far, I really like their approach. I really like their strategies, being kind of looking like the same as they were on Inferno, right? Calculated, not taking any unnecessary risks, and so far I really like it. But again, so far it's only been 2 rounds. We'll see what changes when Illuminar get their hands on the weapons. Now, Morels, good opportunity to drop down into water, and they get a couple of frags already. Morels, he was not heard, or he didn't react in time. Zan takes down Leaf, and all of a sudden it's a 5-on-2 with Shine on 43 HP. Sure, they have 2 AKs, but they're against 2 armored players of Illuminar, and also an AK picked up and a MAC-10 picked up. This is going to be very hard for Coalesce to turn around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, pretty much the only things they've got going for them right now is there's still a bit of time left on the clock, and they've got the C4 in their control. But an absolute disaster of the highest order here in the anti-eco. Illuminar making moves, and everything worked out perfectly for them. Where do Coalesce go from here to try and get themselves back into the round? They're so worried about potential flanks. They've got no map control, no information. Might they even just save here, Pop? Might they even just hunker down and take these AKs into the next? I mean, if they get the kill onto Morels, all of a sudden the round is alive again at that point, because they can actually win the race to the A bomb site there. Maybe just Tau will beat them, but he has a USP.
Oh, wonderful angle there by Morels. Nothing Shine could have done. I think he even saw Morels properly. And Azuo is, 1-on-5 right now, trying to save that AK, but Illuminar, they can even get aggressive here, because even if they lose the MAC-10, the USP is not really a problem, as long as they take out the last player of Coalesce and ensure that it's probably going to be an eco from Coalesce into the next one. Maybe even a force buy, as Shine is on 1400. Oh, Azuo, he has to try and stay alive. Oh, he gets 3, and he's going to be staying alive after all.
Wow.
Very good play there by Azuo to hang on to that AK. Sure, probably he has a nice skin on that AK, so that maybe that's why he was trying to save. Is make sure you get your skins that Hellcase are part of the CCT. But yeah, very, very important to hang on to that AK, as they will force up into this one, because I did see Shine on 1400. So it is a force buy, and that gets them an even better chance. As Zoo, he's not forced to buy up with only 1600. He still has the armor, still has the AK, and also some util now.
There are some serious economic implications from that skirmish, though, from that scuffle for Illuminar, losing 3 unnecessary players. Look at their money now. 2 players with enough money in the bank to buy if they die, but 3 of them without, and that's just all because of Azu. So if Coalesce can win this next gun round here, then that would be quite a bitter pill for Illuminar to swallow. And to try for an early kill with aggression in towards Cave, but doesn't work out. Both teams just exchange damage. Focus starts to shift over towards the A side of the map. It's just Tao there by himself right now, jump sporting with Morels edging to join him up on the site itself.
Alto was spotted, and he did see an enemy player, but for now, Coalesce are not really rushing things. Mast has a very good angle here with the op. He's going to be very hard to be taken out. Oh, the peak. Never mind, that wasn't hard at all. A bullet was all that was needed from Doc's. Very nice shot there to take down the enemy opper, especially to take away all the control that they had towards water. Zan tries to repair the mistake, but they can't do it. Leaf gets Beanox, and B side is completely open. They'll still focus on that A side, so Tual has a good chance of being aggressive here, peeking out, takes down KRSN, and now they're going to realize, yeah, we should probably go towards B, where we know that no one is waiting. Now, Morels does rotate in, and Leaf, he has no idea so far. But Morels, he could be surprised by the position of Leaf. He's checking the angles, gives away his position, and Leaf with the Galil, he will take him out. Tual now in a 1-on-4, chances are pretty slim. He did get 1, but needs the ace to win the round.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any question about whether he's going to win the round or not. Certainly just going to be looking for some extra kills here. Does get 1 offered up to him by Leaf. He needs to save the rifle, though. I don't even think that they're going to be forcing around this in the next. I mean, yeah, a couple players with no cash in the bank. I suppose Beanox and Morels can afford to buy, but that means they're just going to have 3 notable weapons to work with. Illuminar win almost a full eco and then lose the gun round afterwards. Mostly thanks to Docs, right? Those 2 opening kills were just massive. The first on the AWP was huge, and then he even gets the second follow-up fight that comes through from Cave as well. Great kills at range. Coalesce regain control off the back of winning that round. Now it's decision-making time for Illuminar, and it looks like they're going to go for the investment pop.
Well, 3-1, and the Mast, he'll be worth another chance with that op, but I don't think the aggression towards water will come back in anytime soon. I mean, it was just an easy peek for Docs. That headshot came out instantly. The jumping peaks, sure, get a lot of info, but it also put you at a high risk, as the enemy team knows that you're going for that. If you keep on going, well, at some point you could be surprised. Flash in towards B main, and they do react here, Coalesce. But Zan, he will back away. It is not safe to just push up through that smoke there. Good presence into mid from Illuminar as well. But look at Mask. Now he's towards A main. Oh, baited by only a shoulder peek. And you could hardly even count that as a shoulder peek. Morels takes down Azuo. That is some good info. But look at Doc's. Oh, timing is just perfect. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Never mind.
Oh, my God. It couldn't have actually been worse for him there. He thought he had everything. But unfortunately, he actually has nothing. And now it's the 3 remaining players fairly splits up here, 2 together outside of B main. KRSN just going towards A. He's trying to feign presence on that side of the map, trying to draw attention there. I think he spotted out the back of Tao, but maybe he doesn't actually see him. Certainly not going to react. Tries to creep his way through the smoke, and Mask gets that kill. Now the focus is going to shift towards the opposite side of the map. Leaf shift walks his way in towards the site. Beanox on the angle. Will get his second kill in the round, and with that, Shine doesn't really have much going for him.
Taken out by the enemy opper, and that will be the flawless round for Illuminar, actually. And that is a very good flawless round to get, especially in this situation that they found themselves in. Now, Coalesce. Will they actually go for a force buy since Suzuo is on 1400? I mean, that could still happen, but I think that's very risky considering the economy that they have right now. There's gonna be only an eco, and Azuo will be playing that Khalil, I would expect, in the next round if he doesn't get any frag here, but he's the one playing the Glock alongside KRSN. Morel's getting aggressive here, taking Shine down to 18, but the boost could have came in earlier. Morel's maybe not the best decision to peek out, but he does get the headshot to Dox at this time. It is success found there by Morels. Make that a 5-on-4, but still, this should be an easy peek out for Illuminar as Coalesce are just playing with the pistols. Garrison surprised by Beanox to just peek out. Shine gets Morels, so there's something going at least for Coalesce, a frag going their way. And if they can get bombed down here, wouldn't be that bad of a situation considering the circumstances they're in.
Yeah, they would love to get a bomb plant, but that's a distant dream, surely. Illuminar looking to just continue to pad up their economy. They want to keep numbers alive here. Tight angle being held by Zan, and it's the low HP Shine who has the Desert Eagle right now. Probably best palming that off to across to Leaf. Both going to be holding angles, fighting their way forward as Zan exposes himself, but he deals with them both in kind. Illuminar are able to level up the scoreline. Money looking pretty bleak for Coalesce, despite the fact they had an eco in the previous. Azu is low. He'll opt for the Galil. Dox might be able to go for the AK here, but then he's going to be very light on utility. So Illuminar have got a chance to get their noses in front here and actually start to build themselves a platform and a bit of head steam on their CT side.
Now, I do like to see those odds be really, really close as we see them change. And you can also see them change at CCT.gg/1xbet. But Coalesce doing a very good job in the previous one. Now, so far, they've been stopped by Illuminar, and aggression is good there from MOUZ, finding the peek onto Azuo, but Leaf, he finds the head of MOUZ. He didn't expect at all to be a second player there. Nade by Beanox takes Dox down to 74, but now they do know he's aggressive in here. He might be even very close, and well, that is what he's doing at this point. Dox forced back by the Molly, and Beanox wins that duel, making it a 4-on-3 in favor of his team.
Yeah, that molly came through from Morels, by the way. So really nice molly out of middle. Not sure where he bounced that off, whether there was a skybox or angled it somewhere, but great molly to support Beanox there to get that kill in cave. Waits on the opposite side of the boost over towards the A-bomb site. Not normally a characteristic angle being held here by Tao, and that might pay off for him. Yes, able to get the first onto KRSN. Leaf with his patience and the wall bang will get another kill in the round. A-bomb site completely open for business. Leaf going to start to dump the utility. Beanox very far away on the rotation right now, so Coalesce have everything that they need to get into the site.
Shine. He knows that Stan was towards connector. Where's the second player though? Beanox in heaven. He's just gonna jump out, but Shine nails the no scope. He's gonna go for the plant again. Zan, does he have the right timing? Shine. He looks away as he's trying to get the AK, and Zan will use that timing to take out the enemy hopper. Wow, that was a tight situation, as it was a 1-on-2. Getting that no scope in that situation, getting off the bomb plant is very impressive by Shine, but still, it is not enough to win the round, and their loss bonus is slowly going up. Soon enough, a single bomb plant will just get them a buy-in every round. But of course, they're gonna try and avoid that, try and get as many as they can on this D side, because again, as you said, they chose to start on this D side. It is the favorite side, but still, you have to get onto the sides to get the bomb down and also force Illuminar to rotate over. So we'll see if they can get it done with the weapons. So far, they're playing the pistols and looking to play into the A side. That will pull at least 3 players close. Beanox was dinged, and they heard that, but Zuo misses the chance to take down Beanox. 1 HP, but still
yeah. I mean, very difficult there for Beanox. Very impressive that he gets the kill and stays alive. And now it's looking a bit like a bit of a cleanup here for Illuminar. maintaining full control across the board. Everything Coalesce throw at them, they've been able to deal with. Only Zan left to try get a kill here, and he will finish it off. That's the team ace. Clean shot there from Zan as well. All 5 players stay alive, and the money starts to get very comfortable here for Illuminar Coalesce. Did show some fights in the early stages of their T side after winning the pistol, but Illuminar have now got the ball rolling. And remember that this is a T heavy map. Illuminar have won this all 7 times they played it. They haven't lost Anubis since its inception, and they're looking strong to continue that streak here against Coalesce as well.
Yeah, and not bad wins, right? They won against Ikla, against Forze, against Evil Geniuses, against 9. It was a derby against 9, 25-23, but still, they are the ones that came out on top against Coalesce. Trying to be a little bit more aggressive. Shine, he was fully blind, but his crosshair was in the right place. Azul, he will take down Morels, but not before they lose Doc. So that is a 1-for-1 trade. And with that, they also get a lot of info, Illuminati. Coalesce, they just know they've been pushed. There's someone's close by because the flash was thrown over. Oh, look at the timing of Tuao. Found by Azul. He was holding down for his teammate. Mass will take down Shine, and that prompts Azul back into water. But the play might even go towards that B side. They might go towards where Beanox is holding a molly that he can use, a flash, but no smoke. So he could be pushed from 2 different directions. Gonna hide in the cubby, gonna hide in the corner. Smoke comes through, actually to block his vision. So that is very impressive. Or maybe that was only a missed smoke for Connector. They're trying to check the angles. Azuo has the right idea, but will he fully check this corner? Oh, it's like he knew. Beanox still takes his head off. KRSN now in a 1-on-2. 27 seconds left. Looking towards B main. But there's no one there. And last, he's going to peek in. He's going to take KRSN out. And that will be the 6th round for Illuminati.
A bit problematic for them. Coalesce were actually in a nice position there after they were able to successfully win that scuffle towards mid. They got the 4v3. Shine then gets picked off by Mask 3v3, but they're still in a pretty decent position in the round. Beanox is all by himself on that B bomb site. In fact, all of the Illuminar players were by themselves, so wherever Coalesce chose to go, they would have had that numerical advantage, but they weren't able to convert that into a round win. Beanox gets a kill. There's that huge flank that comes through as well, and it looked like that kind of just sowed a bit of chaos into the side of Coalesce, who now have to eco once again, as the Illuminar have been able to double up 6-3.
Flash into a B main, no one peeking just yet, but the execution will start from Coalesce. Pistols for them. Mask already takes down one. Beanox will help with the USP. Mask, not exactly sure which player to shoot after, but he decides on one. That is very important. Not trying to go for 2 at the same time, and that is an easy round for Illuminati, just taking down all of the enemy players. I think there's a similar saying in English, but I can't remember it right now because I know in Romanian the translation would be the one that runs after 2 rabbits won't catch anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so true. I mean, how often has it happened where you've got 2 players on your screen and your brain just gets so confused, you almost just shoot between the 2 of them. You don't know which to go for, so
you're wishing that
can't compute.
Your bullet will split down the middle and it goes through both of the players, but that's not how it works. Well, I mean,
unfortunately not.
Technically, it is possible, right? If you have a surface that can cut a bullet and also divert its velocity towards the left and the right side. Technically, it is possible, but not in the game.
I'll take your word for it, Pop.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it is possible.
We'll have to get some scientific research on that one. Either way, back into the game we go. We need some detectives on the case of Coalesce. They seem to go missing here on their T side. Illuminar already picked up 7 rounds. They're going to be happy with that 7 rounds on the CT side of Anubis, but it's another opening kill that comes through for the T side. The head of Masked ripped right off there by Leaf.
Well, A site is open right now from Illuminar, but they can just rotate in pretty quickly. They do hear the util that Coalesce are throwing in. And there's the molly to answer, just to block the advance of Coalesce. The thing is, Leaf is in a good position, spotted by Beanox, and actually Beanox wins that duel, so that's very important.
Big.
But Tuao, now they know Tuao likes to jump behind the fountain, and he's gonna be punished for it. Oh, Morel's taking down Kiara Sen, but Shine with the op is ready, gonna go for another peek, missing the flick, but that's a lot of info. They know there's another opper on the enemy team, and looking to take him down. Nade and Molly, not to deal any damage. 3-on-2. Azu is really far away, still trying to flank in this situation is very daring as Beanox stays down docks. This gets a little bit scary for Coalesce.
Yeah, but the longer that Illuminar take, the further that Azu will get on that backstab, and he's going to be able to pretty much just shut this round down. Trigger discipline coming through from him, so he can lock in both of the kills. First comes through for free. Beanox can get mollied off the bomb as well. He doesn't have any health to work with, so he's just looking to try and fight and get kills, and he will find the fragment to Shine, which gives him a safe path to exit with the AWP. But the main theme is that Coalesce are able to win another round back here. Pop, it's been a while, but they pick up their fourth.
Close round, very close round here, but they do get it in the end, and that is very important for Coalesce as they were in a little bit of a drought. But again, trying to get some more done on the T side, on the favored side of the map, right? It is the favored side so far, and at least for Coalesce, or when they were one pin, the CT side was a little bit more favored. For Illuminar, as they're on a 100% win rate, T-round win percentage, get this, 71.1.
Yeah, insane.
That is very impressive. 50.6 on CT as well. And also another very important statistic, 85.1% round win percentage after getting the first kill. They're almost every time guaranteed they're going to win the round. So
and
Coalesce,
what's the percentage when they lose that opening frag?
That's actually 38.8, which is not
Okay,
bad at all.
Bad. Yeah, not bad at all. Decent conversions of the 4v5 too. If Coalesce loses round pop, then 8-4 becomes 9-4, and based on what you just said about how dominant Illuminar have been on their T side, I feel the worst for Coalesce at that point, Joran Anubis. And this is going to be a difficult round for them as well. Shine as a scout, there's 2 Galils. It's going to be difficult for them to contest in terms of the weaponry. Morel's playing with fire, does drop the flames. Illuminar going to get tested on that B bomb side. Feels like it's just a matter of time.
Well, they are grouping up to play into that B site. That's where Beanox and Zan are waiting. Good positions, and they can trade off each other. The flashes come through. The smoke is in as well. Dox, he's been heard by the molly, by the tag of the molly, and another molly will come in to just block his advance. Azu takes down Beanox. Will they check the corner? They all know they won't. Zan gets 1, gets 2. Third is not possible, and Azu and Leaf will answer, but they're both so low. 15 seconds left. They have to commit to the bomb plant. Both of the players coming in from Temple. Toal was spotted by Azu, but that's too late. Toal will get both of those frags, and the damage was just enough. Illuminar, they get the retake. They win the round. That's 8th. And as you were saying, well, they got the bomb plant bonus.
Yes.
So they have some money to work with. But if they wouldn't have, it was very expected that 9 would have came in their direction. And to be honest, Coalesce here, the only problem is they're really far away from Illuminar. They're 4 rounds down, so they kind of have to force. If the score would have been a little bit more equal, maybe they would have went for a save there, because they had 2 players on barely buy money, right? 3,700, 3,750, something like that. So this time they are forced to buy up.
Yeah, that's true. They're going to piece together what they can. Was looking pretty decent for Coalesce at one point as they did execute in towards that B bomb site. Great double peek there. Does lead to Mask's demise. Zan going to try to deploy the smoke. That will keep them at bay for the time being, assuming there isn't a gap. There actually is one. Zan's looking to exploit it. But again, Coalesce have found another opening kill here, Pop. This hasn't been a rare occasion throughout the half. Opening kills, that's not what's been hard to come by for Coalesce. It's been converting those into round wins. Keep in mind, they were up 3-1 at one point. So ever since it's been Gun Round City, Illuminar have just been in a league of their own.
Only
That's
coming
going to compromise
through.
Zan's position. They should know where he threw that from, right?
Oh yeah, I was thinking if Dox will be hit by that, but it seems like he will be okay. Morales takes down Azu in the meantime. That was a peek through mid.
Well, this is such a big rotation.
Oh, very good positioning here for Coalesce. This is a very big chance. They can just walk into the site. There's no one here. And the rotation was just perfect. As they find the Zoo, they were thinking maybe he's just flanking again. But the fake, well, it wasn't necessarily a fake, but it does work. It does pull a lot of players off of that B side. Now, Doc's fighting there. I'm not really a big fan in the 4-on-4 situation. Zan finding Garrison, and that's exactly what I was saying, because they're losing players, and the round is almost gone. Leaf goes down to Beanox, and even if since they were in that good position, they still don't really get into good after-plan positions.
Yeah, no, that's an incredibly rough position for Coalesce to drop, and for them to actually lose the round from there. They get that B bomb site for absolute free. 4 versus 4 in the post plant, and they barely even able to make anything happen from there. They didn't even get any more kills in the 4 versus 4 after they planted the bomb. Way too easy. Zan getting that second kill there in cave. That was really the frag that unlocked the round for Illuminar. 9-4 up. At least the plants continue to come through for Coalesce. They can afford to keep up with the buys, but it's not been a lack of weaponry that's been the problem here for the T side so far in the half. Being outclassed right now by the Polish team.
Let's see if they can get some fighting in before the first half ends, right? A 9-6, which is not a favorable result at all, by the way, that Illuminati have been playing the previous 7 maps that they played here, and they had a 71.1 T side round win percentage. Still, it's something to work with. So he didn't really get that molly, but he will just surprise everyone by being behind the smoke. Another one from Tuao, and he should know. He's the one just jumping behind the fountain always. Tuao will go down to Docs in the end, but look at Zan. Now he's the one usually he's the one who flanks the flankers, and Leaf will just take care of him. 2-on-2. Leaf is down to 6 HP. Docs is still in main. Look where the bomb is, and Beanox is still getting aggressive. They're both really low. This is going to be a very hard situation to win, because Mass is on full HP. Beanox short, he's on half, but he can just back away, as the flash of his Opper will help out a whole lot.
The one thing that they've got going for them is that Mask has an AWP, so the fact that they're low doesn't really matter that much. If it was 2 rifles on the opposite side of the A-bomb site, that would have been a lot more problematic to try and deal with. Docs and Leaf edge their way forward. Smoke not going to be in play for much longer. In fact, it's faded. They haven't been able to get across in time. AWP of Mask has the angle on lockdown, gets the first time, continues to tick away, has the location of Leaf. That's going to be bringing Beanox into the fight here, surely. I mean, Leaf, how does he even get the kills here? Even thinking about the bomb plant, that is a distant dream. Not going to happen. Illuminar continue their domination here in this first half. Their CT side, as they get themselves into, well, maybe what could actually be considered an unassailable lead.
I love how Mast was not peeking at all in that situation. He gets the first out of the 2 left, and he's just hiding. That puts a whole lot of pressure on the last player alive, right? Can you take the duel against the second player? Will the player in heaven peek? Will he reposition and go towards that second angle that he can peek? What is going to happen? You have no idea. That's all dictated by Mast, and he just does a very good job of keeping the situation in control of Illuminar. Now double digits in the first half, and they're looking to make it 11 as well. Morels, oh, he needs to back away because that's a lot of info. Azu is just right up behind him, and he takes down Morels, trying to go for some more as Mast is rotating in. The op shot was missed. The molly will come through, but Mast is still ready and waiting for any kind of pushes here from Azu. Usually the flanker of Coalesce. They are grouping up towards the A side, and that's where Tuao is waiting. Mast is close by, but the rotation can come in pretty quickly here. And if they don't expect the flank, well, I would expect Beanox to be behind them this round.
Or maybe Tuao can come kill. Yeah, Mask desperately needed to hit that kill there to get the trade creeping forward. Now it is Kristen Coalesce, shall I say, and he will be able to get the kill on Mask. Coalesce with the man advantage, lock down the bomb plant. Surely this is the moment, Pop. This has to be their round. Man advantage, decent post-plant positions being taken up. They've got a player who will be coming through with the backstab in towards middle. Beanox even clearing up mid before he commits towards A. Azu going to get those audio cues. He needs to get a move on now, and Beanox never going to be expecting him to come through with this player. Azu's been good with the flanks so far here on Ancient. Timed them well. Only Zan left remaining. Sure, he's got a kit, but no utility. And pretty much an impossible task on his hands. Sen just playing with him. Zan going to get on that bomb. Just sticks to the defuse. Hopes for a miracle. Not going to happen. 10-5. Coalesce win the last round of the half to maybe give themselves the slightest fighting chance going into their CT side. Illuminar looking to end or continue their streak to 8. We're going to take a short break and we come back. It's the second half. Second half of the second map about to get underway. Illuminar fighting to take this to a decider. My name's Hayes, joined by Pop, and Illuminar just destroyed that first half, Pop. I mean, they're in such a good position going into their T side now. Can Coalesce stop them?
You do see that in the odds as well.
Yes. Almost back to what they were at the start of the series, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Coalesce, they are looking to turn things around here, but that's going to be very hard as Illuminar, they are very good at T side of Anubis, as we've seen from percentages, of course, of those past 7 maps that they won in a row. And well, let's see here, because they're playing this really defensively. They have 3 players on that A side, so Azu, he'll be fighting by himself, downs the bomb, so that is very good info. Everyone is going to rotate over. The thing is, Tuao, I'm pretty sure he's down in water. So they can just rotate through Temple and also through CT all the way towards the site. 5-on-4, they do have a kit, they do have a smoke onto Leaf. Let's see the retake here. Zan tries to get aggressive, gets 1 onto Leaf. That is very important. Azu trades, and they'll be looking onto 2 players inside cave here. He'll be getting pretty ugly for the guys on Coalesce. Morels, and that's actually Morels with a triple. Morels with a quad, and he steps up for Illuminar. Even though Coalesce, they were getting the trades, they were keeping their advantage. Well, no one can trade Morels, it seems.
How's he able to get 4 kills there in such quick succession as well? Just absolutely dominates the pistol round. Huge impact coming through from him. It was looking a little bit worrisome there for Illuminar, considering the fact that Shine had that kit, was sticking the defuse in the smoke. Coalesce, they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit that they weren't able to make that retake work. They had themselves a 5v4 and then a 4v3 afterwards. They're going to force back in response here are the majority UK squad. 2 scouts, 2 upgraded pistols, and an MP9. Try and deny Illuminar their 12th.
Oh, well, Leaf will surprise Beanox at least. I really like this idea. The two scouts, both of them peeking into that B main position. If anyone peeks, it's either two tags to the chest and you're gone, or a headshot and you're gone. So I really like that. But they won't have a chance to use that situation because Illuminar, they are being a little bit more aggressive towards A main and also mid. They do take control of mid, and Leaf rotates all the way back to the site. Molly will keep Leaf at bay, but compared to what Coalesce did in their own piece around on that T side, Illuminar, they're going through towards A. They're splitting A and KRS, and that would have been a very important frag to find. Mast is low. Tuao down to 1 HP. And that nade, he needs to be very careful on the bounce. Okay, Morels up close and personal behind the smoke. Mast, oh, he could go down, but Morels, oh, that's actually him getting the frag.
No.
Mast all the way in the back with the Mac 10.
They've done so much damage. 1 point of health for Tao, 3 points of health for Masked. But Coalesce will never know that until they go back and watch the demo. They would have realized what could have been. They would have realized how incredibly close they were to winning this round. Actually, props to Illuminar, able to make it work despite the fact that everybody is so incredibly low. Still taking up 4 positions, still able to win out the vital gunfights. And they do go up 12-5 as a result. Should be a free 13-5 scoreline up for the taking as well.
No Coalesce. You do have the scout in the 5-7. Something to work with into this round as they are echoing. Illuminata could get to 13 fairly easy. I don't think there's going to be a lot of opposition here from Coalesce, especially how they don't have the armors on all of the players. They just have a couple of 5-7s, a P250 bought up as well. The scout that can deal a good amount of damage. Zen takes down Dox. So that is one of the armored players gone. Shine falls as well. Nade not dealing that much damage. I expect to see more out of that Nade considering he was really close. Oh, can they find Zoo in time? Yes, they can. He tags down Mast, but that's the only one he will get. KRSN and Leaf there without armors and with pistols. They're just going to try and get some exit frags.
There was an article released on HLTV earlier today about the Valve regional ranking list being locked. So we have a pretty good idea of which teams will be invited to the closed qualifiers for the RMR events. And Illuminar find themselves on the list for the European region. So that means that they won't even have to play in the 2 open qualifiers to get themselves a spot at the closed qualifier.
Well, there's some impressive teams that they need to win against, and some of those teams they have yet to win against, right? They're gonna be meeting Ikla and Aurora again, probably. So they need to get things going, because I do want to double check, because I think Aurora are on a 100% win rate on Anubis as well. Yeah. So if they do play against Aurora there on Anubis, it's going to be very, very interesting to see. But now we need to focus on this one, because this is where Illuminar are looking to hang on to that 100% win rate against Coalesce. So far playing really well. And if they win this one, that could mean that it can be a done deal, right? They can just get to the map point as Coalesce are ecoing to just have anything to fight back with. So there's a good chance for Illuminar to get to 14, maybe even 15 with it.
Yeah, they pretty much win the map if they win this round right here. Mask gets blinded up by the flash, but he's able to get around the corner just in time to keep his life intact. Illuminar start to take some control, start to force Coalesce back. In towards mid they go as well, but Mask will lose his life out, so at least the first frag does go the way of Coalesce. In the meantime, though, Zan taking a lot of control in the middle. He could catch the AWP rotating in. Shines shouldn't be expecting Zan this deep. Comes around the corner, free frag there for the Polish rifler. And now he's going to start to circumvent that B bomb site, surely.
Enox with one onto a Zoo. Tuao will take down Dox. And I guess the save is the only possible solution here for KRSN and Leaf, right? And no reason to go for this one in a 2-1-4 especially, and look at the position of Zan. Even if they wanted to go for this one, even if Leaf would have taken down Tuao, it would have been Zan to just come in for the trade and the quick flank to turn the tide. And it just even more in the favor of Illuminar. Is still hunting here, because they do have a good economy, so there's no reason not to hunt. And Zan, he takes down Leaf. KRSN, he might be the only one to even save if they don't get even closer, but it looks like Morales has the right idea. Zan will do the same, and timing is just perfect. As the bomb explodes, they will double peek him from different directions, and he won't be able to save anything. At this point, do you even force up, or do you let Illuminar get to 15? I mean, not that it matters in the long run, because Illuminar, of course, this is their map pick. They're on 100% win rate, and they're looking to keep it. But for Coalesce, what do you think is going to be the best decision? It seems like they did already go for the half buy.
Yeah. I think that's what I would have opted for as well. I'd prefer to rather have at least another full gun round to try and fight for overtime with than 2 back-to-back force buys. If they can do something here with these upgraded weapons, like you say, just evening out their economy. But as Illuminar just completely dominated Anubis. Keep in mind that Coalesce were winning 3-1 at the start of the map. So they've only won 2 rounds of the next, 15 since then? So it has just been complete and utter one-way traffic.
Yeah, Illuminar just showing their expertise on this map and showing why they are still on 100% win rate even after 7 maps played. Leaf, he tries to surprise Tuao. Of course, the one to take the initiative. Flash coming through, but Tuao is still holding down the angle. And looking to play in that B side is just the best situation, best decision that he could have gone for, because Zoo, he was all alone. Zan takes him out. Bomb will be planted, and that could very well be the round that gets Illuminar to 15. The round that gets them 10 map points, 10 chances to close out this map. And I don't know if they need more than 1.
Well, we're going to find out soon enough. Zan needs more than 1 opportunity to get that kill. Goes back for the second and does find the frag. A lot cleaner on the next kill, though. KRSN are not given the same sort of chance the teammate was. And Zan, let's see how he gets the third. No third in the sequence for him. Shine takes him down. Could recover the AK here as well. There's a gap in the smoke, though. That's the problem. Masked with the AWP, never mind. Doesn't actually have an angle there to spot Shine out. Shine would love that AWP, and Mask might actually offer it up. You know, he spots Shine out, does damage with the D, and he earmarks him for Tau to finish off 15-5. 10 map points here for Illuminar. And Overpass waiting in the wings. That's a really good map for the Polish team as well.
Again, 10 chances here for Illuminar to close out this map and hang on to their record. Coalesce, they will get 1 last full buy. We'll see if it's the last. Because again, the game is not over. Illuminar, they need 16 to close out the game. But with 10 chances here up for grabs, I don't think they're not gonna take it ASAP. It all comes down to how Coalesce are gonna defend into this one. They try to be a little bit more aggressive towards water, well, mid and water, to peek in through that window. Not really a chance to take down an enemy player, and Morales going to be forced back by them. Only 3 players from Coalesce here on this B side, interestingly enough.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good read on the situation, though. As we say that pop, they start to shift players out of position. Enox wants to try and lead the charge in towards the C bomb site right now. Has had a couple chances to find the opening kills. Hasn't been able to capitalize on any of them. Morales falls back as the smoke fades, and with that, he'll become a victim. It's only Mask left remaining, so Coalesce, they've been able to make the defense work here in the round. And Dox finishes it off with these, so there we go. A bit of spite coming through, a bit of venom, rather, should I say, from Coalesce. As they do show a bit of resolve, a bit of fight back. Need a lot more, though.
Yeah, a lot more. I mean, 9 more, to be precise. And the economy of Illuminati is not looking that bad. They should be able to fight to the next one as well, even if they lose this one. So still going to be some time until Coalesce forces Illuminati into an eco. And, well, that is, you want to get your enemy into as many ecos as you can, so you get an even better chance. The start is not looking that bad for Coalesce. They're dealing a lot of damage. Mass is down to under half HP, less than half HP. Morales is down to 80, so There's already some damage done, but they're looking to play into that mid position that is being held by Shine and also by Leaf. Going to go for an 8 split. Morales takes down Leaf. Shine will back away after taking down Beanox, but the smoke will come through. And actually, that's a molly. KRSN will find Morales. That is an impressive one. Mast finds Docs. KRSN with another one to Zan, keeping it in his team's favor. Of course, the advantage. Looking for more. Tuao goes down, and Mast with the op is in a 1-on-3.
Oh, KRSN just played the situation to absolute perfection. He might even be able to finish off the round here for his team, and he does. Massive quad kill coming through from the Bulgarian rifler. Picks and chooses his fight to absolute perfection. Great angles taken on each of the gunfights as well, and he was just a menace in that round. The repositioning worked out perfectly. Illuminar are going to have to wait a little bit longer here for Overpass. Coalesce are actually just making them work and making them, I wouldn't say sweat, but definitely just making them work to finish off the map.
Oh, sure, not yet sweating, but at some point it's gonna get a little bit unpleasant for Illuminar. Maybe at some point they're gonna be a little bit afraid that the game can slip out of their hands. Not yet, though. Again, they still have a very big advantage. They do lose the player first. Again, Mast is the one going down this time. But that advantage just favors the guys on Coalesce. Liv, I think he was spotted by Tuao, but I think he didn't necessarily acknowledge the position of Tuao because he should have seen him. Pushing through the smoke inside at A site. Leaf will find B Nox, and that's the bomb dropped in the smoke. But KRSN falls to Zan. 4-on-3. They still have the player advantage, Coalesce, but not really the positional advantage.
No, they're going to have to make the retake happen here. Despite the fact that Illuminar are down by a man, they've actually been able to get themselves into decent positions. They still have a molly to play with here as well. A flashbang on Zan. I wonder if he's going to throw that to try and support Morels. They're waiting for the smoke to fade. Molly going to be coming through. Morels is in that smoke, and with that, he gets a kill onto Docs. Kind of another gunfight coming his way here. Spots out the player in the middle. Now Morels has the information. How does he go about business is the question. Times the beat to absolute perfection. Tao gets to use the molly elsewhere, but Morels eventually will give up his life. Tao now needs to get into the equation. Can't just be doing it with the util. Great frag out of him. And Zan will finish it off as well. 16-7. Illuminar claim the second map, and with that take us to a decided to try and split these two teams in the series. Both of them fighting tooth and nail to get to the playoffs, Pop.
Well, not a bad try there in the end from Coalesce, but Illuminar, they just look like the better team 100% of the time. I mean, they're still on 100% win rate, just keeping on to that record. It is very impressive from Illuminar just to see that happening.
Yeah.
And now, as you were saying, the decider is Overpass. Coalesce, some maps played over there, 6 maps in total, and they won half of them. Losing against iNation, but winning against Epic Dudes and NTK. Those are the last 3 results, and also the 3 results that they got on this map as they were named. Coalesce doing good on T side as well, but for Illuminar, this is tied up for the most played map with Mirage, 64% win rate, and they have some results against better rated teams. They lost against Eclay and Aurora 16-13, but they won against Forza 9, Nexus.
Yeah,
which technically Nexus, that's not a good map for them, but either way, it's looking like a very good decider. It's looking like both the teams know how to play it, and it's going to be a very interesting map. Of course, we're going to see it after the break.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One expert.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. and register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire. The courage to look for a challenge. To feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Well, second map was not really all that much of a surprise, Hayes, right? It was Anubis. It was the best map of Illuminar. 100% win rate. They keep on that 100% win rate record because they did win the second map as well. And it wasn't a particularly hard match to win, right? And Coalesce, I mean, they were up against a team that are really good at that map themselves. They played only 2 times, and that was in December, so we're not going to be too hard on them. They did secure the first map, which was very interesting to witness. And now Overpass, in terms of how the win rate is divided between the two teams, it can seem a little bit by the same thing that Inferno was. But the problem is, Coalesce, they had a lot more Infernos played than Overpasses. And Illuminar, they're not strangers of Overpass. This is tied as the most played map with Mirage for Illuminar.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. I'm going to say that.
Yeah, you even look at the level of opposition that these two teams have played against on Overpass as well, and there's a big difference between the level of competition, and the game is really popped. So we're going to be getting into Overpass and deciding it's to separate these two teams, see which of them will book their berth in the playoffs through a 3-1 bracket in the split stage. Which of them will have to come back and follow. Illuminar starts on the CT side, Coalesce on the T side. Let's get this game underway.
Now, a couple of dualies we're accustomed by now to just seeing dualies in most of those maps, right? Not necessarily we didn't see them on Anubis, I think, but on Overpass and also on Inferno, usually you do see a lot of them. Now Coalesce opting to go for a double utility kit, double utility belt there for Shine and KRSN. And I'm really interested to see what the plan is. So far, they're walking through connector. The dualies, if they would have been there, could have dealt a lot of damage, but no, they're playing this a little bit more safe here, Illuminar. Not really a reason to be that aggressive. You can just get the jumps in, get the quick shoulder peeks in, get the info as Coalesce are coming in and getting closer to the sites. The bomb has been dropped close to T spawn. That's where Azuo is waiting, but it looks like they're gonna get it back and split towards that B site.
Yeah, I think Illuminar have a really good idea of what's going on right now. They've actually rotated the tile back down in towards B. So I've got a flashbang drawn that's probably going to be thrown to support the monster tunnel fight. Will it come through? Yeah, Beanock peaks with the Julies. Going to be Morels, who also does get Fortune. Big kill out of Leaf. That's going to be opening up the avenue of entry in towards this B bomb site. Execute looking pretty good right now for Coalesce as they close the gap. They've been able to deal with both the Julies players. Azu on an absolute tear with his Glock. Master's been dealt with as well. Tile smoked out of position. Can't aid the defense on the B bomb sites at all. And Coalesce with a near flawless execute will open up Overpass with the round win.
Although he did spot Shine on shoulder peek. He will peek out. The double peek comes through, but still Tuao managing to take down Docs. Just a little bit of damage before he goes down. KRSN is the one to get the frag in the end, and that would be the pistol round going the way of Coalesce, as you were pointing it out. But Illuminar, they're going to force back. They're going to be trying to get an answer as fast as possible, and we could very well see a force by war start between those two teams, but that only will go through if Illuminar win this one. Now, we've talked about the UMP before, Hayes. What do you think about the MP7?
I mean, the MP7, you could probably only really make a case for it on a map like Overpass, just because of the number of long-range duels that are out there to be taken. So I guess if you're going to pick up the SMG on the T side of this map, MP7 might have a bit of an advantage over the Mac 10. So yeah, I think it's a good choice in this situation. Generally, I don't think I ever use the MP7, but I can see why you'd want to use it here on Overpass.
Think about apart from arms race and also some competitive matches in like 2015. I don't think I've used the MP7 since. But we'll see if Shine gets some success with it. The Galil speaking into mid, and it was only Leaf at first speaking into the Scout of Mast. He manages to get back to the site, but will he peek in towards long? Because there's players really close by. Oh, good jump peek there. Spots out at least a close player. And the execution comes through. But what is the plan here? Oh, Tuao getting out, connected through the smoke. Taken out by Azuo. Mass still trying to get some damage done through the wall there with the scout. Long rotation from Morels. And he could surprise Azuo as he is walking next to him. Oh, this could be a very important frag here because he gets himself an AK and a lot of pressure put onto Illuminar as well.
Oh, no, but they're saving. They're
Yeah.
already committing to the save. Wow.
I mean, they need to get all the way to A site. The bank and also CT was smoked up, so not really any chance to get back into this one. The save is good, though.
Yeah, they're going to have some decent weapons to work with in the next round, and even though they are going to eco and save all their money, they will still be able to have a bit of a fight in that third round, a bit of a backbone to put up some resistance. Enox goes down. Any kills here from Coalesce are super valuable in terms of making the next round that much easier. 2-0. Coalesce looking clean here on their T side so far.
And does the MP7 get a passing grade?
I mean, we didn't really get to see much of it out of it, right?
Maybe this time. Maybe this round. Maybe this is the time to shine. Huh? The time to shine? No, okay. I'll just keep it to myself. Won't try with those awful jokes again. Now, we do see Azu. I think a quick spray through the smoke in Monster. Won't find Mast. But that is some free info given away and also some fake info. Because Azu, he's by himself here. They're playing it pretty safe here. Coalesce, as they're not trying to lose any of those weapons against still the force buy of Illuminar, I guess you can call it, because they did save 4 of those pistols and some armors and also the AK. I think the AK is the biggest player here for Illuminar, the biggest play-making chance. Morels, exactly what I was saying. He gets the frag onto Dogs, and now he can back away. Oh, that was only a fake with the door. Will they expect it? Because if they don't, he can pop up behind them.
Yeah, they're not actually going to go to try and hard clear him. They just make sure that he isn't following up with any immediate aggression. Mask with the scouts as a job to do. Nice clean headshot down to KRSN, but he gets traded out immediately afterwards. Problem for Tao is he only has a USP, so it's going to be really difficult for him to get anything done with this position. Morales is coming through with the massive flank, but it's going to take him time to have any sort of impact on the A-bomb site itself. 5-7 for Beanox, tucks himself in towards Optimus, but does get overrun by Shine. So, yeah, Coalesce been able to avoid any potential slip-up, right? Slide. Tao does get 8 kills back. Now he's just looking to try and get out of dodge. Eventually, Azu will hunt him down. And Morales now creeps his way up long.
Still has the AK and Azu. Oh, he wasn't looking the right direction. Morales gets the frag onto Azu, and now it's a 1-on-1 against Leaf. Time is ticking. Morales, a lot of angles to check, and Leaf. Good timing to peek there. Morales just looked away for a second, and that was just enough for the Leaf to get the frag and also the round. Now they lose 4 players. That's a lot of damage dealt by Illuminar as they're getting into their buy round. So that is very important, keeping the enemy's economy low. And Shiny, if he actually buys up an op here, yeah, that is not looking all that great for Coalesce, considering they won 3 rounds already. Leaf, He's on 3750. He has the most money in the team. Yeah, sure, he can buy into the next one, but his teammates won't be able to buy into the next one. So this is a very important round already for both of those teams. As Illuminar, they're looking to peek out at their first round on the first buy round as well. In the meantime, Coalesce, they do get map control towards that B short. So that is very important to find, because they're not going to find anyone here. No one is aggressing. They're focusing onto Monster and also a little bit onto Connector.
Well, Master's here with the AWP right now. Morels is playing in towards Party, and that allows Mask to maintain this position without any worry that there might be a backstab coming through. There's going to be some serious pressure on the B bomb site soon enough. Mask still waiting patiently with his AWP, will be rewarded for his patience. Kill onto Leaf. That's surely going to force Coalesce's hand in towards the B bomb site. Shine has the angle with the AWP as well, which means Beanox only has a limited amount of room to work with. If he does overextend, if he does overstep the mark, he'll fall to the AWP. Damage through the wall, but there we go. That's the overextension Shine was waiting for. Back into a 4 versus 4.
I thought that would have been a pre-fire there, but no. Shine gets awarded a frag now. Morels. Oh, if he hurries up, he can find KRSN with the bomb. Mass takes down a Zulu. Good peek by Zan, and Shine will miss. KRSN now he's all alone, and Morels is not even needed. Zan has got it under control alongside Mast. 3k for Zan, 2k for Mast. That is a very good defense. Illuminar, they're going to be winning their first round on that buy. And as I was saying, on Coalesce's side, sure, Leaf can buy, but none of the others can. So, going to be an eco out of Coalesce. And Illuminar, they're looking to get even closer to that equalizer really early on here and in the last map. This is the decider again, and this is the 2-1 bracket. Whoever wins goes to the playoffs. Whoever loses is not eliminated. It's not as drastic as yesterday, where we had 3 teams be eliminated. Morels now with the M4 will turn around and he has to commit to that peak. Leaf takes down Morels, and well, that's a weapon down. That is a player down, and that is good damage nonetheless.
Beanox is going to be able to farm back 2 kills just to make sure there's no chance for Coalesce to make anything happen in the round. And then Wisely gets out of there because he's so low. Tower will be able to finish it off. Illuminar able to get their second with ease as expected. Coalesce will invest coming into the next round to try and stop Illuminar from leveling up the scoreline.
No Coalesce. I'm thinking, well, is there enough, or would have been enough for an op? I don't think so. And Shine has to play with the Mac 10. Could be the spearhead for Coalesce, try and surprise with a quick play, with a quick peek, but the decision is just to play it safe. Also, the Molly would have stopped Coalesce, or at least would have dealt a whole lot of damage. Ooh, aggression here. Interesting from Illuminar, but it should backfire. Oh no, you're just gonna body block them. Beanox gets a couple of kills, but they both go down after that. So wow, missing the chance, gets the need through. That's some good amount of damage, but not enough to take down another player. Now the play was interesting from Illuminar, but only getting 2 and both of them falling. That just plays well into Coalesce, because they get it back to a 3-on-3 from a situation that was looking a little bit bad. As Illuminar, they were ready for more and more kills. HP is a big factor though here, because Coalesce, they have Shine on 24 with only a Mac 10. Sure, he can get an AK from one of his teammates, but still, they're all tagged up into headshot territory from the M4. And Shine, well, he's basically into one-shot territory.
Coalesce have taken their time after showing all that presence towards Monster Tunnel. They do just maintain their position, but they haven't actually given any indication way that they are still on that part of the map. And Tao's is going to be able to mow them down as they come into his vision, and it's only the low HP player left remaining, Shine, and they'll know that he's there because of the util he's deploying as well. And Tao will finish him off through the smoke, barely took any damage. Wow, what a way for Illuminar to win the round. As you said, it was looking very interestingly poised in the 3 versus 3, but Tao single-handedly will be able to finish off the job and level up the scoreline.
And well, that comes after the buy round of Coalesce, so now this is a good chance for Illuminar to just take the lead here and try and get the CT side, that CT side favor it to do the work for them. We do see the odds getting even better for Illuminar now. You should check those out at cct.gg/1xbet. Morels, did you see the head of Azuo? Pretty sure he did. Yeah, he will just peek in with the flash from his teammate. Morels gets 2 more, and they're just farming the frags here. Just a couple of 50 shots, but not really landed. And,
yeah.
Oh.
The big problem here for Coalesce is that Illuminar are starting to feel themselves now here on the CT side. They're starting to get comfortable. You can see that they're making moves. They're taking up forward positions. They're happy to take the fight to Coalesce. Speaking of taking the fight to Coalesce, Beenox will go head-to-head with the Desert Eagle. That was a little bit worrisome, a little bit aggressive, but doesn't cost him. Illuminar get themselves the lead, and now Coalesce going to start to worry a little bit. I mean, still 4-3 T side. Not a bad position to be in. But they're yet to win a gun round. It's been 4 consecutive rounds here for Illuminar.
Now, I'm curious to see what Coalesce are going to do with the op on Shine, right? Because I feel like they need a strong showing from him, especially against Mast, as he's been fired up this whole best of 3. And he is looking in the right direction. Trying to go for a peek, but that's exactly when Mast is deciding to go for a peek. That is the op down, and that's also bomb down. So a lot of info already for Illuminar. Spotted only 1 player so far, but he's still holding down the angle towards mid. And Leaf in connector, he could surprise Morels. I don't think Morels expects Leaf to be already here, but he's going up connector stairs. Mast takes down Tox. Surely Morels goes down here.
Yeah, 3 frags for Leaf for sure.
Oh.
Not the cleanest, but achieves the desired result. At least a kill back in the round for Coalesce maybe gives them something to work with. KRSN could be the next point of contention as we reach that minute mark. Where do the T side go from here, Pop? They've got utility. A bomb site looking like it is going to be the end goal here.
So he is by himself with the bomb inside bathrooms, and he's being held by Mast. Very tight angle here, and he just crouches into the crosshair of Mast. Still holding down the angle. I think he realizes that Leaf is there. Oh, the flash will confirm that. And he can't even be backstabbed. Another peek from Mast, and Beenox will just finish off KRSN. The defense from Illuminar is just looking really, really good, and this comes in right on, right as they were buying up, right? They lost the first 3 rounds, lost the pistol, the force buy, and the eco right after that, or you could count them as 2 force buys, because, right, they did save 4 weapons, so it was still looking great. And after that, they haven't lost a round since Coalesce. They are struggling a little bit on this T side, and it's just thanks to how Illuminar are really good at this map. And, oh, a fast play towards B. Maybe that can surprise. Zan, blinded up, does get doxed, and he gets the safety behind the pillar. The answers are there with the flashes, with the nades. KRSN will take his head off, but there's the trade from Beenox. The molly forces him out, but that's not a problem because he wants more frags. So he will finish off KRSN, and that will be yet another round for Illuminar as they lose only 1 player. Look at their economy.
Yeah,
Mass
exactly.
is on 13.
It's been time and time again that they've actually just been winning these rounds, losing 1 player, losing 2 players. They've been keeping numbers alive pretty much in every single round that they've won so far. And that's one of the problems here for Coalesce. And I mean, that round actually looked pretty good from the get-go. Able to find that kill to try and break the door open on the B bomb site. The flashes were phenomenal. Zan was blinded for so long, but Beenox getting those 3 kills just stops Coalesce cold in their tracks. 6 rounds in a row for Illuminar as they continue to dominate the affair.
Now, I like this from Mast. Aggression towards connector this time, but not a lot of presence towards that mid part of the map. They do lose Beenox in B short. Okay, RSN spotted. Morels will peek out. Mass will take down Leaf. Morels, he gets shine. That is very important. Wow, I mean, just by getting the upper there, Morels is backed into the corner. Surely they peek him. Right, the KRSN, there's no way he doesn't find that frag. Leave that as a 3-on-3. But the thing is, Illuminar, they have Mass who's low HP, but he has the op, so he's still very dangerous. And they have Tuao and Zan on full HP with an M4 and an AK.
I don't think
Coalesce.
Zan's spotting deep though. They could be able to get into the B bomb site here.
Well, if he does, oh, he does. That's what I wanted to say. Zan has a very good position in short there, even though he's by himself, and he still has a molly. Oh, this could be bad for Coalesce, and it's even worse because Mass gets the RSN.
It's all on Docs. He's even going to has to take a bit of damage to the molly there. They know exactly where he is. 22 seconds left on the clock. I mean, the longer he takes, the more impossible this becomes. If that's even a combination of words, you can use more impossible. Docs does get a kill back, somewhat rescues his chances in the round. He could plant safe from short if he plants on the reverse side of the pillar, still trying to clear the site out. Zan now spots him, and he's going to rush him down. He knows there's no way, even if it is a fake plant, there's no way to win the round for Docs. He's forced off the plant, and sure, Zan will go down, but it's going to be the round that goes the way of Illuminar. Another gun round in their favor.
I mean, a tactical pause would be expected here, right? But as you are not using a coach at this point, I mean, you need some cooldown. You need a little bit of momentum break. Because if you leave Illuminar as they are, they're just going to get away with more and more and more, and Coalesce. They tried to go for a fast play, didn't really work out. They keep on going for those slow plays. Those don't work out either. Azu tried to be fast and be short, but Beanox was there to cover. Morels, he's by himself in bathrooms, and he has the advantage as the CT inside bathrooms. He's going to see the shadows of the players pushing in from mid. Oh, timing is good for Docs, but Morels peeks in, and he gets yet another frag. He's up to 11. Or actually, wait, no, he's up to 9. Mast and Beanox are up to 11, but he's not far away. He could get a double kill here.
Oh, Morel should get overwhelmed. This is a question of how many he can take to the grave with him. One kill damage onto Leaf as well. He's trying to just clear out Tao's position, but Tao has all the advantage. He's not even going to be able to get the kill. Beanox robs him. Oh man, the bait and switch setup not even requiring the second part. And Beanox will finish it off as well. 8-3. Pop Illuminar continue to dominate proceedings. That's 8 rounds in a row. Ever since it's been gun rounds here on Overpass, there's just been a huge disparity between these two teams. And you think about Anubis as well. Coalesce were up 3-1 on their T side. They lost that half, 10-5? So they struggled heavily in terms of the gun rounds there on Anubis. So looking like that's translating here into Overpass as well. They're starting to run out of time.
Yeah, very good point there. I mean, what can they get done here? So far, Illuminar not giving anything away. They already won the first half, and they're looking to get double digits into this first one, maybe even more. Coalesce, they need to find success with something. They need to find the answer to the defense of Illuminar. Morels being more and more aggressive, but this time he has some backup, and Mass gets KRSN. Morels will take down Shine, and that is, well, the whole aggression towards A shut down. Well, only the two players that were towards long. The flash was deep, but it wasn't good enough. Both of them could still see.
Yeah, everything Coalesce have just tried have been shut down, right? I mean, really difficult for them to find any winning recipe here on Overpass so far. This is the first game of the day to go 3 maps, by the way, Pop. We had 2-0, Spirit Academy beating Tricked. We then had another 2-0 immediately after that. That was between Eyeballers and Nexus. And although this one is going to 3, I wonder if we're going to have a closely contested affair on any of the 3 maps. Wasn't the case on the first 2. At least more so on Inferno than Anubis, but Either way, Coalesce group up with their 3 remaining players and they start edging their way in towards the A bomb site. Mars just jumps spotting, does see one, deploys a smoke grenade as a result. Himself and Morel's going to look to work in tandem here to defend this A bomb site. Mars just can't stop fragging with the AWP. Morels gets another kill in the round and they stop Coalesce dead in their tracks.
They keep on doing it. Coalesce. Not gonna be too happy about that. You are in the 2-1 bracket. Of course, it's not gonna be easy. You did win your map pick. Did lose the map where the enemy was basically at their best. But now, on the enemy's most played map, we're not really getting a lot of things done. Sure, it is east side. And sure, we've seen Liquid come back against Vitality from 12-3. I think there's a small difference in
That was 13-2 even, actually.
It was, oh yeah, it was 13-2.
Yeah.
And he went to 13-3. Oh yeah,
Yes.
right. Yeah, true. 13-2. But, well, the pistols, they could have well masked. Well, maybe not.
Surely, there we go. Only going to be the 1 kill coming through from the Polish sniper. BNOX is taking damage. These towers there to drop the molly to try and keep them at bay. And in fact, he is going to cross to try and hunt them down. Oh my word, Tao knows exactly what's going on. He's got so much information right now. That sends Zan back in towards B. So he's actually mollied off short just in time. Tao not going to commit to the backstab though. Zan going to be calling for the support, calling for Tao to make some sort of moves. He needs to get himself into the round. HE grenade damn near does get the kill onto Dox, but not going to happen. Zan should lose his life out. Doesn't have much health. They know exactly where he is, and now Zoo will get the kill. Tao, an easy frag there for Dox as well, and finally Coalesce have been able to break the streak. 9 rounds in a row for Illuminar as Coalesce win back their 4th.
Well, it seems like the play is just overwhelm the enemy opper, take him out, and then try to see what you can get done from there. Now, of course, as they're going to be playing the weapons, I don't think a rush towards toilets is the best strategy to employ. But we'll see exactly what Coalesce are thinking about here as they do get another one on the board, as they have broken that streak of Illuminar. They got 9 rounds in a row there on the CT side. Oh, and
Nice.
Shine will get the headshot onto Mast.
Yeah, good kill. Super necessary. They're punishing Mask's aggression. It's something Mask has done a lot throughout the half so far. Himself and Morels have been forcing the issue, getting into the faces of Coalesce. That's a good response there from Shine just to hold the angle. Morels will be having a fight in towards lowers, but the AK trumps the M4. This is looking a hell of a lot better here for Coalesce. Tao only going to be good for 1 as he's traded as well. Coalesce march on towards the same bomb site. 4 versus 2.
Zan and BNOX, they are split up. One towards A, one towards B. And Zan actually repositions towards bank. Not really a bad position to be in, but the smoke is thrown towards B. Shine spots out the opper. Will BNOX rotate in to help out his teammate? I mean, at this point, he's looking like an A hit. And Zan, oh, Molly will force him out, but he's taken out by Leaf. And BNOX, considering the economy that they have, he can just try and go for this one. Nothing bad that can happen. Sure, they do lose the round in the end, but that's the result anyway, even if you just go for the save. So you could just go for some exit frags, just try and get some more weapons off of their hands. But again, the economy is not really a problem for Coalesce either. They almost takes down 1, couldn't complete the frag, but Shine, that was a nice reaction onto BNOX.
Yeah. Almost getting turned, caught with his back turned there. BNOX not able to get the first kill quickly enough though, so doesn't get either of them. 9-5 Coalesce rescuing the half here. Pop, they won the first 3 rounds of the half. Might be able to win the last 3 here as well. Illuminar still in pursuit of double digits. They were dominating the half at 9-3, but Coalesce have somewhat saved face here. 9-6, they would be really happy if they could lock this in at 9-6. So let's see if they're able to find the last round of the half.
Weak flash over from Azul. There's some bullets coming through that smoke. Bullets coming back through the smoke, I should say. So far, Not a lot of damage dealt by said bullets. I think it's slow here, Coalesce. They found a little gap in the defense of Illuminar and trying to use it to the max and get it as a 9-6, which is well, not all that bad considering it was a 9-round streak when Coalesce were stuck on 3.
Oh, Garrison.
Wow.
MOUZ gets the trade forced forward though in towards the tree. Not going to be able to get out of position. Shine wants to try hunt him down. Has the bomb on his back. Needs to be careful, but he's fully aware. Mask's re-aggression costs him his life. And look at Dox's position. He's already on the A bomb site. This round is over. Coalesce come to life in a big way here towards the end of the first half.
And well, as the bomb will be planted in, they'll realize that they have to rotate into that A site. No chance for saving this time, as it is the last round of the first half. And they're gonna need to try 3-on-4. Oh, good dink onto Dox. That's a 16 HP. He's just gonna hide behind the truck. Time is slowly running out. They do have the defuse kits. They do need to hurry up a little bit because there's a lot of players to be found, a lot of kills to be found. Beanox takes down Leaf. Shine is in with a trade. Joao picks out a fang, spotted by one of the players. Shine gets the headshot, and Shine will be the one to close it out with a quad kill. 6 for Coalesce. Not a bad result at all, as you will see how that round counter looks. 3 first and 3 last. We'll see what Coalesce can do, and also what Illuminar can do in the second half. Nine to 6 second half. Winner of this game goes to the playoffs. Loser goes down to the 2-2 bracket and has to play tomorrow for tournament life. Now, this is not all that dramatic for the losing team, but of course, you still have to play one more best of 3. Whoever wins are going to be relaxing tomorrow. So let's see who's going to be the winner. Will it be Illuminar? Will it be Coalesce? Coalesce are on the CT side, the favorite side here on Overpass. Illuminar are the ones who need to attack.
Oh man, look at the push coming through Monster Tunnel right now. 3 players edging their way forward for Coalesce. Beanox is going to be finding this out. Needs at least a kill. Does get a frag. Now he has to stay alive. That's so much information for Beanox. Continues to tap away.
Oh.
How's he been able to find all 3 of the kills? That's outrageous for Beanox. But the problem is for Illuminar, there's still 2 of the remaining players over towards A. Could they fumble the round somehow because they've run into the resistance? Lock them out of the bomb site for the time being. Flash doesn't blind up Shine, but he will still be hunted down by Zan anyway.
And well, as you were pointing out, that was a very good situation just to take down a player. But Beanox, he's just built different. He's dodging bullets from 3 players and gets all of those frags. That is very bad from Coalesce, and that just gives... Oh, Leaf trying to be sneaky here, but I don't think there's enough time, and he has no defuse kit. Almost gets Tuao as well. Tuao is just hiding here, but again, Leaf had no chance from the beginning, even if he started, or even if he stuck the defuse. I don't think there was enough time. Maybe it was if he stuck it right away, but they could still hear it. And Illuminar, with that, they make it to double digits, and they could even double the lead that they had at halftime. They can make it a 6-round lead. 12-6 is what I'm trying to say. If, of course, Coalesce, they do decide to force up here, and that is the decision. If they lose this one and the following one, well, that will be 12 for Illuminar, getting even closer to that map and series point.
Yeah, important round for Illuminar to win, just because they kind of went awry towards the end of the first half. They were down 3-0, they then won 9 in a row, but the half ended 9-6. They probably felt like they might have left a few out there that they could have taken into the second half. So winning the second pistol round just kind of restores that strong mental position. Force buy for Coalesce. Gone for the gamble stack over towards the B side of the map here. And as time ticks on, they don't have any information towards bathrooms or lowers, so they have to start rotating players up towards A, just by the nature of the clock alone.
Split out across the map, and Coalesce not really being all that aggressive, although you would expect some aggression from the pistols and the scouts, right? You would expect this to be the situation where you're trying to be a little bit more bold, but it is not really the case from Coalesce. Zan. That drop was not silent, but there was no one. I think there was no one close enough to hear it, so he should be okay. Now, gonna go back into short, joined by Beanox and also Tuao. Looking to play in from this short position. There's a smoking monster and there's the re-smoking monster, so no one that can block the vision of Illuminar. Good headshot to Zan, and that's actually KRSN getting the frag. Beanox will get a trade. Oh, towards Monster. Azuo, he will be taken out by Beanox, but Mass was also there to get some damage done. Another one from Morel.
Oh, man. I mean, that round got pretty touch and go. That round was pretty stressful for Illuminar, I think. Not a huge amount of time on the clock, and that dink there onto Zan made things a little bit more worrisome, but they're able to continue to stay true to the cause. They get that first kill, and then Azu gets found out towards Monster Tunnel as well. That was the big kill. And then from there, we're able to control the site. And the other player I was actually worried about was Leaf flying up short, because I thought if he just drops the bomb planter, then Coalesce would win the round on time alone. So good cover coming through there from Beanox, or Morels actually it was, to cover short, cover his planter. Illuminar will go up into an 11th round, and it should be a free 12 coming through, bar the 2 scouts that will be saved. The potential pitfalls in the next round here.
We'll see what the scouts can get done here. We should see some pistols from the other 3 as well. Not without armor, though. Actually, no one has armor on Coalesce, or shouldn't have armor in this one. So, Illuminar, as long as they close the distance between them and the scouts, shouldn't be all that hard to just close out this round. Of course, they'll be looking to get a flawless round against the guys of Coalesce before they get their buy-in. When the scouts are towards mid and long, when they can find dogs on the retreat, not really. Zan has the right idea. He keeps on walking, and dogs, he might be surprised to find someone very close to him here. Oh, Zan.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you don't really get golden opportunities presented to you like that as often, or as cleanly as that one was, so good to see him snap it up. A spot the player rotating through as well. He's pretty much just done everything for his team in the round by getting that kill and then claiming control of the A-bomb sites as well. 12-6, the imminent scoreline. Illuminar need to just win 4 of the 4 rounds of the rest of the map here, and they win the series 2-1. They get themselves into the playoffs. We're still yet to see what Coalesce are capable of on the CT side here, though, Pop.
Well, they are trying to just deny more money for Illuminar. Oh, they might gang up on Beanox here. Without the players, he's actually 2 more. Beanox is backing away slowly. He doesn't want to get killed at the last seconds of the round here. Morels, we can peek in. He has 100 HP. Mass will help. That will be 12 from Illuminar as expected. Coalesce, they will go down. It was a flawless round for Illuminar, which again is not bad at all. That's what they were searching for, just to get their economy even better looking. Coalesce, they're going to buy up now, but we find ourselves in kind of a similar situation to Anubis, where this round is very important for Illuminar. If they win this one, Coalesce, sure, they're on 3,400, but if they don't save weapons, it's going to be probably 14 for Illuminar. If they manage to save a couple of weapons, it could very well be another buy. But again, for Coalesce, hardly any place for mistakes here. Azu gets pseudo.
Yeah, great double kill coming through from him to try and stop this execute. will get traded up by Tau. Flashes are good to force the one player out underneath Heaven. Tau creeps forward, that cost him his life. Morels tries to trade, and he will. Takes damage in the process, though. 2 versus 2 is the name of the game. Morels needs to cover the C4 and plant that bomb. Smoke from Heaven fades, though. And with that, Morels doesn't actually have a clear path to plant the bomb. He's trying to fake as though maybe they've actually rotated off the site itself. He's hoping the longer they take, maybe there's a chance somebody will shift away from B back up towards A. For the time being, though, that's not the case, and Mast will step into the AWP if he does try to make his way up short, and that's exactly what happens. Shine takes him down. It's all on Morels.
Oh, slowly peeking in towards CT. Shine is still waiting. They're waiting for the sound cue. They not necessarily know where Morels is. Could this be a save as well, Hayes? Because, well, he is
I don't think so.
backing away. Would be, well, wouldn't be that bad to save. He does have 7,100, but he is looking to play into that A side. 20 seconds left. Has some time to cover the angles as well, to check the angles, I should say. And timing on the peak. Oh, that's just perfect. Molly in the hand. Nothing he could have done. 7th for Coalesce. And Illuminar, as I said, they were always going to be buying into this one.
Yeah.
Whatever happened, they just had a very good flawless round in the previous one. So that just helps out with the economy a whole lot. And Coalesce, even though they are the ones who won the round, Doc still has to play an UMP, weirdly enough. But against the MAC-10, I guess that those cancel each other out. Although Coalesce, they do have an op, and Illuminar, they don't really... Well, I don't think they really want to use an op, especially when they're rushing.
Oh, this time they've been able to get shut down. Okay, RSN on the double kill. Going to be stopping Illuminar, who actually have been able to recover the bomb. This is worst case scenario for them. It is going to get picked up, but Tau takes a lot of damage in recovering the C4. Illuminar have nothing to show for the 2 players that they've lost at the start of the round. Not the most respectful approach coming through here from Illuminar against Coalesce, attempting back-to-back B rushes. Previous one was shut down, got a lot closer than this one, though.
Well, Leaf, he's looking into short. Has the right idea. Mast is already there. Oh, and Leaf is actually going to check that angle. Again, good timing. Mast was not looking in his direction. Peeking into short. He's not going to find anyone because both of those players from Illuminar, they're coming in from Monster. Oh, Flash is good. He could get the bomb down, but Zan goes down to Docs. Oh, Docs. You can see Toao, but Shine will see him clearly with the op, through the op scope. That will be yet another round for Coalesce. Racking up rounds here. CT side of Overpass, you know, it's favored. And we do see that Coalesce, they're not doing half bad on this one as well. 4 rounds between those 2 teams.
Yeah, Coalesce showing a little bit of resolve, able to deal with the past 2 gun rounds. Another gun round going to be coming into play for Illuminar, but they don't have any money left after this. So I'm sure we're going to see them just going a little bit deeper in the playbook here in this next round. Not another B rush coming through from them. And there's a lot more of a default-esque type round coming through from the T side. They don't have an AWP, and they don't have a Zan either. He's lost his life out. Docs, he gets that kill with the wall bang. That's from the B bomb side into lowers.
Oh, Illuminar, they do freeze for a second there. They do. They were going to default all over the map here, right? But as we do see them regroup towards the long part of the map, could be meeting the end of Leaf Seiki. He's just getting the jump peaks over the truck from time to time, also checking mid. The smoke from Mass just to help Illuminar get even closer. Oh, the boost. Can the boost work here? Oh, yes, it can. Shine takes down to wow. Also, yeah, also some damage onto Beanox. They're pushing in to the side, or at least they're trying, because Leaf is just waiting behind the smoke. 5-on-2 in favor of Coalesce. Make that a 5-on-1, a 4-on-1 as Mask is Leaf. But Shine is holding, and Dox is with him as well. 9 for Coalesce. Illuminar, they seem stuck they're going to be on eco. Coalesce, they can get to double digits.
Yeah, they absolutely can. Just going to be a few pistols coming to the next round here for Illuminar. And Coalesce not doing anything particularly special in these rounds that they're winning on the CT side as well. Just a safe opening kill there with the wall banging towards lowest to start off the round, and then padding up the defense on the A-bomb side. Good util damage. They funnel Illuminar through long. Very awkward fights to be taken for the T side in that round as well. And it's not going to get any easier in the next round. So Coalesce actually starting to claw their way back and make this one interesting here with their fight on the CT side.
Split up across the map again. Illuminar just trying to get map control, trying to get some info, trying to see if Coalesce decide to get aggressive. But Coalesce, they've been really passive here. I mean, straight away getting into very passive positions.
Yeah, they're scared of these pistols, man.
Well, I mean, anyone would be in this situation.
Absolutely. With good reason, especially in the hands of the Illuminar players.
Shine. Molly will force Mast back. I was curious to see where Mast is going to go. Is he going to peek or
He's
is he
going to go
back?
forward there, actually.
Yeah, I expected that as well. He has the P250, could surprise the Opper for a second there, maybe even get the frag. But look at Leaf. He's trying to get aggressive right now.
Oh man, had his bell rung. Unfortunately, Mars not going to be able to finish off that kill, so all 5 players still alive here for Coalesce, and it doesn't look like they're going to have any issue in maintaining that as they get across the line in the round. 12-10, they reduce the deficit to just 2 rounds. Illuminar will have another gun round coming through here, but if they lose this, scores are going to be leveled up. And at that point, Coalesce, they'll feel like they're in the ascendancy. They'll feel like they have the advantage.
Now, Illuminati, they do get to full loss bonus, but as we've seen in the previous rounds, they don't really get to plant the bomb, to get that extra money, or the loss bonus to transform into a full-on buy possibility. Giant peeking in with the op towards the ramp, but it is too late. He can't really hang around all that much because he's going to be pushed from playground. Timing is lucky for either him or Zan. I don't know exactly who's the lucky one here. And Leafy slowly backing away from bathrooms, trying to take a quick peek, some spray getting done through the smoke. Although Illuminar, they're very close to the player of Coalesce for now. They are being hesitant towards that A side because they know that's where Shine is with the op. He has been taken down to 47.
Good default still coming through here from Illuminar. Been able to gain a decent amount of map control. Gives them options here for the late round. Looks like Vnox is trying to fake across the B, but they're definitely going to be heading in towards the A side. The smoke that separates a couple of them. Zan's going to go through the smoke off the back of the flash. There's 3 players there. Good kill from Morales, though. The transfer is exactly what he needed. Now it's Shine with all the pressure on him, playing from behind default right now. He will be chased back into the bank, but at least it's an even numbers game here as the plant will come through from the T side. Oh my word, Mask is standing in the bank smoke right now. This is ultra aggressive coming through from him. There are 2 kits in play for Coalesce. They have a flashbang as well.
Oh, I think they heard a zoo. They surely know Shine inside the bank. He's going to be the first one to peek, and Mast, he's going to be taken out by KRSN. Wow. Oh no, a zoo. He didn't see him. Wow, great peeks there. With the help of Morales, the flashes were so well placed. And that is Illuminar getting 1 round after, well, losing 4 in a row, if I'm not mistaken. So just good answer. Better late than never, but is it too late here? That's what I'm wondering, because it is 13-10, but Coalesce, they've been racking up rounds. They've been defending very, very efficiently. And for now, Illuminar not really finding the right place. We'll see if they manage to find it with the previous round and if they can exploit this defense of Coalesce or their weaknesses.
Yo, Zan waiting for the flash to come through. Shine's just going to step out with the AWP. Zan will fall victim. Good kill coming through there from the Norwegian sniper. Tal looks to try and close the gap. I wonder if his footsteps were heard there by Leaf, who's in the forward position, standing in the smoke right now. Does Tal smell the rat is the question.
Spamming through the smoke for now won't get you nowhere. Leaf is on the other side of that smoke, but he's being careful. Morel's trying to work towards that B site. And Dox is the one holding, the first one to take the duel towards short. KRSN will find Beanox behind the smoking monster. So that already makes it a 5-on-3 in favor of Coalesce, with a player stuck in short, more or less. Morels can really get out of there without being checked. Another quick peek into monster. The flash comes through. Morels takes down Dox. There's the trade from KRSN. 3-on-2.
Yeah, targets A killed back. Master still towards the top side of the map here as well. 20 seconds on the clock. Look at Master. He's charging in towards the A bomb side. He's trying to beat Shine. He's going to rotate back up. Master's got here before him, though, and Shine will go down. Now Tao can rush the issue. He can charge forward with the bomb and look to get it down. Going to be a difficult response here for Coalesce. 2 versus 2 on the retake. Plant comes through. No kits unless there's one to be recovered. Both Illuminar players looking to edge away back towards bathrooms. They need to consider the flank, though. It's KRSN who's coming up in this direction. And they are looking his way right now, waiting for his opportunity to pounce. He's been spotted, but he gets the kill on Tao anyway.
KRSN peeking in, but Mass manages to take down one of the 2 players left alive. Quick jump there. Leaf, he's not holding the defuse. Leaf, who takes the duel. Not a decisive one, but Mass will land the headshot, and Illuminar, they get themselves a 14. Does it seem like a decisive win of the round? No, but it is a round win nonetheless. 14 to 10. And this is very important. Coalesce, they're out of money in the worst possible scenario.
And that was a 5v3 as well, Pop. A 5v3 for Coalesce, a massive round that had presented itself, and they weren't able to make it work. They weren't able to get across the line. They did everything so well, but then they over-rotated from the fake on the B bomb site. Drew those rotations across. Perfectly played there by Mask. Has so much impact. And look at Coalesce. They decided to go for the force by Pop. They've gone all in.
Oof. Risky decision. Morales takes down Leaf, but it wasn't the cleanest spray. Oh, will they still check bathrooms? Oh no, this could be a very important play by Shine. Oh no, but Mask is looking in the right direction, and Shine, he never expected for 2 players to go through, and the third one to be all the way back. Really close to playground, basically. KRSN taken out by Morales and Azuo. He's now in a 1-on-5 with an MP9, a smoke, a flash, and a dream to stop Illuminar from getting to map and series point. And with that MP9, he will get close to the smoke. Is it even worth going for it?
No, because they only get... Oh, and Beanox wanted to go for the knife kill. That gives Azu an upgrade to an AK. I wonder if that AK might be a bit of a difference maker in the next round, Pop. Maybe the AK comes back to haunt Illuminar. Azu's going to try and save it here in towards Graffiti. The walls do continue to close in on him. Illuminar going to be sending all 4 players in his direction to try and hunt him down. Try to pick up the mess that Beanox has created. They know that he has to get in towards Graffiti right now, and he won't get any further frags in the round. Illuminar march onto map and series point. 15-10. $2,400 coming into the accounts of the Coalesce players. That's the 2 counts of the round loss bonus. It's going to be SMGs, light on utility, no kits. Worst case scenario, Pop.
Yeah, it is looking very, very bad for Coalesce. Illuminati, they could close it out here. They have 5 chances to close it out, and this is their best chance against 4 MP9s and a new MP. And let's see if they read the situation correctly, because Coalesce, they have 3 players towards bathrooms, and they're all hiding, basically. So they could surprise Illuminati on every corner peak. But for now, they're playing this very slowly, waiting for Coalesce to be aggressive, especially on the bad buy. Of course, they're expecting Coalesce to try and get something interesting done, something a little bit more daring to surprise Illuminati, but they're not so easily surprised here.
It's exactly what makes sense. Like you say, that Illuminar are approaching this the way that they are, edging their way through now up long tower is going to have some contact. What's the timing like? Leaf tucks into the corner, doesn't get cleared completely by Tau. So that's going to be a kill to open up the round here for the CT side. They do still have 3 players hard committed to bathrooms and 2 players standing in the monster smoke. Does look like the B bomb site's going to be where Illuminar tried to finish off the round. Master still keeping them interested towards bathrooms for the time being. Players edging their way up short. Molly making them very uncomfortable. 2 players in the smoke now. Morels does damage. Kill for Azu. 1 for KRSN as well. Surely he should die here. He has to die here, but he will somehow stay alive. And with that, Coalesce stay alive on Overpass as well. At least for now.
Yeah, with 20 seconds left, Morels is still trying to push in. There's a couple of AKs that they got back. Should be almost impossible. The Molly, will delay them, and Leaf, he takes down Mass. Morels manages to get 1, but Docs with a UMP will finish it off. 15-11. As I pointed out, that was their best chance. Now they're gonna have weapons. Now they're gonna have util, and now it's gonna be even harder. Illuminar, they're gonna buy up into this one. They do have Beanox, the only one who will force up with only a Deagle probably, but Illuminar, you were against MP9s and an UMP. You didn't do it then. Can you do it against the M4s and the AK?
Going to be a difficult task. As for Coalesce, looks to try and continue to fight their way through here, man. Giving it everything that they've got. They need to win 4 more rounds in a row here to take this to overtime on the decider. Very impressive previous round coming through from them, able to just win the initial gunfights and then force Illuminar's hand in towards B. Locked it down on that side of the map.
Fast. With the all picking into short. Not finding anyone just yet. They're hiding behind the pillar, hiding behind the walls. Molly will reveal the position of Docs, but he can't really do anything about that. Flash into Monster to get a quick peek in. The Illuminar, they're taking their time. They're putting the pressure onto Coalesce. Waiting for a mistake from Coalesce. Trying to get maybe a little too aggressive on that short position so Mass can take one of the players down. Leaf is in a very good position in mid. Oh, and they will actually take him down. Wow.
And that's going to be putting so much pressure onto the A bomb site. That forces at least a rotation out of Docs up towards A. Does Morels go down through? Lowers is the question. Tau certainly doesn't want to go down here. Not much util left remaining for the T side either. Still 2 players over towards B here for Coalesce. It's KRSN and it's Azu. Beanox with the P250 going to lead the charge. KRSN been brought down incredibly low. Still just trying to play behind the smoke right now. Himself and Azu do the work. Docs is going to get a kill. Shine as well. Beanox is desperately tapping away. Will get the kill with the P250, but Beanox has been able to do so much work from the back of the site. It's on Mask to clutch 1 versus 2. Does at least get the plants at the bare minimum, but he's just got no room to move, no room to breathe. And Shine will get the kill with the wall bang. 15-12. Coalesce continue to fight.
Very good frags are found in a very important situation by Coalesce. Illuminar, they're going to be ecoing up into this one, which doesn't really line up with the perfect situation, right? Because for the perfect situation, you wanted to buy into this one, eco the next one, and have another buy at 14. Well. This time they can't choose. They just go for the half buy. They just go for the pistols. But it's looking harder and harder to defeat this Coalesce side as we're getting into round number 28.
There's a setup here. Leaf going to go down though, and missed shot there from Shine certainly didn't help. Do they just continue to try and charge down the save? Bomb site does look like that's what they're going to opt for. Another missed shot from Shine that continues to get closer and closer. Morels just dominates him with the Deagle. Docs does a great job though. Double kill coming through from him. Looks to try and close the gap to get into the bomb site, and himself and Azu will be able to lock it down. That got concerning. That got worrisome. The pistols were on a bit of a tirade, but there's now no chance. Tau left with a mere clock in his hands as Zoo finishes them off 15-13. And really, there's only one gun round here between Coalesce and Overtime, and it's this round here in the 29th.
Again, a very risky situation that Coalesce. They need 2 more. We were seeing how Illuminata had 5 chances to close out the map. Now, Coalesce, well, technically they have only 1 chance by winning the next 2 rounds, and that doesn't even guarantee the win. It only guarantees the game will be prolonged, and they do get the chance to win, but they need 4 more after that. Other rounds in a row needed by Coalesce. But this could very well be the most important one, where the enemy could be forced into an eco, and they won't have money to buy into the next one. So I can only feel like Coalesce, if they win this one, it shouldn't be that hard to making overtime, getting to overtime.
Massive round. If Illuminar loses, almost certainly goes to overtime. Coalesce have almost been able to get themselves into OT. They're 1 step away, and jeez, look at that HE grenade. That does so much damage. Zan and Morels wear the most of it. Tau, yeah, he's lost a limb as well. Perfect start to the round for Coalesce. Certainly makes those A4s more dangerous. A1Ss as well, of course. Front of bathroom smoked off, stock standard.
Trying to play into that long area shine. He has to cover here with the op, trying to be more aggressive, spots out a player, but that's not a kill. And he has to go back all the way to the site. Going to mid here to help out Leaf. But he just gets the angle smoked out.
Yeah, Tau clears deep bathrooms this time, Pop. Last time he got caught off by Leaf. How do Illuminar try to make the round work from here is the question. 4 players grouped up in long. 40 seconds on the clock. They just throw the lurk smoke towards long and then try and push up through there. Last time, the response from Coalesce was to boost up on the edge of the smoke. Util going to start to come through here. Shine gets ahead of the smoke grenade. Good shot down to Mask. He spots up the second as well. Zan looks to lead the charge, but it's going to be Leaf who gets the kills. 2 versus 5. Illuminar not even able to get a kill here on the execute. Shine is looking bright, and Morels will save the AK, so at least have 1 rifle going into the next round. But Coalesce have done it. They've taken it the full 30, Pop.
Well, they do get to round 30, but he knew to win it as well. At least prolong the game and give them a chance to win it. Illuminar on their final map point. Can they close it out with the pistols? Couldn't do it with the AKs. Couldn't do it against SMGs. But can they do it this time? That is the big task, the tall task of Illuminar. Closing out this round with a win and also winning in the 2-1 bracket, making it a 3-1 and getting Coalesce to the 2-2. They are 1 round away from playoff season. It's been so hard to get that 1 round that they need.
Yeah, and this could be a really difficult one as well. Look at the read from Coalesce. They've stacked up with 4 players over towards the B side of the map, but Shine will fall to the boost. Are they just going to continue to try and close the gap straight through off the back of that? Might be a little bit overzealous coming through from them. Morels has the gunfight. Good damage onto KRSN. Not going to be able to complete the kill, though.
No smoke coming through. They're not going to be happy about this one. Coalesce. They did lose a player, and KRSN, he's down to 26. Has an op, but still.
I don't know if they're actually going to want to rotate back towards A. I think they're still going to commit in towards B. There's just a double man push coming up short right now. KRSN with the AWP catches Zan completely off guard. He wants more though, and the second will cost him his life. But at least he gets 1 more before he goes down. Still 2 players in position on this B bomb site here for Coalesce.
40 seconds left. Azul and Docs, they are the ones who have to cover the site. Pushing through, getting closer and closer to that pillar, to that site. Docs has a good angle all the way from ABC. Spotted by the Deagle. Takes some damage, but not a lot. Bomb will be planted. Time now in
Nate gets a
favor.
kill.
Oh, Nate is perfect. Tuao goes down. Morels still waiting with the AK. He wasn't holding for Azul. Morels gets the headshot into Docs. Now a 1-on-2. They will double peek him surely. And Azul, he takes down Morels. And that will be overtime. Coalesce, they come back into this map. They come back into this situation. And that is 15-15 to take us to overtime. 19 will be the magic number. That is the number of rounds that you need to win to close out the map. 18 is map point. Wow, what a comeback from Coalesce.
Yeah, absolutely insane. From down 10-15, they had no more room to breathe, no more room to move. Had to win every single round from there. And that's exactly what they do. Great fight back coming through from Coalesce as they take us to overtime on Overpass, the decider. Man, Pop, that is really impressive. They wiped the whole slate clean. Essentially, the previous 3 maps now mean nothing. Whoever wins here in overtime wins the whole match and will be featuring in the playoffs. The loser has to come back and fight again tomorrow.
Yeah, just a very good performance from Coalesce here. I mean, Illuminar, they were stuck on 15, couldn't really do much. And that's what Coalesce were using against Illuminar. Again, their best situation was basically when they got to 15, they were against 4 MP9s and an UMP, and they couldn't do it after against the weapons. It was just getting worse. So Illuminar, they are struggling here. Not the situation you want to struggle in as you are trying to close out the map, but that just gives the chance to Coalesce to get to that win, that 2-1 score in the best of 3, and that 3-1 score in the group stage to get to the playoffs. Now is their chance. They force the overtime. The spotlight is on them. We're going to see exactly what they want to do, if they can get the things done. If not, well, the overtime was forced, but Illuminati still got the round, still got the match. So we'll see exactly what happens here as we start the first half of the overtime. Illuminati still looking better in terms of odds, but Coalesce, they're here to play and they're here to win.
Yeah, those odds have been on an absolute roller coaster throughout the series so far. Coalesce won the first map 16-11. Illuminar won their map pick 16-7. So both teams pretty comfortably winning their own map pick. Overpass has been a hotly contested affair. Into overtime we go. Is there any immediate change up from Illuminar? Looks like it's going to be more of the same. Pretty a stock standard default coming through from them. And it's going to be KRSN who opens up as well onto Bnox. That's a kill through the smoke.
Oh, when they're getting into that monster smoke, they're going to find out that there's no one there. Oh, and the push from long, that is very fast. They could surprise at least Shine. Checking the angles. They're not showing anything in towards the site here. Very good idea from Coalesce. Very good intuition to read a situation like that. Docs will go down to Zan, so now they'll know the site has been overrun. The smoke comes through. Bomb will be planted by Tuao. Leaf takes down Morels, but that's Max with the trade on to Shine. He is surrounded at the moment. Mass, how is still staying alive? Azul will peak in the end. Wow, getting in the smoke inside bathrooms. Leaf is basically next to him, but he reacts in time. He makes it a 2-on-2. Azul with a wonderful headshot. And Zan, he's in a 1-on-2 all the way in CT. Not the best position, but he can surprise. The molly will force him back. The defuse is not coming in just yet. Oh, right now Azul is trying to stick it. Zan peeking out, taken out by KRS, and the same player that got the entry into the round. He gets the last frag of the round as well. 16 for Coalesce. They get the lead.
Wow, for the first time in ages. I mean, they started off with the lead at the beginning of the map when they went up 3-0. Haven't had the lead since then here on Overpass. A rare sight indeed, and their streak continues from the second half into overtime. 6 rounds in a row here for Coalesce. That's the closest Illuminar have been in the past 6 rounds, that's for sure. They're going to be thinking back to that round where they played against the SMGs, Pop, at 15-10. They weren't able to win that round. Might even go on to lose the entire series after having squandered those 5 opportunities in regulation. In fact, it's looking more and more likely. Coalesce have just been really good on the CT side so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing very, very well. Now, as we say that, they do lose Leaf to Owl, opening up the round with that frag onto Leaf. Shine trying to get an answer into that A long area. That's where Mass is waiting with the op.
Oh no, Beanox was so
Oh.
passive, and it means that KRSN was able to bypass, so he comes through the short tunnel. Now Beanox realizes his transgressions. He will go back, but that cost him his life as well. At least Zan's gotten the kill on the A bomb site. The problem is the bomb's still all the way back towards long. Been recovered, but that's created space for Azu to close the gap. He's going to be able to make his way up the stairs undetected. Probably catches these T players off guard. Was Azu spotted? He didn't see the AWP, but Tao hits the narrow shot. There's a flank coming through though. Bombs being planted here. KRSN might catch them off guard in towards bathrooms, weaving his way between the two remaining T players. Zan doesn't check him. KRSN desperately trying to locate his position. Has to take up that kill. Does have a smoke, has an incendiary, has a kit, has everything that he needs to make this retake a possibility, but Zan has the headshot, and finally, Illuminar have been able to win around back here on Overpass.
The timing was perfect there, and KRSN, he knew that the last player was towards mid, because the player that he spotted onto the site, he was looking towards bank, so clearly, he's not holding his teammate, he's holding for the potential push. Very close round, very... well, a lot of chances for Coalesce to just close it out, but that 1v2 was the closest that they got, and they still couldn't do it. Well, Illuminar, they get to 16, but that's too late. This time, it is in overtime, so they're gonna need way more than only 16. They've been stuck on 15 for, well, a long time, and Shine, starting things off here in around 33, getting the headshot into Tuao, and opening up the round in favor of Coalesce.
Oh no, that's poor.
Oh, what a duel to win. It should have been Zan any day of the week winning that one.
Yeah, he should have even just been aware of a potential player coming up from lows as the molly gets deployed there by Morels. That's almost by design. Beanox is pretty much the only player in a power position right now for the T side, been able to creep his way out of the monster tunnel. There's a jiggle peek that comes through from KRSN. Does cost him his life, so at least that's going to be creating some sort of space, potentially some sort of an option in the round here for Illuminar. But still down by a player in the round. The bomb's still all the way back above the ladder of lowers, so no obvious choices here for the T side.
Mast trying to create an opportunity. Not really having the chance just yet, but Docs just came up the stairs in bank. Maybe that's the frag Mask could find. Beanox still towards Monster, or at least on the other side of Monster, just waiting. Mask pushing in. He's being held by Docs, and he's going to be surprised by Docs, but the play will come in towards the B site. Azu, he finds Beanox. He will go for the reload, but there's another player close by. That is Morels. Gets one onto Azu. The molly comes through, and that's Leaf having to back away. 1-on-3 here. Morels still being held by the Opper. Manages to go back. Gets the headshot onto Shine, but Docs will trade, and that will be Coalesce. Winning the first half of overtime, 17-16. They need 2 rounds on the T side to close out the map. Illuminar, they need a clean half on the CT side to close it out. Otherwise, you know what happens at 18-18.
We run it back, baby. Time for OT number 2. Man, oh man, Coalesce continue to impress. This would be one of their most impressive victories to date. Of course, the win over Endpoint was a big one. That was their first victory here a week ago. The first victory in the CCT West Europe Series group stage, that is. They're now looking for their third and final victory to seal their spot in the playoffs. As you so rightfully say, Pop, 2 rounds on the T side will accomplish exactly that. They did have some promise towards the end of the first half on their T side as well. So let's see if they can continue that here into overtime. Double man push into lowers for the CTs, looking to try and assert their dominance and impose themselves at the start of the round.
Morels surprised by Leaf to just be standing there in the corner. Quick flash into always completely blind. He also goes down to Leaf. That's huge. 2 openers to the round here. Already a very good situation. A 5-on-3. They take down Zan as well. And what a way to start off their T side half. in overtime. 5-on-2. Mast is still alive with the op onto the A site. He gets Shine. But look at Vinox. He tries to be aggressive. Oh no. Wow, he surprises Leaf somehow, even though Leaf had his crosser on the enemy's head. Mast still defending the C site. Trying to go for a quick no-scope, but he's not gonna hit that. And now I'm slowly taking it back. It's a 3-on-2 still. Coalesce still have the player advantage, but KRSN is on 19.
Where do they go from here is the big question, Pop. Not a huge amount of time left remaining. 40 seconds on the clock. Looks like they're going to try and duck dive their way down lowers and breach in towards the B bomb site. Beanox does have a smoke grenade, and Mask is trying to play for a little bit of information here. Zoo's got so much use, so I'm surprised he doesn't throw any of that utility to try and fake out towards A. Maybe he still will. In fact, actually, Coalesce are going to go back up towards A here. Enox is going to be very far in the rotation. They're taking so much time. 15 seconds on the clock. Masked still hasn't seen them, still hasn't realized, and now he's going to start to go down towards B at the worst possible time. The players begin to aggress. Mask does hit the shot on the player crossing KRS, and the latency player goes down. Can he deny the plant? Absolutely not, with that plant position being taken up. 2v2. Beanox will rotate his way up, but it's still advantage Coalesce.
This would be a big disaster for Coalesce if they lose this one. Azul peeks out, good timing, and Docs will help him out. They will close it out with success. 18-16, that's map and series point for Coalesce. They were down 15-10. They make it to overtime, and now they have 2 chances to close out the map. Tough situation in the previous one. 5-on-2. Goes down to all the way to a 2-on-2 after the bomb is planted, but they do secure the round. 18-16, they need 1 more, and they have 2 chances.
Yeah, one of the next 2, exactly that. 2 series points here for Coalesce to get themselves a spot in the playoffs. Illuminar have just looked despondent. They've looked like a shadow of their former selves, based on what we saw in most of the rounds on regulation. They've only won 1 of the past 9 rounds, Pop. 1 of the past 9 for Illuminar. They have to win the next 2 in a row. That's a tough ask for a team who've been struggling as much as they have. Leaf baits out the shot. This time, Mask's forward position not going to work out for him. He can't afford to fall back completely, though. Oh, no. Leaf has spotted out the second player of the setup. Mask will go back into the frag. He gets the first, but can't find the second on the flick. This now puts them on notice. Morales barely has any room to breathe, any room to move. Deploys the smoke. That gives him a little bit more time and space to maneuver as he tries to fall back in towards bathrooms. KRSN desperately wants to chase him down, but won't be able to.
Was a chance there. Actually, they got a couple of chances with Mast re-peaking. No success found. 5-on-4 in favor of Illuminar. Morels not reacting there. KRSN, he was just in front of him. Oh, and Mast can be found here. Azul. Oh, he's not going to check the angle. Oh, he can get a free frag there. No, Shine still takes down Mast. Duao will go down to Azul. Now this is a 4-on-2. This is a very good situation that Coalesce are in. The smoke comes through. Refresh of the smoke. Molly will force Azul out of position, and KRSN gets the headshot to Beanox. Now Zan has to clutch it up 1-on-4 to keep Illuminar in this best of 3. Not eliminated even if they lose, but this is a very important match to win. Coalesce, they lost 2 players. Zan, he's running out in the open, and Shine will use that to take him out. 19-16. An insane comeback from Coalesce to win it 2-1 and make it to the playoffs.
What a remarkable comeback. What a remarkable fight back. They were very impressive on Inferno where they won 16-11. They got outclassed on Anubis, but they didn't let that get to them mentally. And even after they lost 9 rounds in a row in the first half on Overpass, they still kept their faith, Pop. They stayed true to their game, and they were able to win it out. Despite being down 10-15 at one point, they win the 5 consecutive rounds to take it to OT, and they win it in the first set of OT as well. You can't take anything away from that result.
Big blow to Illuminar as they go down to the 2-2 bracket. Now, they're not out. They can still make it to the playoffs tomorrow, but losing to Coalesce is not what they wanted to happen, right? A really young team, a really kind of new team, Coalesce, just not crumbling under that pressure. It's just wonderful to see. Very well played to Coalesce. They deserve this qualifying spot 100%, and I cannot wait to see them in the playoffs itself. I mean, they were playing out of their mind. Anubis, sure, not their strongest suit,
yeah,
but the Inferno and Overpass, very, very well played by Coalesce.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see them in the playoffs, man, and they fully deserve that spot as well. I'm really keen to see how they can continue with this form that we're seeing out of them. Got to sing Shine's praises, man. He came to life in such a big way on that CT side. He was one of the fundamental reasons for their comeback. KRSN also did so much work on the B bomb side. So great effort from the individuals, great effort across the board from the team. And that's the day done and dusted, Pop. What a day it was. We started off with Trick versus Spirit Academy. Spirit Academy absolutely destroyed them 2-0. Then we went into the Eyeballers versus Nexus match and another clean 2-0 there for Eyeballers. The third and final game of the day, though, was a lot more hotly contested, and it was indeed Illuminar who fell, and it was Coalesce who grabbed that spot in the playoffs. So we're going to come back tomorrow with some more 2-2 games. Yeah, Pop, what a day, right? I mean, just the one game for you, and I mean, it was an entertaining one to say the least.
Oh yeah, it was entertaining to the fullest. I mean, what a performance again. GG's to Coalesce, GG's to Illuminar, and now tomorrow we're gonna see for the win HONORIS, BLUEJAYS, Tricked, Nexus, and Illuminar. 3 teams make it to the playoffs. 3 teams will be eliminated with a 2-3 score. A lot of matches to still be played there, and well, in the deciding matches, make sure to check out cctour.gg so you can find the schedule, the regional rankings, the CCT Bingo brought to you by Prosper, and CCT Stats brought to you by cover.gg. I was Pop, with me was Hayes. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you follow the CCT through, because there's a lot more Counter-Strike to see.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.